Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 10 Shish Chapter 301 The Importance of Midoriya Izuku. Quanyue still stopped his actions. He knew how much trouble it would be to hit a nominal senior in a teaching environment like Japan. He didn't want to have trouble in UA High School. Now, Villain Alliance is half a friend. The people in the cemetery are almost ready for the information and data obtained in the island incident. All you need to do next is to get things, and you're almost done. Hey, I had known that I was careful. Quanyue walked out of the classroom door and whispered, if I knew that thing was useful. Quanyue. Hideyoshi Saruda caught up. He was a little taller than Quanyue now. He lowered his head and smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you here. There were not many people around, and the students went to visit club activities after school. Hideyoshi Saruda recommended himself, this is the first time I come to UA. Would you like me to show you around? Quanyue brushed him away indifferently. There are no other people around, and the most important thing is that I am not in the mood now. Hideyoshi Saruda put away his smile, he followed Quanyue, and the two always kept a distance of 3 meters. Where Quanyue went, he went wherever he went. What the hell are you doing? Quanyue asked, I'm going back to the dormitory. The female dormitory is in the opposite direction. Saruda stretched out his hand, and he smiled lightly, I really want to take you away now. Where are you interested in? Quanyue didn't know exactly where Saruda was. What does it mean? He knows the true identity of Saruda Hidechi, but he doesn't know if Saruda Hidechi knows this. You are free. At this time, it should be training. Quanyue waved his hand, obviously impatient. The more impatient he got, the more Hidechi Saruda was secretly delighted. He explained to Quanyue, I'm only taking a short vacation, and I'll leave later. In a state of ostentation, Hideta Saruda said smoothly, after all, there's a shortage of staff on Deku Heroes recently. Quanyue's mind brightened. Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku, who has always been the #1 villain of the Villain Alliance, was once nicknamed by the media as the man holding the Villain Alliance and stroking the wool. His experience was used as a template for novels by the good guys and publicized on the website. A teenager who mistakenly thought that he was untalented was appreciated by All Might in an accident, and finally successfully trained his own quirk. After reasonable development, he stepped up to today's ranking. The top 5 in the list, he has become a qualified professional heroes. Quanyue was wondering how powerful his punch could smash his arm. In Quanyue's quirk theory, quirks have different sources of power, but their essence has similarities. The organ theory, parasitism theory, and gene theory in nativity science are derived to explore the essence of the quirk's power. Like the Quanzuki family's own quirk, genetic judgments belong to the undead system, but everyone's quirk the degree of strength is different. Advertisement for example, Quanyue's quirk has the power to crush the whole family. Because the quirk power of their family comes from inner feelings. The more happiness, the weaker the quirk, and the more pain and sorrow, the power that erupts in the body will explode in multiples. Discussing the source of the quirk and the power of the quirk is the scientific research part that must be done in their plan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Prescription of the right medicine is king. Some people in Quanyue's family don't have to do other things all day long, they just need to study these issues. According to Quanyue's own understanding, 70% of the people who are devoted to scientific research account for several generations of the whole family. Daily needs and out-of-office tasks all depend on the remaining 30%. In the middle, there are often cases of grabbing people to do research. Lack of manpower. Quanyue turned around and leaned forward on tiptoe. How do you look at me? Huh? When their theory was about to justify itself, it was broken by an accident. If there is no way to explain the accident with this theory, then the scientific theory of the Quanyue family and all the equipment based on this theory must be overthrown and rebuilt. For the Quanyue family, they don't have so much time. They are eager to get several completely different physical data and do more detailed research. Among them, there are a large number of special quirk groups and strong quirk groups. Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku ranks second on the entire list. The first is AFO. Senior, you see, I am in the therapy department, which is very useful no matter where it is. Quanyue spit on her self-recommended pillow while smiling kindly. Senior should be able to push inward. If it weren't for the confirmation that the person in front of him was really that cruel murderer, Shuichi Saruda's eyes would be blurred by the smile. He covered his eyes a little and said, push in, you shouldn't find me either. After all, I was sent to help. He was sent by Bakugo Katsuki to help. He is at best a communicative intern, and he will go back one day. Furthermore, aren't you sent by the Assassin King? Saruda said casually, know that the Assassination King office is the hottest office right now. Quanyue's face stiffened, and he stood up and kicked away. After walking for a while, he ran back and nodded stiffly to say goodbye. Advertisement when Quanyue was beaten through the heart by Quanyue when he was a child, Saruda, who had already cast a psychological shadow, rolled his eyes and put his hand on the opponent's shoulder, you think too much. His fingers were cold and terribly cold, don't look at his face with a grin, this relax for a while, and your legs tremble a little. Why are you laughing? Gone again, make the best use of everything. Not to mention, Quanyue can be considered a cute girl in women's clothes without disfigurement. Don't look, it's you. And the woman who was familiar with and even made the boy cry for a while, the tiger went down the mountain and grabbed the boy's arm and walked towards the medical room, come and move something. Quanyue stood in front of the UA High School classroom, which was undergoing major changes, and began to think about where he came from. Where are you going? In just 1/10 and 1 second, he really regretted it. Quanyue took a step back and even wanted to run. Hidechi Saruta didn't figure it out. He was lightly patted on the back twice, and his friend Nozawa Tetsuo smiled and stood aside. The former school doctor's room has been turned into a medicine storage room, the former equipment room has been transformed into an indoor fitness room, and the storage room that Quanyue frequently visited in the past has become a small data library. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Shui, do you like that schoolgirl? Nozawa Tetsuo had a look that I knew, knocking on the other's chest with his fist, and said, don't worry, go after it. I am definitely a good assist. He doesn't want to mess with things. My friend still didn't know what was going on, and even laughed happily. So, where are things going to be placed? Quanyue touched his head, painfully recalling bits and pieces from 7 years ago. Before he could remember from the small room where he had changed, an angrily woman rushed out from the corner, pointed to Quanyue and said, classmate, please come here. Ignorance is sometimes a blessing. She pulled a needle from her arm, made a promise with a stroke, I'll show you the way later. Chapter 302 Undead Quirks Price Quanyue naturally knew this tough L*****************. This is the Sakai senpai he once met in the school infirmary. Her quirk ability can make people fall into anesthesia in a short time. Although it is a non-professional treatment quirk, it is very suitable for auxiliary quirk for surgical operation. The former Sakai senpai, the current school doctor Sakai, pointed to several paper boxes in the corner and said, thank you for helping me move all these instruments. After briefly talking about the location, she easily picked up the 2 paper boxes. Z walked quickly in front of Quanyue. Quanyue walked behind her as if resigned, and continued to look at the signs in each room as he walked. Although the layout of the rooms has not changed, the functions of classrooms and some storage rooms are quite different from those of 7 years ago. Quanyue opened his mouth just to ask a question, and closed his mouth agitatedly as he watched the oncoming principal. Hello principal. Sakai. Principal Nezu is a bit older than 7 years ago. From a biological point of view, his quirk blessing does not focus much on lifespan in terms of intelligence. Living to this day, it is considered an advanced age for an upgraded mouse. Are you a new student this year? Principal Nezu took out his glasses from his pocket and put them on. He narrowed his eyes and said, well, is there any problem with this batch of equipment? Do you want to return it again? Yes, principal. Those medical equipment vendors are all in collusion. The school doctor Sakai was angry when he talked about this. I have tested it many times with my teacher and the indicator has exceeded it. If we use it for a long time. Principal Nezu nodded and his expression became serious. He thought for a while and shook his head. Unfortunately, this is something we can't intervene. UA High School's influence is spreading, but it cannot target some special industries in specific circles. For example, medical equipment. As a well-known school for cultivating professional heroes, they will inevitably be criticized when they reach out to other fields. Even if there is dirt there, the darkness of a person is not terrible. What is terrible is the darkness of an industry. What Quanyue heard vaguely was enough for him to infer the general idea. He also understands that this is the most helpless thing. Even illegal members with huge personal force like him cannot cause a fundamental benign change in an industry. Hey, I know too, but the first victim has already appeared. The school doctor Sakai was stunned. My teacher and I have already contacted a reliable and experienced hospital. She was pale again at the thought of the student who should have recovered. Face and worsening condition, with guilt on the brows, if only I found out earlier. Principal Nezu patted her shoulder comfortingly, it's not too late. Quanyue acts as a quiet backdrop in the back. He now has his own things to do, and he doesn't want to participate in such things in his heart. Advertisement. I don't know why. The 2 elders who borrowed his quirk after enrollment have not yet contacted me. Quanyue lowered his eyebrows and did his own thing. After he helped sort out all the unqualified medical equipment one by one downstairs, the sky was already dark. The school doctor Sakai simply found him a hand-drawn campus map, marked the location, and allowed Quanyue to wander around the campus. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Half an hour later, Quanyue found where he was going, the alumni memorial. This is a newly built site. UA High School has expanded the area and moved all the old objects. On the wall, the personal photos of the previous graduates are displayed in the form of slides in turn, and in the entrance hallway, there are group photos of each graduate according to the age. Quanyue is here to take a look, because I know what I am going to do in the future, so hurry up and take a look. Old photos from 40 years ago, from 30 years ago, from 20 years ago, to 7 years ago. Quanyue worked hard to identify everyone he knew above. It's right to be a little sad at this time. Sad? Someone squatted down familiarly around him, dragging his chin and said, say it earlier, you don't want to die at all. Do I have a choice? The 2 grandfathers showed their faces in the dark. One of them broke his hand, and the other was wearing a moth-shaped mask on his face. The second grandfather had a lively temperament, and he joked after hearing this. It is true that there is no, but the hatred that kills you. Go find your good uncle. He took off the mask, threw it to Quanyue, and stepped closer and asked, you are really real. I anesthetized the person. Don't you feel bad? This is about Quanyue deleting the memory of Yuzuki Inuichiro in the small alley. This time the deletion only cleared all the memory of Yuzuki Inuichiro and related to UI. From then on, Quanyue was a stranger to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Quanyue took the mask. He didn't put it on directly, but traced the pattern on it with his fingers. His two grandfathers sang and started talking together. You don't feel bad, but you also think about it from the perspective of others. Back then, if you didn't agree, you would blow your head to death. 7 years later, he came back and squatted without saying a word. By his side, if anyone can bear this, you must be killed. Grandpa, don't force yourself like this. The second grandfather. Anyway, I won't be able to hear my ancestors anyway. You just talk and talk. This plan has been for so many years, and you are not in a moment of anxiety and you can't touch the rocket butt. It's better to take out more space and children hug and lift high together. Grandpa, there will be no such opportunity in the future. Grandpa Urtai. Don't be too restrictive. It's a big deal. You give us the mask again, and the two of us will do something for you. You can also relax in the early stage, go to have a hot pot with friends, and have a relationship. Happy. 1 point, I finally came back when I came back to life. Advertisement. Grandpa. Don't take your strength too much. Quanyue patted his head and said helplessly. Okay, I know. Aside from the position of executor, the two in front of him are still elders who are honest, and they should be nagging and nagging. It's really a long-lost talk. Quanyue finds a reason. He has guessed most of it, for his good and also for my good, or deleted it cleanly. Just find a one-time memory quirk, which is clean and safe. The grandfather's smile converged, and he gave Quanyue a thump with his remaining hand, and said, Xiao Yi, don't do this kind of thing anymore. Okay. There is currently no detailed record of the undead line in the quirk lineage in the world. The reason why our family can keep the undead lineage for a long time depends largely on the first generation of ancestor quirk, cemetery, but the cemetery is not 100% dependable. There is no complete quirk in the world. There must be a certain defect mechanism in it, but we don't know. Quanyue looked at his hand and nodded. Although he is the executor of the family plan, the final maker of the entire plan and the rescue plan are in the hands of the ancestors who suppressed the scene. Graveyard is also the only quirk of the family genealogy that Quanyue cannot fully grasp. Your second grandfather are now using the quirk to communicate with you. This is also the undead-like space quirk with the highest similarity between the whole family and the cemetery. It is a space that only the dead and half-dead can enter. A butterfly-shaped pattern was twisted into space, and then calm was quickly restored. The UA High School Alumni Memorial Hall where Quanyue was originally located was suddenly replaced by a mountain forest. The sound of wind, insects, and gurgling water. Grandpa, what do you want to tell me? Quanyue put the moth mask on his face, he adjusted the length of the rope, and the majestic power burst from his torso in half a breath. The sharp whistle swallowed up the surrounding noise, and the moonlight was flooded by a gentle white. Those borrowed powers are like Yuzu returning home, madly kissing every inch of Quanyue's meridians and blood. Xiao Yi, the power of the undead comes from grief and hurt. Grandpa said sadly. You are already strong enough, leave a way for yourself. Chapter 303. Take a weapon. Before he died, Quanyue never knew that there was an undead pedigree in the quirk category. When he joined this pedigree, he naturally understood why no one had studied the quirk of this pedigree. Because everyone in this pedigree is dead. The Quanyue family is considered to be the only remaining undead and healing dual master family. They have a rare and precious double quirk family quirk pedigree, but it is a pity that they are not available. Most of the quirk research is closed to their own family. In real life, most people tend to exercise quirk by increasing controllable conditions such as physical fitness and tolerance. For example, OFA inherited by Midoriya Izuku, even if it inherits the strength accumulated over the past generations, it must continue to strengthen its physique to reach the point where it can fully play the quirk. For example, Shoto Todoroki with compound quirk needs to constantly coordinate the temperature between ice and fire, so as not to cause frostbite or burns on the body from excessive extremes. They can all enhance their abilities through real exercises. But for the undead quirk who has lost its life, if you want to exercise a corpse, or make it change according to the normal time, you can start a new topic in itself. Compared with ordinary people, the origins of the Quanyue family's quirks are similar to them. The grandfather pointed out a few examples. It's like the quirk that splits himself in villain alliance. When he overcomes his fear and emotions, when there were drastic changes, his quirk had undergone a qualitative change. And the little girl who likes to suck blood, her quirk had similar changes a long time ago. That has nothing to do with my business. Quanyue took off a leaf, and before folding it in half, the leaf turned into a plume of smoke and drifted away. A little illusion simulation. In this space, Quanyue can be regarded as half of the host family. His indifferent appearance made the two elders look straight and sigh. It has something to do with you. Grandpa Urtai rushed and said, don't tell me you don't know. The quickest way to improve our undead system is pain. The more pain, the stronger. Quanyue said stiffly, I am fine now. You dead child. The second grandfather laughed angrily. The closest and most admired person in his lifetime forgot you. It's strange that you can get better. Even if you are an executive, there is no need to do this to this extent. Quanyue glanced over and turned off the subject. What about AFO? Don't change the subject. What AFO or OFA is not as important as yourself now. The second grandfather crackled and scolded. Your health is not very good recently, right? There are always problems. We are not around, you don't. Be careful, if the sky falls down, you can't pick it up. Okay. The eldest grandfather stopped his brother from breaking his mouth. Advertisement. He gently and docilely handed something to Quanyue's hand and said, "Take care of yourself, the two of us can't stand it outside." Unlike Quanyue, the bodies of the two elders cannot stay outside for several years. For half a year, it was already the limit that their bodies could support. They're the dead and the living after all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yeah, I see. Quanyue opened the box his grandfather gave him, his face changed. Thank you. In the palm-sized box, there are only 3 very similar small pieces of paper, different from ordinary white paper. All the pieces of paper on it have been baked with fire, and the edges are burnt and the paper surface is yellow. On the burnt yellow paper, there is a line of small distorted words like water stains. Quanyue command feedback. Suicide. And the printing on the B is impressive. You must protect yourself. The second grandfather began to take back his quirk, Yi Xiantien. He gave the ownership of the quirk to Quanyue, after a slow countdown. Quanyue's figure was quickly pulled up, and his youthful face suddenly grew out of weird scars. 3. Quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket open. Relic moth mask spawns quirk open black lens bracket camouflage color close black lens bracket on. Relic tie generation quirk, Kurogiri, is turned on. The relic ring is generated and the quirk open black lens bracket storage space close black lens bracket is turned on. Quanyue casually threw the box into the small floating space. He slapped a handful of broken hair in front of his eyes, and then blessed himself with a night vision quirk. 2. One-time quirk warehouse call. Query hardening attack quirk. Quirk query. Similar quirk number is 139,023. Connection open black lens bracket cemetery close black lens bracket, connected successfully. Shipment quirk open black lens bracket joint petrochemical close black lens bracket. Advertisement. A scared hand protruded from Kurogiri, and it was ruining the caption on the cabinet unhurriedly. Seems to have heard the scream of Yi Laixiong. It raised its index finger and said softly. Cement division, good job. Professional heroes. Yi Laixiong retracted his whip and said fiercely. It's true that anyone dares to come to UA High School to make trouble. 1. Shish. Apparently she hadn't recognized the scars. Heroes Enos. Cement division. Yi Laixiong screamed. Space department. This person is space department. In front of him is the most proud area of the UA High School Alumni Memorial Hall, the weapons exhibition area. Bulletproof. Quanyue gave it 2 more times, and finally broke the glass and took out his target object. As he had done many years ago, he opened the safety latch and happily shot the anti-theft device that had been calling forever. The trees in front of me have overlapped with the lights in the collection, and the true and false are becoming clearer. Quanyue walked forward. The school uniform on his body had been covered by the camouflage color, and finally formed a black combat suit representing the Scar Heroes Enos. The smile turned into horror at this moment. Familiar feel, familiar temperature. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The cement division, as an old teacher, is already very comfortable with this trick. But he did not forget that person's weird smile before being trapped. Teacher Yi Laixiong, who else came here? Another shot was given to the monitor. Meet again. Quanyue rarely wanted to whistle once. He lowered his head and avoided a whip. The whip rubbed his scalp and hit the wall, leaving a dark black hole in the wall. Before this move was taken back, several huge concrete pillars covered Quanyue's head, and the concrete wall growing from the ground would trap Quanyue tightly in it. She walked around the cement ball and looked towards the empty cabinet. They are all coming here. The students have settled down there. Yi Laixiong stepped forward and kicked the sphere, with a smirk on her face. I'll go and see what he took away. The trees disappeared completely, and the air smelled of dust and detergent. Quanyue quickly found his target, hardened his elbow and hit directly with one elbow. The glass shattered into spider webs, but did not land. Chapter 304 UA. Obviously it's just a hand. A purple gas began to emanate from Midnight's body. The whip in her hand slammed over, and the whole person dragged back to drag the opponent out of the black hole. Space systems have always been tricky. Their combat effectiveness may not be the most powerful, but usually they escape the most. The latest quirk textbook classification clearly stipulates that quirks that can accept transfers of independent individuals or groups and carry out space transfers of more than 10 meters in diameter are all included in transfer space quirks. This kind of space quirk, which is the main means of transfer, mostly appears in combat and emergency rescue. In addition, the Department of Space also has the Department of Storage Space and the Department of Devouring Space represented by 13 teachers from UA High School. Midnight's whip was wrapped around that hand smoothly. She used a little bit of force. The modified long whip projectile shot out barbs. A finger-long barb directly pierced into her hand, tightly squeezing out the blood from his knuckles and palm. Ms. Midnight, be careful. The cement secretary stood in the distance, covering the support. Teacher Midnight's quirk is sleep incense. The quirk needs to expose a certain amount of skin to emit the body fragrance, so as to make villain fall into a drowsy state. The flaw is that it is easy to ignore the enemy and us. The cement division is also standing at a distance to fight better. He supported the ground with both hands. The concrete ground turned from bottom to top, and different roadblocks were quickly created on the whole ground. His eyes widened and he tried to search for any other intruders within the reach of the cement. Teacher Midnight focused on that hand. She yanked the whip and squeezed it straight. Her palms began to tingle slightly, but the other party didn't move at all, and the blood that had originally flowed seemed to be nailed, turning into brown blood scabs and solidified on the surface. It is not easy to pull the people out of Kurogiri. If the cement division can find the intruder's body hidden in another place, Midnight Teacher's battle will be easier. But what makes the cement division strange is that no matter how much he searches, he can't find the identity of the intruder in the surrounding area. The floor space of UA High School is not small, another meaning that can't be found. Cement Division's face became serious. He speeds up to inform others of the current situation. Teacher Midnight was suppressed by a hand. Her quirk basically has no effect. The whip tightened tighter and tighter. In addition to the hideous barbs, purple liquid overflowed from the whip. The liquid mixed with the invader's blood, forming a strange color. The times are developing. With the popularization of quirk weapons in the heroes industry, basically every professional hero's weapon is more perfectly integrated with quirk. Teacher Midnight's whip adds a barbed design to the original design, and also designs a deodorant collector in the center of the whip. In the middle of the grip, a special converter will liquefy a certain amount of sleep fragrance, and then pierce villains' blood vessels with the barbs. Advertisement from the stalemate to the present, the liquefied sleep incense is enough to make an elephant group coma. But the intruder still persisted. The intruder even reversed his wrist, and he pulled the whip a step closer to the black hole. A pit mark was left under Teacher Midnight's feet. Her arms were numb with great force, and a drop of sweat slipped down between her eyebrows. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Miss Midnight, let go, before the rescue teacher yelled out. Sparks from the muzzle shot out from all directions. Numerous nail-sized black holes popped up on the walls, windows, and floor of this alumni memorial hall, enclosing the newly arrived teachers into a sphere. The quirk itself is not a terrible existence. The black hole is nothing more than a portal, but the terrible thing is this person who uses the quirk. He was able to distribute nearly 1,000 bullets evenly in different places, and divide his quirk into equal pieces for accurate use. The intruder has at least world-class control. Teacher number 13 released his quirk, Black Hole. He took the lead in blocking the crowd and absorbed all the front bullets into the black hole. Teacher Mike made a loud noise, and his sonic attack resolved the remaining bullets. The whole process, from the appearance of the black hole to the resolution of the bullet, takes less than 5 seconds. But it was too late for Teacher Midnight. She had already been swallowed by an arm by the dark portal. In the 5 seconds just now, her hand holding the whip received a strong suction. Even if she let it go after hearing Aizawa Shota's cry, it was too late. Her hand holding the whip has been eaten by the black portal. And this terrible portal is still devouring her body. Aizawa Shota is preparing to use restraint weapons with Shinso Hitoshi to snatch Mr. Midnight from the portal. A strange color appeared on Teacher Midnight's face. Her cheeks were flushing, her eyes widened as she gritted her teeth as if she was in terrible pain. She tried her best not to collapse. Aizawa Shota tied her back into a harness with a restraint bandage, and slowly pulled out Teacher Midnight from the black hole with everyone. The weird golden slime came out first. Then came the shoulders and elbow joints of Teacher Midnight, on which a layer of patina of the same color as the mucus was attached. From a distance, Teacher Midnight's hands seemed to be sealed in amber. The outermost layer of the patina is still dripping liquid, but a strange dark red is flowing inside. Advertisement, side effect. Quanyue looked at the bustling Tokyo with a smile. Forget it. The purpose this time has come. The whip in Teacher Midnight's hand was also pulled out. After the whip was also spit out, the dark portal made a slight popping sound of bah and disappeared silently. Over the years, his spear hiding skills are still very good. He got the quirk weapon exclusive to the Quanyue family. Quanyue took out the rifle and pistol from the space. He tidied up his appearance a bit. With a light touch of his thumb, the pistol and rifle were quickly hidden. It was fixed at a distance of 15 centimeters from Teacher Midnight's fingers. Between the fingers and the whip handle is a solidified patina. It ran away. Quanyue threw the last bit of mucus off his hand, and the mucus fell on the reinforced concrete and made a squeaky sound. This is one of the family's special medicines. It can be said that it is a failed version of a mixture of ineffective medicine and pure liquid, so it has more serious side effects. The wind blew his hair up, and in the moonlight you could see Quanyue's mucus-touched face exposing corroded skin under the effect of the blue and white smoke. And his hands that directly touched the mucus were twisted and curled up like dried herbs. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Miss Midnight, how are you? Ms. Midnight, sleep in Shangshan, are you okay? After all, to meet a business partner, bringing a gun is not a good sign. Tokyo Tree. Teacher Midnight wanted to say something, but her expression was too strange. The eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth are twisted together. She retracted her shoulders, her hair fell loose, and the sweat and tears fell, and mixed with the mucus on the ground, a bluish-white smoke appeared. Unlike the arm, this quirk weapon, carefully modified by the master inventor, has been corroded. Chapter 305 Preliminary Negotiations Villain Alliance. AFO is the first time I have met Quanyue's newcomer. He has collected quirks for many years and has his own views on the characteristics and performance of many quirks. It is never wrong whether it is a pearl or a fisheye at a glance. You are Quanyue, right? He gave his hand out, and didn't ask much where the two who had rescued him had gone, and said, it was still a small thing back then, it was so big in the blink of an eye. Quanyue looked at the hand that had been deformed by the treatment, smiled and squeezed it up. Yes, it's me. He is still an adult at the moment, and his face is covered with scars. This look is really rare in ordinary society, and it's hard to forget it after seeing it. AFO stood on the dead handle wooden hanger on his left-hand side, and 2 or 3 shadows stood scattered behind him. In the darkness behind the shadows, I don't know how many people are spying on this wonderful meeting. Except for the face without facial features, AFO is affectionately like a familiar elder. He patted the sofa affectionately, and made a cup of tea for Quanyue. Since you are at home, relax. Quirk also pack a few. Quanyue didn't say much. It is uncomfortable for him to walk the world without opening a few quirks. Besides, even if he doesn't want to open quirk, it won't work. For Quanyue, using quirk is as natural as drinking water and eating, and it even occupies the position of breathing. Quanyue's palms spread out, revealing 3 sealed test tubes. Each bottle is only 10 milliliters, but the expired products produced by the pharmaceutical companies in the past with different colors are all flashing. In the dimly lit room, 3 potions formed a dazzling star. The dead handle wooden hanger sat down with his back hunched, his eyes fixed on the 3 potions, and he stretched out his hand to get it. The current villain alliance has occupied a dark hegemony in terms of economy and combat power after annexing a number of organizations such as the Ability Army. If he can get these 3 potions, he only needs to give enough time to analyze the ingredients, let alone a Japanese. Advertisement. AFO put down the teapot in the water and coughed gently. A shadow behind him stepped forward, showing a humble attitude. The dead handle wooden hanger also reluctantly retracted his gaze and restrained his hands justly, really like a good boy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It seems that several members of the Quanyue family have made new discoveries. AFO's tone became more and more cordial. I have been collecting quirks for many years, and I have always felt that people themselves are the basis for improving quirks, or your family proposed pharmacy that year to cure. It is truly worthy of being a master of pharmacy handed down since ancient times. No one doesn't like to listen to flattery. Quanyue took a medicine out of the medicine and handed it to the AFO. The smile on his face did not change at all. The angle of his mouth was the same as the angle of his mouth when he said hello at the beginning. I will bring the words to you. This is indeed a new medicine. Those who were worried about the situation recently were made by holding a conference overnight. He was about to put the other 2 away, and the dead handle wooden hanger was about to stop with a quick stride. Pounds, the bullet is loaded. Pounds, gravity is coming. A circle of colorless ripples agitated from AFO's body, and the surface of the coffee table was crushed layer by layer, forming a small uneven terrace. The teacup in front of Quanyue was directly suppressed by gravity, and a mouthful of warm tea poured on the ground, forming a small depression. He has been rebellious in his life and has never lost since the moment he had an AFO. Whether it's quirk, Xinxing, intelligence, decision-making, he never missed his hand, and he never completely let things out of his control at any moment. The first one is his younger brother, first generation of OFA. But thinking from the perspective of AFO, he could easily overlap the new head of Quanyue with the previous ones. The second place is the ancestor of this little fool who suffered 1,000 swords. Except for 2. Advertisement. AFO snorted, hooked his hands, and said, "Little fool. It is very simple to destroy the heat of tea. 1 potion requires 1. Quanyue took out the 2 again and shook them. The last one was a trial. This is sincerity. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. You let me go to the cemetery once, and I will give you the entire villain alliance, how about it? AFO threw the potion to the dead handle wooden hanger. He asked, do you give this request to me, or to the villain alliance? The Quanyue family's banner of scarred heroes Enos took himself out of prison with great fanfare. I found out that outsiders seem to be scars from heroes and villain alliance. Shadow took out the refreshments from behind and put them on, and the damaged coffee tables and tea utensils were replaced with new ones one by one. The scene changed back to a harmonious opening. Quanyue tilted his head and walked around the dead handle wooden hanger and smiled at AFO. I know you are in a hurry. But the medicine is 3-point poison. You can take this medicine 1 bite at a time and rest assured. Right. Even the deadwood hanger that was nearly headshot by a shot was repaired by Quanyue meaninglessly. The 2 or 3 shadows behind the AFO formed an encirclement to detain Quanyue. Quanyue is not restrained, he squeezes the trigger directly. Both sides are able to play. Even if Quanyue's family just fished out AFO from the prison, he didn't see any gratitude. Although Villain Alliance has a faint feeling of gratitude, it has always been bloody in the face of the general situation. This is indeed the truth. AFO applauded shallowly. Like all leaders, his applause is so meaningful. I was too impatient. Do you think it is me who is working with you, or the family behind me? Quanyue asked rhetorically. Chapter 306. Cat in Portal. Quanyue is not difficult to understand AFO's behavior. From the beginning of first generation, AFO's quirk can deprive others of their quirk and give it to a certain person. But so far, Quanyue has not found a successful case of dual quirk that has been successfully granted except for first generation Quanyue and first generation OFA. People with invisible quirks account for a lot of the general public, but few can inspire them. After successful stimulation, most of them will be as secretive as the 2 first generations. The trigger condition of Quanyue's family is death. AFO went deeper into the topic. From your perspective, your undead quirk should be running all year round. My quirk cannot deprive the quirk you are using, rest assured. Just take a look. Quanyue shook his head. He said, for your safety, it is better to advise you not to go to the cemetery. That is their paradise for the dead, and the living cannot enter. AFO is not yet dead. Okay. AFO put away his frivolous attitude, and the shadows on both sides quickly unfolded a map of Japan. He pointed at several locations. Pharmaceutical factories are in these places. There are 12 production lines in one factory and manpower resources. We come out and share recipes. They quickly agreed on the quantity, model, and products to be produced. Quanyue didn't intend to continue spending his time on this, he waited for the other party's condition. The villains of their level have rarely traded with money. Money is already the best solution. Only things that cannot be solved with money need to help each other. OFA. Live, Quirk is intact. In 3 months, I will be able to complete the drug level production you want. Similarly, after 3 months, you will bring the heir of OFA to me, whether he is Midoriya Izuku or not. AFO's face looked abnormal under the light. Kind, happy cooperation. Quanyue stared at his outstretched hand, and shook it without any complaint, for a better future. AFO did not expect him to come to such a line, he maintained the demeanor of an adult Kaido. For a better future. After Quanyue left his agent overhaul at the Villain Alliance, he used the portal to leave alone. He did not go directly to Kaido UA High School, instead he was walking around the city indiscriminately. He looked extremely lonely in the dim lights. Advertisement. The lights that fell on his body were turned off one by one, and in the end only an old cat came out from the corner and rubbed his trousers. Quanyue picked it up and stared at it for a while, always feeling that the cat was very familiar. The old man's voice came from the house next door. Xiao Yi, where have you been? The voice seemed to call him. Quanyue looked at the cat in his hand and said softly, why do you have a name with me? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There are not many people who would call him Xiao Yi now. The cat meowed twice at his feet and ran away quickly, but the old man's voice was getting closer and closer. Quanyue took off his mask, the quirk, camouflage color, was lifted. His clothes instantly changed back to school uniforms, and the scars on his face disappeared. It seems to be just a student traveling at night. Xiao Yi. The voice was getting closer and the door was pushed open. An elderly old man wrapped in a shawl, trembling in her hand and knocking on the ground with a cane, her voice trembled. Xiao Yi, where are you going this late? Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. The street lamp flashed, and the moth slammed on it and made a small sound. Quanyue clearly saw the cat ears in the old woman's hair. She still wore the string of bells on her hand. She narrowed her eyes and looked around, leaning forward and asking, Xiao Yi? Me, it's me. Mother-in-law cat, I am. Suddenly realized what I wanted to do. Quanyue raised his jacket and covered his head. He subconsciously hid in the darkness around the corner. He didn't dare to say a word, holding his breath and ears and leaning against the wall. He heard a woman catching up and talking to Granny Cat very softly. Mother-in-law, Xiao Yi has already returned. Huh? Is it back? But why can't I see him? It was Nara's sister who took care of him since childhood. 7 years have passed, is she still taking care of the cat mother and everyone? Quanyue covered his face. He noticed that Granny Cat was still persuaded by Sister Nara, and she was muttering something as she walked. Sister Nara nodded gently beside her. 2 people walked into a 2-story building together. This is not the house where Quanyue lived when he was a child, and it is not the Miao Welfare Institute. Quanyue came out of the corner, and he ran to the door of the house to see the owner's last name. It's not the surname of Granny Cat, nor the surname of Nara's sister. He stood on tiptoe to look at the yard, where flowers and plants were planted. The recliner and children's toys were not put away and scattered outside. Mother-in-law. He read it lightly, and his heart was twisted into 10,000 inches. When he said, mother-in-law, again, the whole person was crushed by the 2 words. Advertisement. He never read it a 3rd time. Quanyue turned and left without looking back. It's just that his posture is too anxious and looks embarrassed. As he walked, he told himself, what I did is a choice I made myself. Quanyue raised his head, he swallowed the complicated emotions, what I did was right. I want a bright future. Then he ran back to the front of their house. Meow meow meow. The cat leapt lazily, turned around, and landed. For a professional cat, the human wall is a piece of cake. Just as the cat raised his beard and triumphantly, his paw fell on the moist grass, he was back. You are not allowed to go out for a night tour, you know? This time, Quanyue was holding the stinky cat with the same name as him. He grabbed Meow's egg viciously and threatened. Go home obediently, you know? Meow? Meow? Meow jumped again. Fortunately, the first half passed, but his paws landed in the yard at home again. Stupid humans always think they can limit the behavior of meows. Okay, I see. Quanyue threw the cat into the yard. He pouted and the duck's mouth was hard. Dare you give your mother-in-law and sister a try? Meow meow meow. Meow. The cat who didn't get the quirk was confused. Meow. Change another angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, one more time. The cat got out of his hard hand and opened his mouth to Quanyue wailing. Its eyes were filled with disdain for the biped, until Quanyue left with the portal. This sentiment did not abate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, 2nd element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The cat's body fell from a dark portal to the grass at home again. It widened its eyes suspiciously, becoming the brightest little goofy at night. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. From which angle of which wall? Why are you so disobedient? I tell you, don't make me the devil. Chapter 307. The next day, Teacher Midnight did not come to teach them. The hard-hearted teacher went to 3 classes in one breath. When the class was over, his mouth was worn out, which made people think that he was an all-round substitute teacher for all subjects. In fact, Shinso Hitoshi is similar to Magnum in the minds of this class of students. The heart care teacher can teach English, Huxia, and mathematics. The actual combat class in the afternoon is also the responsibility of the hard-hearted teacher. The 2 teachers who fought face-to-face with Scar Heroes Enos were temporarily isolated from the crowd, because there have been some changes that are not convenient for the public to know about them. As a new teacher who has just returned to school, Shinso Hitoshi was forced to shoulder the heavy responsibility of teaching. FK teacher. Quanyue called him from behind. He couldn't believe it himself, he could actually shout out the word teacher. Shinso Hitoshi looked at the child in front of him and said, "Is there something wrong?" "Teacher, I want to ask, when can we go to the office for internship? I heard that the teacher's session will be after the sports meeting, right? To capture the top heroes, the safest way is to get inside. Only by getting enough information can you catch a turtle in the urn." Shinso Hitoshi thought of the kid's quirk and combat performance, and the surprise and strangeness that he saw at first came to mind again. Even if Bakugo Katsuki was in the state of releasing water in the early stage, it can be seen that he used 1/6 of his strength in the back. For a student who has not yet enrolled, it is already very good to be able to achieve such a record. The formal internship will be arranged in the next semester. The school will arrange you to go to a safe area for internship for a week. If you want to advance, you can go to the office of Blast King to ask. If they intend to break the rules and accept you as an intern, the school will consider 1 or 2. In Shinso Hitoshi's view, Bakugo Katsuki's team needs a good seed like Uzumaki in terms of configuration and personal combat effectiveness. Can fight, or a rare treatment system. And with the combat power of Bakugo Katsuki's team, it's a piece of cake to protect this child. "Hey," Quanyue asked strangely. "I heard that teachers can also recommend it and recommend it to seniors. Teacher, I want to go to the office where Deku Heroes is located." Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku. There's another Suichi Saruta who is suspected to be troublesome on the side of Blast King. More importantly, the value of Bakugo Katsuki in the plan is far lower than Midoriya Izuku. The chances of 2 teams wanting to work together are not great. Advertisement. "Oh, then you work hard." Shinso Hitoshi verbally comforted him. He told Quanyue, "There is no need for high school students to go out for internships in such a hurry. The most important thing for you now is to study and protect yourself." The curriculum of the Heroes subject at UA High School has undergone major changes. In addition to learning how to exercise and know their own quirk, the current first-year students also need to learn to preserve their physical strength, protect themselves and their teammates in actual combat. There is hope if you live. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue had a closed door. He touched his nose, not discouraged, but went to look for the lovely senior Suichi Saruta. "Hi. Good senior." He sat down in a normal manner and asked quietly, "I heard that the senior was doing an internship with Deku Heroes some time ago?" "Huh? It's just an expatriate." Hidechi Saruta was a little apprehensive, and he began to reflect on whether he had made this guy annoyed by his seniority. He said, "How'd I say it is to kill the firm? Expatriates can be regarded as half of the internal staff." Quanyue pointed to himself and asked, "Look at me, is it suitable to go to Deku Heroes for an internship?" Saruta smiled when he thought of this fierce record. Suitable for you big head ghost. But he bet that this man would never dare to do it himself in public. This is the UA High School where many professional heroes teachers are gathered. Once you start here, Hidechi Saruta believes that this fierce god will not get better. Thinking of the news he received yesterday, he squinted his eyes and said, "I am an outsider after all. But well, I know a little bit of the news. In addition to internal recommendations, people who have actually participated in heroes activities can go to Deku for an internship." This news is a bit interesting for Quanyue. If he takes out what he has done as Scar Heroes, as long as he goes through the formal procedures and does not use lynching, it will probably belong to heroes activities. Just need not to lynch. "Senior, please." Quanyue folded his hands together and looked at Hidechi Saruta with bright eyes. "I really want to go to the office for an internship." "Then you have to participate in heroes activities first." Saruta said, "This kind of participation in heroes activities as a non-heroes must play a certain role. At that time, professional heroes will need to issue a certificate to count. Participating in heroes activities as a non-heroes is already difficult for most people. I also want to get the proof of professional heroes, which means that I have played a decisive role, that is, I added a barb on the way to the sky. The only thing Quanyue is a bit difficult is finding someone to issue a certificate." Advertisement. He didn't plan to use the power of Yuzuki Inuichiro to accomplish this. In his calculations, Chen Tian's gang had never taken their sights away from the ambitions of Yuzuki Inuichiro, and he was included. Coupled with the actions of the villain alliance, the vest will be stripped off by the end of the sports meeting at the latest. The core ward in the city center. The doctor said coldly, just in case, the teacher from the Department of Cement will also cooperate with our inspection in the next few days. Combined with the last Todoroki hero's loss of Quirk and the island Quirk tragedy, we can see whether this medicine has a spreading effect and whether infectiousness and what the media is to be considered. Vicious crime Enos. Principal Nezu dragged his chin, his mood for drinking tea was ruined. It has been a long time that nothing can threaten UA High School. Large-scale teaching reforms continue to improve the school's comprehensive capabilities, and the villain alliance dare not easily invade the college to this day. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL Novel for free. And just yesterday, a man grandly took away the collections in their alumni exhibition hall. The cement division was paralyzed on the chair and muttered, how? No one can stand the sword of Modus hanging from his head. As long as he wants, he can unscrupulously turn the world into one's Shira field. The man who was fascinated and claimed to be a copy of AFO is reported to have countless quirks. Today, this long-lost state-of-the-art operating room welcomes its third patient who deserves to be taken seriously. If he could think of a countermeasure to block the opponent at that time, if his cement could completely control the opponent at that time. The cement division banged his head hard, his face darkened, he hesitated and couldn't say it. There is only one ward in the city. The last time it was opened was 7 years ago to treat a teenager who was overstimulated by an injury. So far, part of the boy's blood and skin tissues have been stored in the data room as a sample of the quirk activation case. There's good news. Principal Nezu's tone became horrible. He turned into a temperatureless mousetrap. The prisoner is Scar Heroes Enos. Now international organizations are looking for him. Daxia, the United States, and the European Union are paying him back. Siberian lunatics are all moving. At least, we already know why so many people are looking for him. A man who has the quirk of others has endless super quirks that are unknown. He also has a wonderful medicine, or quirk, to eliminate people's quirk. The quirk of the patient's Shangshan sleep can emit the fragrance of sleep from the body. It is mainly through the skin pores to release these gases, but now her arms can no longer continue to emit the fragrance of sleep. The doctor said that her head was resting on the table. Sorry, we have done our best. The person holding the sword of Modas, Enos. Principal Nezu redefined it, at least in everyone's eyes. This is more in line with what he did than the Scar Heroes, cruel, vicious, free from conscience. Thank you, Senior. Quanyue patted Saruta's shoulder with satisfaction. Next time I will invite Senior to eat hot pot. He already has a complete solution in his mind. Chapter 308 The relationship between quirk and taste. Unlike the others, Principal Nezu possesses superintelligence, and it only takes 13 seconds until he absorbs all the clues and arranges his troops. In this short period of 13 seconds, from the moment Enos appeared in the world until the recent break into UA to take the weapon, Principal Nezu counted all the crimes Enos had committed. The number of slaughters is counted in units of 10,000, and countless innocent families have been affected, and the imitative crimes caused by the bad effects are even more innumerable. He created the first live-streamed murder case in the Heroes Society, and he trampled on the laws and regulations of the fully functioning Heroes Society. He deprived others of their quirk at will, and he didn't care to change other people's lives. This kind of person has the face to say that he is a Heroes. The scars cannot be ignored. Most of the people killed by Heroes Enos are those who have committed crimes and cannot be sanctioned by the law, but we cannot ignore those who are deprived of the quirk simply because of the powerful quirk. Enos' existence is trampling on justice. He's been too active in Japan recently. Chen Tien spent a lot of time greeting the government. The target person was about to make the whole world screaming. He was also forced to stay in the Japanese waters for a long time without permission to go ashore. Permit, if it hadn't happened to Ua this time, I think my proof could be delayed. Chen Tien and his team should be the people who know Scar Heroes Enos best in the world. They have fought wits and courage with Enos for several years, and the information they have obtained is by no means comparable to that of local Japanese organizations. The international forces behind them and the support of international consortia cannot be underestimated. The weapons that Enos took this time were the 2 guns left by the Izumizuki family of the Heroes family. Mr. Nezu briefly explained the situation. He found Mr. Shinso who knows firearms best and has an in-depth knowledge of quirk weapons. The researchers who understand the invention and the detailed description of the weapon are the authority. One of the 2 firearms stolen was named Clotho. The name comes from the 3 goddesses of destiny in ancient Greek mythology, and Clotho is the little daughter who controls the future and weaves the lifeline. The other rifle was named Lachesis. She ranks second among the 3 goddesses of destiny and controls the length of the thread of life. According to legend, she holds a spinning thread to distribute her destiny and is fickle. This is the quirk weapon invented by professional heroes inventing the spring moonlock. Teacher Shinso thought of his friends, with a trace of regret in his tone. He should be the first person to assemble the healing quirk and offensive weapons. Therefore, when this weapon is used, there are very harsh conditions. It must be based on the principle of the Quanyue family's quirk. Everyone knows that when quirk is used, it may seem that the abilities are almost the same. For example, they are all water control and seem to operate water molecules, but the internal principles of different quirks are very different. The quirk weapons production is also limited to this. Inventing the project, after years of growth, She has become a master in the field of universal quirk weapon manufacturing, and many countries and companies have paid a lot of money to dig people. Her words are equivalent to half the truth in the field. Advertisement: every professional heroes, every quirk is different, and each real quirk weapon is tailored for the professional heroes. The low-level auxiliary equipment and the high-level quirk weapon are also different in this. Inventive Project proposed himself. According to this line of thinking, why does Enos have to steal a custom weapon that does not belong to him? Tailor-made quirk weapons. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The quirk principle is the same. Chen Tianzhong said to his face, well, this conclusion is really bad. Scar's heroes Enos has the Izumi's healing system quirk in his hands. Moreover, with the blessing of quirk weapons, his combat power will explode in geometric multiples. Chen Tian thought of the hard work of himself and his comrades all the way across the ocean and across the desert to hunt down this guy, and on the basis of knowing that he had his own recovery and rebirth, he added a healer to regenerate his blood. Judging from the time of death, what he got is Quanyue's last quirk. Chen Tian glanced at the UA teachers on the court. I hope you can provide us with the quirk's weapon usage and the basic information of Quanyue's quirk. He grabbed the clothes hung on the back of the chair and left with deep thoughts. From the time they arrived in Japan, they hunted down Heroes Enos, who was suspected of rebirth, and Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was spared by Enos, and then went to the island for the tragedy of the case, and even the live broadcast of Amamiya in the back and the UA High School alumni weapon was seized. For one thing, all the arrows point in one direction silently. Quanyue, a family that has disappeared. Really rare. Chen Tian raised his head and looked at the sun. I don't know why, he thinks the sun is particularly dazzling today. What does he care about? On the rooftop of the UA High School teaching building, Quanyue lazily plays with a pistol. He often plays guns himself, and his hands have never been rusty. But because the quirk has gradually increased and the time spent on quirk training has gradually increased, there is not much to play with guns. Quanyue put the pistol Clodo in his palm. He quickly removed the butt and put it back in again. The specially designed quirk weapon will be different from the standard pistol in detail. Do you really plan to work with Villain Alliance? Quanyue had a miniature earphone in his left ear. Ying Chenshi in the other paragraph was also eating. He ate a bite of rice and drank a sip of wine. It was not good enough. The TV was showing today's news. They have a voice and you can speak. Ying Chenshi cleaned up the table and chopsticks. He took out a box of honey, slowly tore off the packaging on it, and affixed a new label. He made a note in his notebook, and smiled with his mobile phone on his head. Your physical examination has already come out. Are you here to get it or I will say it now? Advertisement. Quanyue looked at the fried noodle bread in his hand and did not refute. He directly ignored Ying Chenshi's large exhortation, and hung up the contact by himself. Then the whole person fell to the ground. Quanyue grabbed the remaining bread and gobbled it into his mouth. His cheeks bulged. He chewed desperately, coughed and swallowed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Time changed many things, but did not change the fried noodles and bread in the school canteen. The warm sunlight shone on him, baking the clothes hot. Quanyue does not reject this temperature. He even thinks that more exposure to the sun can kill and sterilize himself. He removed the pistol's magazine with one hand and put it back in, while holding the fried noodle bread in the commissary in the other hand. He chewed. Let's talk about it. Small experiment, you won't die. Quanyue took this as a compliment. He raised his rifle and shot it into the air. The gun without bullets didn't even make a sound. Look, there is no sound from Villain Alliance. Your partial movements are really big. Enos, you must be aware of protecting yourself. I just did a little bit of experimentation. Quanyue put the phone away and started to disassemble the rifle. He is extremely capable in every movement, as if it were carved out of a mold. Quirk is never an umbrella for you to hurt yourself in exchange for profit. Sharpening the sword and not chopping wood by mistake, Quanyue himself does not have the habit of going to the battlefield with unfamiliar weapons. The first time he got the basic standard pistol, he had to grind it hundreds of times by himself before he felt relieved. The rate of body breakdown is accelerating. Perhaps no one in Enos has told you that using one more rebirth or one more treatment quirk is a dimensional reduction blow to your body functions. Ying Chenshi hit the nail on the head. You have lost your sense of taste, why don't you tell me? On his table, there was a box of honey jars with a new label, and a piece of paper was pressed underneath. A high school's affairs were still not suppressed, and even the detail of Teacher Midnight's delivery to the doctor was exposed. Since the AFO was robbed, the uneasy emotions of the public poured out with this UA high school attack. Every passerby interviewed was filled with confusion, ignorance and panic. When it was discovered that this fried noodle bread, which was still a very small audience, was not off the shelves, Quanyue admitted that he was delighted. After eating 1 in 3 or 4 bites, he quickly opened the next one and chewed quickly. Ying Chenshi said, I mainly want to ask, what did you do to that beauty? Chapter 309 The Case of Tai by Sakai. Quanyue went to find some water to drink, and when he sent another message to Ying Chenshi, the other party chose to send a text message directly. UA High School does not exclude students from bringing mobile phones, but only limits the use of mobile phones during class hours. Ying Chenshi and Quanyue once talked about the risk of being intercepted when sending data on mobile phones. Quanyue has told him many times, but it's just a question of whether to use one quirk or 2 quirks. The other party is still very troublesome to put 2 locks on the file. Quanyue used his limited coding IQ to think about it and decided to force a breakthrough. He is not a person with a high IQ by nature, and his performance in cultural classes is so good that he is willing to work hard. In addition to the mess of advertisements in the text message, there was also a message from Yuzuki Inuichiro. Hello, I am Yuzuki Inuichiro, your guardian. Do you need me to pick you up from school this Friday afternoon? Look at this tone. Quanyue replied, no need, and deleted the text message. Yang Chenxi's report is nothing more than a focus, less use of quirk. Frequent use and switching of different quirks have caused the internal energy of the body to be confused. Even if there is medicine as a buffer stage, Quanyue's body is destroying itself with a terrible speed. Let us prepare for the worst. When it becomes irretrievable, your body will disintegrate and decay on its own, but your consciousness is still clearly preserved. You can feel that every piece of your own flesh smells slowly, your teeth when peeling, the skin is eroded by insects. You will lose control of your body, and your 5 senses will be weakened step by step. Finally, there is not much time left. Hurry up. Quanyue closed his eyes, looked at the noisy classmates in the classroom, and took time off to go to the infirmary. Everything I do is for a better future without quirk. In the infirmary, Sakai smashed the phone against the wall. She sat on the hospital bed out of breath, crumpled up in her white lab coat and threw it on the ground. The ground is littered with cartons and wrapping paper, and several machines occupy the corridor. Quanyue saw this when he came in. Teacher. He pretended to be surprised, and carefully picked up the phone on the ground and handed it over. What happened? Sakai sorted out her expression. She took the cell phone that Quanyue handed over and said, where are you uncomfortable? The appearance of this official office seems like she doesn't want to be known about her own thoughts. Quanyue is not in a hurry. His eyes swept across several machines on the ground. With a good memory, Quanyue recognized these machines as one of the equipment that Sakai asked to move by himself that day. She moved these devices back to study, and she probably found some key clues. Advertisement. Sakai frowned and looked at the student in front of him, not planning to waste his time. The phone rang. Quanyue could barely see the calling company through the screen shattered into spider webs as medical equipment. This time, his original conjecture was confirmed. Sakai's face was not good at answering the phone. She was originally a woman who talked about the door, but she didn't expect that the rough voice on the phone would knock her off in one fell swoop. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, Sakai-sensei. I haven't finished speaking just now, why did you hang up? The other party grinned and said, money is not a problem, it's money. It's not a question of money. Sakai Taibai said coldly, it's a question of fate. The other party paused, and his tone became serious. Ms. Sakai can't say so nonsense, you don't have any evidence. Do you think you can sue us by dismantling a few machines? Sakai squeezed the phone to a creak. If you think that you can win the case, you can try it. The male voice relaxed. Sakai-sensei, it is not particularly difficult to get you to leave UA. Before the next ruthless sentence came out, Sakai was the first to crush the phone. The glass scum pierced the palm of her hand with blood. She threw the scum in the trash can, and silently cleaned the scum out of the palm with tweezers. Quanyue stepped forward, his hands gently covering the blood-stained wound of Sakai Taibai. Those fine wounds quickly shifted from the skin to the more superficial skin. As Sakai Taibai watched, one of her overly long nails was gently broken, and her mouth became uneven, but the palms of her hands were intact. Treatment Department Quirk. This is a quirk that can transfer injuries to other parts. If it is used in emergency and on-site rescue, I don't know how many tragedies can be avoided. After Sakai thanked Quanyue, he took out a blank paper and said, I am not in the mood to take an apprentice. If you want to learn about heroes of the therapy department, I will write a recommendation for you. Quanyue shook his head. He lowered his eyes, and the broken hair on his forehead looked awkwardly. I didn't come here for recommendation. Sakai put down the pen in his hand. As a disciple of the Therapeutic Heroes Therapy Girl, although the use of quirk is completely different from that of the real therapy department, she is the undisputed #1 in the hands-on link. It was precisely because of her fierce first aid technique that the treatment girl decided to put her under her command. After graduating from UA High School, Sakai Taibai did not immediately go to get the Vocational Heroes certificate, but chose to study at a first-class medical school in Daxia. With a similar anesthesia quirk and decisive and clean hand skills, Sakai Taibai went smoothly to work in a top hospital. Before entering UA High School as a school doctor, she was almost promoted to the director. Almost. I came to the teacher because of the death of Ms. Hayakawa, Quanyue said with a smile. I think the teacher needs the help of a treatment quirk. Sakai sneered and straightened his back. Even if I need help, I won't use a student. The treatment department without training will suffer casualties when helping others. Sakai dared to use a treatment department to participate in the incident. It is tantamount to kick her off the professional stage. Advertisement. But thinking about the accuracy of quirk that Quanyue showed just now, Sakai Taibai has a heartbeat. The quirk for transferring wounds has basically died out in Japanese circles since Izumizuki's disappeared. Even if there were, it would be difficult to reproduce the strength and original accuracy of Quanyue's quirk back then. I will recommend you to my teacher's treatment girl. Sakai folds the letter and handed it over, exhorting, you don't want to be involved in your affairs. To be reasonable, Yuzuki Inuichiro felt that this kind of case should not be classified into their ambitions for logistics work more than once. But the problem is that after the Japanese Heroes Society reformed 7 years ago, professional heroes integrated into more government agencies and private enterprises, the professional heroes' professional quirk is the main subdivision. It really can be attributed to theirs. Under its management, The difficulty of killing a person and rescuing a person is completely different. That's the problem. Fungno handed over a court certificate and a private letter from Anning Medical Equipment. It's impossible for Sakai Taibai to find a clue. For example, his new job. Kei's girl handed over a copy. Yes, they insist that Saotome's death was caused by an error in the chief's sword. She can appeal this case personally. As long as she has clues to turn over, she can prove her innocence. Yuzuki Inuichiro always has no way to deal with such public office issues. He made up his mind that the next time he was arguing with government officials, he must put back part of the specific management rights and responsibilities of each type of heroes. Saotome writer, Quirk is a fast memory, at the age of 16, a rising star in Japanese literature. His debut work swept the world and caused a craze for memories. He was hailed as the Shakespeare of Japan, died 6 months ago and died of a medical accident. The side chanted, "We have negotiated with various parties." Ms. Taibai Sakai rejected the trial result of the court at that time. After the appeal, the law upheld the original verdict. At this level, cases can basically not be resolved through ordinary litigation procedures. He simply threw a dozen thick papers on the table. I knew I would be a hero too. After all, as the supreme leader, in addition to the need to process documents during the peak period, ordinary people will naturally solve the trivial matters. Unless it is a difficult case like the Amamiya Hana case that the grassroots and middle decision-making levels cannot do, he will be required to act in person. Saotome writer, because of a sudden illness on the street, was rescued by professional heroes and sent to the hospital. Heroes received treatment here as Sakai Taibai, who specializes in first aid and works at the first hospital. Fungno found Yi from a lot of information in her hands. The copy that Tsuki Inuichiro needed, during the process of Saotome's medical treatment, Heroes, the occupation who rescued him, transferred all subsequent obligations to the hospital. This is a copy of the procedures. When the procedures are complete and the other party delegates authority, Saotome, it can be managed by Sakai Taibai. Punch villain with a fist, leave the aftermath to others, and feel more comfortable. In Honghu's Ambition headquarters, the office of Yuzuki Inuichiro was compared with the office areas downstairs that were too busy to rest. Sometimes, there were still a few days to breathe. I know, she is now a teacher in Ua High School. It is the Sakai family and the treatment girl who kept her out. Yuzuki Inuichiro calculated the various forces in this case, and asked, "Is the attitude of the first hospital still unchanged?" Yuzuki Inuichiro pressed his eyebrows, knowing that big trouble was coming. Chapter 310. Show your value. Of course, Yuzuki Inuichiro can't really let go of Honghu's ambition no matter what heroes he will be. It's always the same, do the investigation first, please go to UA to ask someone. Yuzuki Inuichiro's cell phone lit up, and he glanced at the text message, "No need," and turned it off helplessly. Had it not been for the existence of text messages, Yuzuki Inuichiro would have forgotten that he still had a nominal adopted daughter. Feng Nv went out to prepare relevant details. Yuzuki Inuichiro made a list of her weekly work and wrote yesterday's work report. In the remarks of the list he wrote a few weeks ago, it clearly stated, "Remember to pick up Quanyue from school." Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at it 3 or 4 times and was sure it was his own handwriting, but he couldn't remember why he wrote this article and even forgot what happened. It seems that this incident has been inserted into his life for no reason, and a certain part of the timetable is vacant, but its place has been reserved. Too weird. Yuzuki Inuichiro was puzzled. In fact, he didn't remember why he adopted Izumi. Take time to hand over Izumaki's custody to others. Yuzuki Inuichiro muttered in his heart. As the head of Honghu's ambitious family, having a so-called relative by his side will cause countless troubles. We must know that the right wave of Yaoi is not just the leader of a small organization. In addition to the old department of the past, he also shoulders the spiritual sustenance of those who don't know how many weak quirks and those without quirks. Similar to the idea that, seeing that we can do the same thing as a strong quirk without a quirk, is illustrated through the example of Yuzuki Inuichiro himself, and it is also one of the reasons why the government and the Heroes organization tolerate him to continue to grow the organization. The ambition of Honghu in the past is not that there has been no adoption of orphans, but it has never been said that the adopter or guardian is filled in as Yuzuki Inuichiro. Young master, the Wushin Go hit people again. An exclamation sounded crackling outside the door. Yuzuki Inuichiro put aside the transportation to and from school, and started Shikai's daily exercise of beating his subordinates again. A high school, grade A of grade 1 is also experiencing an extraordinary fitness activity. Teacher, it hurts, it hurts. Several male classmates screamed and rolled off the stage. In fact, some of them didn't suffer much damage. The main reason was that the teacher specifically picked up the painful place. Wherever it hurts, he hits it. Quanyue shrank his head silently, as if he had a halo of, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Other classmates scurry around like headless flies, and from time to time, one can see a certain student standing still and then frantically beating his classmates. In the last second, he called brother side by side, and in the next second, he knelt down and called his father. From the perspective of professional heroes, this is a despicable act of Shinso Hitoshi using quirk to manipulate students to carry out raids. The name of the teaching is, "Be vigilant at all times." Advertisement after Scar's Heroes just visited UA High School. Such a class is indeed of profound educational significance. Judging from the behavior of the students with bruised noses and swollen faces when they meet in the medical care room, the heart care teacher's love for the students has come true. The only person in the class who has not been beaten silently watched and said nothing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After waiting until the end of get out of class bell rang, a classmate called Quanyue's name behind, and Quanyue didn't say a word. Anyway, he is also a student who did not graduate from UA High School. We are very vigilant. Shinso Hitoshi sat on a high wall, looking at all of the students. His eyes finally fell on Quanyue. V=_= During the whole class, all students will inevitably communicate with their peers and discuss countermeasures together. Even the quirk-free Chitani Yunhai is actively participating in collective activities and striving to move towards the path of professional heroes. Only Quanyue, this child, he is like a drop of wind oil into the boiled water. It seems that he exists everywhere, and people can't find where he exists. He can fit into any group without any gaps, will not stand out or silently, properly and beneficially guide the whole situation along his own ideas. But once his companions were of no use to him, Quanyue could leave them alone again. This kind of person is extremely purposeful and doesn't care about anyone's opinions. If he sounds good, he may become an exquisite egoist. If he sounds bad, he lacks empathy. When Shinso Hitoshi told his worries to his master Aizawa, Aizawa laughed and said, A high school has all kinds of students. In this case, you can treat him as a weakened version of Bakugo Katsuki. The early Bakugo Katsuki, as a heroes, only pursued victory and did a lot of absurd things. When it comes to unscrupulous victory, the two seem to have something in common. I just think this kid is not just as simple as showing it. The feeling he gives me is very far. Shinso Hitoshi suspects that his description is wrong. Except for entrance exams, he has hardly used quirk anymore, and physical skills. Aizawa Shota is not surprising. The main reason is that he has been a teacher for too long. He really has seen any students. When the forest is big, every bird has been seen, and there will be no bird at all. After all, it's a quirk that is partial to the treatment system, although it is not impossible to fight. But he has to fight infinitely in the combat wind, and the number of battles is not so easy to correct. Aizawa Shota pointed. I heard that I have had a lot of contact with the school Dr. Sakai, so you can ask. Shinso Hitoshi got it. If it's as a healing heroes. As he walked, thinking about Quanyue's quirk development and future cultivation, he already had a rough shape in his mind. Advertisement in the school doctor's room, Sakai Taibai is healing students one by one. Her quirk has the effect of anesthesia, but it will not heal the wound faster, nor can it transfer the wound. At present, all students apply a little trauma medicine, wrap them up and register their name and student number before leaving. In the next few days, some of them need to come to the school infirmary to get topical medicine. And Izumi Moon was leaning against the wall, watching Sakai Taibai's movements. There were about 20 classmates who were beaten today, and 6 of them suffered a little heavier wound. Sakai Taibai took over so many students at once, and he was so busy. Quanyue spontaneously looked for several common medicines, bandages, and iodine to help people with minor injuries. A person can only get an opportunity when he shows his value. With simple bruises and sprains, Quanyue takes care of the wounds directly. For slightly heavier wounds, he uses his quirk to transfer the wound to the surface, and then assist with medicine. The intensity used by quirk is very cleverly controlled. It will not allow the damage to remain deep in the patient's body, and it will not take effect immediately. Great, is it possible that we can fight as much as we want in the future? A boy's face was full of desire to fight, with Quanyue there. My mother never knows that I fight anymore. Quanyue slapped him on his wound, making people scream. All the students in the room laughed. Quanyue said, the wound that has been transferred to the surface is also terrifying to look at. I didn't transfer the wound to another place. It was you who suffered. It's just that the injured area is slightly changed to reduce the damage to the important parts. If it is Quanyue's original quirk, injury replacement, it can make these classmates feel alive and energetic in an instant, and feel good enough to be able to fight against the teacher for 300 rounds. The price is that Quanyue himself endures the pain of injury. No need. Don't touch the water these days. There will be no scars on the surface. Quanyue knocked off the male student's hand again. His tone really sounded like a healing hero's. The next day, Sakai Taibai gave Quanyue a thick file. Chapter 311 An Orange Tragedy. The writer Saotome suffered from mild asthma during her lifetime. She was severely allergic to eating allergies that day, and her respiratory tract was blocked. She was sent to the first hospital for medical treatment. She suffered a sudden rash on the whole body on the day she was discharged and died of suffocation. Angry book friends and fans almost staged an unarmed dismantling of the hospital. They do not believe in the adverse postoperative reactions that the hospital said, and feel that the possibility of sudden adverse reactions only a week later is too small. Until the chief surgeon Sakai Taibai was pushed to the front of the stage. The dust settled. The information Quanyue obtained was the legal documents used to characterize the entire case, the patient's medical history, and the autopsy report provided by the hospital. Sakai Taibai is a very simple person. Once she has made up her mind, she will have to finish it after the fire. She said to Quanyue, if you want to quit, just come and tell me. Quanyue closed the information and grinned. Why? I wish I could start practicing sooner. At first, Quanyue thought it would be a practical type of hero's affairs. Unexpectedly, the contact was made for redress. If this matter is not won, then it cannot be regarded as a hero's event. From a social point of view, heroes' activities have so far been limited to rescue and combat. At the level that can be protected by the law, there is very little support for heroes' affairs at the legal level. I have contacted Honghu's ambitious people. They agreed to provide me with a certain amount of legal aid. Sakai Taibai ridiculed himself. Apart from Quirk and Fist, this is the only assistance I can find. Quanyue came over today to help organize the medicine cabinet. He tidied up and said, "Teacher, don't be so pessimistic." Sakai Taibai said, "This is a fact. If the Japanese authorities allow everyone to use the quirk freely, Sakai will probably choose to study in the preparatory course of medical college instead of traveling all the way to UA High School to worship under the treatment girl and become her disciple. Her quirk is actually not suitable to be a therapy heroes. It was only because she wanted to be a healing heroes that she became a healing heroes." Quanyue didn't know how to comfort her for a while, but he still said, "The heroes of the teacher can become a rare therapy department. The heroes themselves are very good." Sakai sneered. She tied her hair up with a pen and asked, "What about you? I heard yesterday that your teacher asked you about your future trends. Some students have distinct attributes. At the beginning of school, he has set his own future direction. With the development of the times, the all-round heroes in mixed directions are no longer realistic. What society needs more is the professional heroes in a certain direction. Some people even speculate that the enrollment of professional heroes will be expanded in the next 5 years. Quanyue's quirk is obviously the treatment department, and from the point of view of the direction of use, he is very suitable for the direction of emergency treatment, and in the future 80% will be a steamed bun. You only need to pass the certificate safely in the future. Major hospitals, government agencies, and upper middle level offices all require you to go. Not only do you go, but you will also spend money to continue training you." Sakai Taibai said in detail about where the treatment department went. "Literally, it is an iron rice bowl." Quanyue smiled, nothing. He really wanted to be a healer heroes before, but after realizing that the healer couldn't satisfy his wish, he took another path. Advertisement. He needs to become stronger in every sense. Sakai needs his quirk and ability to do something, and he needs to use Sakai's things to get an opportunity to push. The Villain Alliance has already begun to act. Scar's heroes Enos cannot lag behind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tai Sakai didn't speak much in the vernacular, and took Quanyue directly to visit a patient who helped her collect information. It was an old man in his 60s. He was lying on a hospital bed in a small clinic with several black needles on the back of his hand. One of the hanging bottles was already empty. Seeing Sakai Taibai, he raised his eyes laboriously, and the corners of his mouth reluctantly pulled out an angle, squeaking and croaking what he wanted to say. There was no complete sentence. Sakai leaned down and listened to the old man's words, without any irritability. There was a rare maternity on her face. Quanyue never thought that the words tenderness would appear on her. Until this moment, Quanyue felt that she was like a doctor. After Sakai Taibai asked the old man about his illness, he drew half a tube of blood, took some hair and skin tissue and took it away. She asked Quanyue, "Can your quirk achieve this level of bacteria?" Quanyue felt that this woman had a huge misunderstanding of her quirk. If he can convert bacteria or genes, then this quirk can already tamper with the world. Sakai sighed regretfully, and put the things he got today in Quanyue's hands with the bag. "Go back and ask your dad for help, and say it was my request." Quanyue was silly. "Wait," he pointed to himself, puzzled, "my dad?" Sakai said, "Of course. Your student profile says it. You don't think I really just fancy your quirk?" Quanyue took a deep breath, quietly comforting her emotions. This dirty adult world. He wanted to go back and beat Yuzuki Inuichiro. Unfortunately, Quanyue still remembers that in order to protect the secret, he committed the amnesia of Yuzuki Inuichiro. When he came to the headquarters of Honghu Jij with a leave request form and a series of things, he received 3 consecutive questions from the foggy dog running at night. "Did you skip class? You played truant? You dropped out?" Quanyue glared at him indifferently, and went directly to the highest level to find Yuzuki Inuichiro. Before going up, he ordered 2 oranges from the fruit section of the cafeteria. The Wushan dog was tweeting, "Why did you come back? Did someone bully you? Did Tang Zi not help you beat people? Did you feel too embarrassed to come back after the exam?" Wait until he sees that Quanyue's goal is Yuzuki Inuichiro's office. Suddenly hissed and ran away dingy. Advertisement. Before leaving, he shouted, "The Villain Alliance seems to have been moving recently." In the office, Yuzuki Inuichiro listened to the wolf howling saying, "Villain Alliance is moving," and wondered if there was too little work for Wu Tiangu. Why is he still in the mood to go to his office door to show off what he did today? Dong dong dong. Someone knocks on the door. Yuzuki Inuichiro would like to see how Wu Xiangu is so idle, he said. "Get in." Quanyue retracted his feet and opened the door silently. He stepped forward and looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro, and didn't start with a guilty conscience. The person he least wants to see now is Yuzuki Inuichiro. In view of the fact that straight men really can't figure out their thinking, Yuzuki Inuichiro asked his assistant Funno, "If a girl gives you food, what does it mean?" Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the 2 oranges in a daze. He felt like he hadn't said anything wrong, but judging from Quanyue's expression, he seemed to have done something wrong. Yuzuki Inuichiro cautiously poked the orange with a pen, and after confirming that it was not a bomb, he held it in his hand and looked at it again. He took 2 oranges out of his pocket, put them on the table, and walked straight away. Quanyue put the things on his desk and said, "Ms. Sakai asked me to bring them here. She said there were people around her and she couldn't get away." Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't understand it very well. He just had to hand it over to the researchers under Honghu Aspiration. He is just acting as a statement and needs to let Tieback Sakai and other related organizations know. "I am in charge of this matter." The bag contained blood, skin tissue, hair, etc. from the patient's body. Each one is packed in a sealed bag, and the label is carefully labeled and the function and the required test experiment are written. Quanyue gives you oranges because of family affection and gratitude. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Yuzuki Inuichiro shook his hands and wrote his name as Izumi Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro lost his pen and was in a mess. He opened the famous Bihu website and asked the majority of netizens for help. Okay, I see. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at Quanyue in front of him, feeling uncomfortable in his heart, and brought up another topic. I'm sorry that day, I'm giving things away. I didn't expect that male student would call you loudly. In Japan, it is common to send a bento with love. If you give oranges, you can barely understand it as dessert. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked back at Quanyue's appearance and figure and slapped himself. Calm down, Inuichiro, a minor, a minor. Quanyue rolled his eyes, and no longer wanted to talk to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro put down his pen and thought of what he said before opening the door. He was embarrassed to cough twice. Why are you here? Did something happen to school? The door closed. Feng Nu stared at the two oranges, without thinking, like it. Chapter 312. After Feng Nu was pushed to this strange question inexplicably, she directly mocked her young master. Young master, why didn't I find that you were so narcissistic before? Yuzuki Inuichiro continues to work, he doesn't want to say anything now. The netizens' concerns are all on the ghost father. Everyone also talked about the cultivation, and some people even gave comments from the following, even after the group of demons danced unsightly. After reading it, Yuzuki Inuichiro vowed never to believe any opinions given by sand sculpture netizens. As a result, the next day he encountered a cordial greeting from Wu Xianggu. Ha 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 ha, young master, don't you mean that Daxia is a father when giving away oranges? What kind of love? Wu Tiangu was beaten severely by his own young master. Before Yuzuki Inichiro could catch his breath, Xing Yuan called and gave an instructive instruction. Young master, although you are not young, how can you find a minor to start? Yuzuki Inuichiro said numbly. I am not, don't talk nonsense. He is so tired that he just wants to work. Yuzuki Inuichiro, who didn't want to get along with anyone, listened to the ha 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 laugh of the foggy dog in the corridor, and then gazed at the orange on the table aggrievedly, and then continued the liver file. At first glance, he thought it was love. It's okay, young master. Wu Tiangu vowed. I use today's 10 consecutive SSR European Emperor attributes to guarantee that you will be single within 10 years. Roll. Honghu's ambition was full of merciless ridicule at the young master Yuzuki Inuichiro, and the tense working atmosphere was more cheerful. No one felt that Quanyue would have any negative distance feelings towards the young master. Quanyue didn't think so. He is still mainly concerned about Sakai's matters. Honghu's ambition will help us file a lawsuit in a week. Sakai Taiba asked. It may be a long time. I want to ask you to take care of the patient. Planning to review. Quanyue thought it was a bit familiar. Refer to the case of Amamiya Flower. This way of safeguarding legal rights through legal means requires a long time and a lot of energy, and it is very unlikely to succeed. Advertisement. It's impossible for Sakai Taibai to be unclear, but she still seemed very relaxed, and said, I have been looking for other evidence for the past 6 months. That patient. If he is better, I would have invited him to be a witness. From the visit yesterday, it was not easy for the old man to get out of bed. Subsequently, the court may send someone to find him to make a transcript. Sakai Taibai handed a printed copy to Quanyue. If someone comes to look for, you can show him the medical history of the old man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue doesn't know much about diseases. He turned it twice and saw only one familiar label, Medical Device Company. The next few pages focused on the overstandard values of the treatment devices used by the elderly in several major hospitals. After this data, there are detailed records of the patient's cell number mutations and abnormal aberrations within 1 week before and after use. The source of the record is the National Inspection Bureau, and the source of the test is very reliable. So far, the intentions and dedication shown in this information alone prove Sakai's intentions. Do I need to do anything else? Taibai Sakai thought about it, and said, the heart trouble teacher mentioned to me, even if it is to help me do similar heroes activities, even if I can help you prove it in the end. But you are still a student, and you still have to hand in your homework. The homework is still to be handed in. Quanyue swears that he didn't mean it. He was allowed to take care of patients after school every day, and did not have to go to evening study. After Sakai Taibai arranged the characters for him, he was out of sight. Except for saying hello to Quanyue before get out of class ends on Friday, I have never seen anyone again. On the way out of school, Tang Zi naturally heard about Quanyue's affairs, and smiled. Maybe the teacher is really busy. I really envy you. I knew I would also inquire. Tang Zi Tianren received an A evaluation for 2 courses this week, and was evaluated as an excellent student by many students. For comparison, it is roughly equal to the combat power of this Bakugo Katsuki. Key words can be viewed: explosion, powerful, strong attack. Fortunately, Tang Zi is naturally not the wicked face of Bakugo Katsuki that blows up at one point, otherwise Quanyue would never agree to this girl to visit the patient with him. Quite a little, the old man is still taking a nap at this time. Quanyue hissed and gently opened the door. Taibak Sakai subsidized nearly 3/4 of the old man's medical expenses. He also specially prepared a double ward for him, and hired a daily fixed-point care worker to take care of his daily life. What Quanyue does is to record his medical condition and use his quirk to stabilize the elderly's condition in unexpected situations. Quanyue gently opened the blocking door curtain and was taken aback for a moment. The bed was empty, the quilts were folded into tofu blocks, and the pillow covers were replaced with new ones. The personal belongings of the old man on the bedside table are gone. The nurse walked by pushing the trolley, knocked on the door, and looked up at the number plate. Are you the family of the 0765 bed? The old man's bed is 0765. Advertisement. Quanyue stepped forward, a little nervous. Excuse me, how is his situation now? The nurse was a little sorry. He left this morning. He has a bad feeling. Hey, Quanyue, do you think someone wants that? Tangzi naturally murmured. She had seen too much darkness since she was a child, and her first reaction was also towards bad places. Miss Sakai, calm down. The other person wiped cold sweat and persuaded, if you commit another offense, the license will be completely revoked. Sakai Taibai threw the confetti into the trash can, took a deep breath, and his muscles tightened. She is like a lion charged with hair. The light in her eyes is so bright that it is difficult to look directly at her. Then we will come again next time. Conspiracy theories quickly flashed through Quanyue's mind. In just a few seconds, he had already listed countless ways of death besides poisoning, quirk hunting, and strangulation. He filtered all the forces related to the elderly, and when he was about to target medical equipment, his reason asked him, what did he look like when he left? The old man was in constant pain before, but he was very peaceful when he left. Sakai Taibai sneered, is the plaintiff right? She tore up the photocopies in her hand bit by bit, and no one could stop her. Secondly, you are not a user of medical devices, nor are you a staff member of a hospital. All the evidence you provide is not persuasive, and your position is not sufficient to prove the fact that medical devices are harmful. The court receptionist gave his own opinion. If you can accept it, it is recommended that a patient with cytopathic changes after direct use of medical devices be used as the plaintiff. I'll talk to Mrs. Sakai. Quanyue took out his mobile phone and told Tangzi Tianren, can you help me ask, what is the progress of Mrs. Sakai's application in Honghu's ambition? Quanyue said, no, he has seen many deaths, and he can naturally tell whether someone deliberately murdered or died naturally. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. There is no shortage of good things to think in another direction. She went out of the court gate and was the first to call Quanyue, saying, I need your quirk. Drank a bowl of porridge and said one wanted to sleep, so I lay down and went. The nurse couldn't help but talk. I walked peacefully without any pain. After Quanyue saw the old man's body, he signed in silence. He packed up the things of the old man and sat quietly with Tangzi Tian in the small garden of the clinic. Taibai Sakai, I'm very sorry, your application for retrial was not passed. The court receptionist explained patiently. First of all, do you think the cause of death of Sao Tome writer is due to the medical device treatment failure and the pathological changes caused by harmful substances? But you take it. The evidence presented is not sufficient to prove that Sao Tome herself died of the disease caused by the medical device. All your evidence can only prove that the medical device has a suspected effect on other patients. I am very sorry for the insufficient proof. When a person reaches his age, he only realizes how happy it is to pass away peacefully after he has experienced illness. Outside the court, a dismissed document was delivered to Sakai Taibai and the waiting members of Honghu's ambition. Chapter 313. The quirk written on Quanyue's file is wound move. In a literal sense, the prerequisite for quirk is to have a wound. Only then can the wound be transferred to other parts. The target of the fake facility exhibition quirk is a person who has no wounds, and quirk does not have any effect. Only if the opponent is injured first, quirk can play. Ms. Sakai, you. Quanyue considered the language and said, you are too risky, and leave it to me. Sakai Taibai slapped Quanyue on the chair. She was still looking unruly, her hair was loose and her eyes were red. No, you can. She picked up one side of the sling and pierced her hand. The pinhole surged out. If you can't do it, I can practice with you. As long as you can guarantee it, 3 days. Quanyue pressed his temples to calm himself down. He called Sakai Taibai and told him that the old patient had passed away. As the only patient willing to attend to testify, the death of the old man cast a haze over the entire case. Have you heard that a child can grasp a direction of every capillary in 3 days? Quanyue has learned the basics, but it doesn't prove that he knows such things well. He is as knowledgeable as an old Huxia medicine doctor. You ask him to tell the location of the main blood vessels, he is absolutely fine. But you carefully study how many capillaries there are on your neck, and how each minute bifurcation goes. Quanyue thinks it's better to use quirk directly. Sakai Taibai looked at him, just watching. Half of her face was submerged in the darkness, and the light and shadow of the blinds split her face into pieces, and some distorted light became mysterious and unpredictable. I am too embarrassed for you, she said so, stood up and opened the door. After all, you are just a student. Quanyue stood still, feeling that he was in a dilemma. He could be very clear that Sakai's hands were clean and tidy. They were hands that had never killed anyone. These hands have saved hundreds of lives. As an undead, Quanyue can clearly feel the emotions conveyed on his hands, like countless thoughts entwined on them, grateful, sad, moving. Except that there is no hatred. Advertisement. He felt that he was caught in a new trap. Ms. Sakai. Suppose I don't help you. Do you still insist on doing this? Quanyue asked. You should know that people are dead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sakai hooked up and smiled. Even if you don't help me, I will find someone to do it myself. But the cycle is too long and I am afraid that the plan will not keep up with the changes. Izumizuki, you happen to appear when I need people most. Teacher, what happened to Saotome is not right. Quanyue thinks from his own perspective. If he encounters such a thing, it should be to kill the direct murderer who caused Saotome's death. What he has to do is to announce the truth, not to save justice. If there is no evidence, just create evidence. Sakai Taibai asked one last time, are you helping or not? Quanyue took a deep breath and nodded. Only this time, he was a little hesitant and puzzled. Ms. Sakai, have you really thought about it? The next day, Quanyue took the needle from Mrs. Sakai. He looked for blood vessels on it and asked again. The cold needle touched Sakai Taibai's arm, and the cyan blood vessels tightened. Sakai Taibai's face was calm, and she said, there is so much nonsense. Quanyue heard the words and slowly pushed the needle into it. He injected the grape yellow liquid into Sakai Taibai's body at a constant speed. Ms. Sakai, don't open your quirk. Sakai's quirk, anesthesia, can not only anesthetize others, but also perform local anesthesia on yourself. Although it can reduce the patient's pain to a great extent, it is difficult to judge whether the power of the two quirks will conflict and cause adverse reactions when the quirk is implemented. Quanyue clasped Sakai's hand, pulled out the needle, and activated the quirk open black lens bracket wound transfer close black lens bracket. His fingers began to turn white, and the tiny blood vessels slowly opened in his memory. In the past, all his quirks depended on the naked eye to judge progress. In many cases, Quanyue only needs to remember a general body route to cause irreparable damage to the human body. But now, he has taken up a long-lost job in the treatment department, and needs to carefully advance through the blood vessels of Sakai Taibai. However, if the injection is not a laser needle, but an ultraviolet light needle, then the bacteria will gradually change into a kind of flock, blocking the blood vessels in the human body to cause unpredictable lesions. Ms. Sakai, now the wound has entered the blood vessel you specified. Quanyue backhanded Taibai's uncontrollable hand back. Advertisement Quanyue looked at her quietly and said, Ms. Sakai. This was what Sakai asked. She gasped, her eyelashes were already covered with sweat. Quanyue let go of her hand silently, and was yelled at before she could speak. It won't hold up, it will die. He couldn't see where the liquid he had just injected had blended into. In theory, Quanyue's quirk can do this. Transfer the external wound to the internal. If a person just scratches his skin is not terrible, it will eventually heal. But when the wound was moved to the bone through the quirk, there was an extra scratch on his bone, and the final damage was unimaginable. Quanyue is transferring the pinhole from Sakai Taibai to her body. He also couldn't see where the tiny particles of white blood cells, red blood cells, and germs in the blood vessels had gone. What did you stop for? Go on, Sakai Taibai said. Didn't you memorize it yesterday? Can't you memorize it? Blood vessel diagram, wound diagram. She grabbed Quanyue's hand and forced him to come back, go on. The medical condition is written casually by me. According to Sakai's wishes, what he had just injected was a germ. This new age bacteria will cause low-grade fever and vomiting after entering the human body. It is not difficult to be cured in the early stage, as long as 3 weeks of laser acupuncture are required. This kind of disease is very common in the Quirk Society, and the price of laser needles is also cheap, around 50 yuan for a needle, including medical insurance. It can be cured by 15 yuan a week. In severe cases, acute onset of respiratory difficulties, symptoms similar to allergic attacks and asthma attacks, severe cases of death on the spot. Light people are dizzy, muscles dissolve and the whole body is weak. Over time, the bones gradually loosen and eventually lead to paralysis. But the pinhole on Sakai Taibai's arm shrank into her body in a strange manner. Sakai groaned, she kicked the chair hard, clutching the book in her hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The initial symptoms of the disease were judged as difficulty breathing, vomiting, and rash all over the body. Whether in the lungs, or internal organs, a single pinhole can cause countless diseases. Chapter 314 Old Ancestor and Quanyue. It took 3 days for Sakai and Quanyue to inject the medicine and send the wound to the depths of the body until it was confirmed that the germs had begun to show off. On the night after the injection, Sakai started to develop a low-grade fever. She endured vomiting and asked Quanyue to draw her blood, the simplest test, and allergic reactions. The medical rooms of these things have the most basic equipment, and Quanyue is not a pure layman, it is easy to get started. During this time, Sakai Taibai became more irritable due to illness. She often muttered to herself in the medical room with a dumb throat, and a smell of alcohol exuded from all over her body. Whenever a headache strikes, she hits the wall with her head one at a time. When Quanyue offered to treat her injuries, she refused and said, "This is evidence." Quanyue felt that she was a little abnormal. At this moment, he suddenly regretted injecting germs into this woman. He should have understood that Taibak Sakai has been crazy since she was a student, and it is difficult for this woman to evaluate her from a normal perspective. He even thought about whether to use his own way to clean out the germs in Sakai Taibak's body. It's really painful to be sick, it's too painful. Sakai Taibai lay down on the table and write a fake note, she muttered. It feels like I'm always running for the 800-meter final sprint. Ms. Sakai, you can drink more hot water. Are you owed? Quanyue? They chatted briefly, and Mr. Sakai couldn't wait to kick Quanyue out. She is really an excessive woman. She throws it away when she uses it up. She still mutters, I know you didn't write your homework. Quanyue touched his nose and looked at Sakai Taibai's mental energy and thought that the scene of fighting the germ was an illusion. Ms. Sakai, Mrs. Sakai. Quanyue knocked on the door and shouted 3 or 4 times, and was finally caught by Shinso Hitoshi, who rushed over to educate him. After he finally finished writing all the assignments and homework left in these days, and by the way, he listened to the teachings of his heart-stricken teacher. He was arrested by Tang Zi Tianren, Shigu Yunhai and others to go to the 100 Regiment battles. A group of people were lively, going around the exhibition in the playground noisily. Ah, this club, I know that Todoroki Heroes is good at making soba noodles. The head of Honghu's ambition was previously a volunteer. Let's join this. Quanyue, which one are you going to? The clubs in the business department are all good, and their club school also allows small shops in the sports games. Izumi took part once 7 years ago, but at that time he was arrested by the Russian Sakai Taibai before he decided which club he wanted to join, and he was forced to become the second member of the First Aid Association. Because of this, he became logistics staff for the games. Recalling everything, it seemed to be close to my eyes. Huh? Izumizuki schoolgirl. Hidechi Saruda ate the small octopus balls and asked, have you decided what club you want to join? Yeah, First Aid Association, Quanyue said casually. Advertisement. Hidechi Saruda was thinking hard, but he didn't think that UA High School had this association, and smiled bitterly. There is such an association? Quanyue knew it was exposed, and said with a sneer, I heard people say that it was there before. Hidechi Saruda has an unforgettable quirk. He passed it through his mind 2 or 3 times and shook his head. No, I helped organize the organization information. I have never heard of any First Aid Association in the past 10 years. Medical Association. There are almost none in UA. You are talking about the First Aid Science Public Welfare course among volunteers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But back then, Quanyue did remember that he was dragged into the First Aid Club. The person who received him at that time was Sakai Taibai, and the teacher of the club was a healing girl. Assuming that our school recruits more therapy students, then we can support this kind of club. Hideyoshi Saruda regretted, but you know, there are really not many therapeutic departments that can come in handy now. Now I can get the treatment. The Heroes certificate holders are all the same as Mr. Sakai, but they use the quirk for medical treatment. It's not so rare. Quanyue retorted, no matter how you say it, it's just a kind of quirk. In his age, although he knew that the treatment department quirk belonged to the small and medium analogy of the big category quirk, it had not yet developed to an exaggeration, to the point. Hidechi Saruda smiled bitterly. In the past 2 years, judging from the census rate, there are actually a lot of treatment departments under 5 years old. However, there are very few who live to grow up, and not everyone is a treatment girl. The pure treatment department is almost the same. It's lonely. Tang Zi Tianren also interrupted. Pure treatment quirk has a nickname in the past few years, quirk dying early. Healing. The proportion of pure healing quirks and heroes is not a decrease, but it is also a change in conformity with the trend of the times. If it is the same as 10 years ago, and it is the first to get stuck on the quirk, there will be no treatment for the heroes branch of heroes for a long time now. Therapy is the mystery of premature death, the third of the top 10 contemporary mysteries. Haha. Do you believe it was a summary on the internet? Several people clamored and quarreled instantly. Quanyue walked to the end of the team alone, and quietly came to the school infirmary while everyone was not paying attention. A handwritten notice was pasted at the entrance of the school infirmary. To the effect, the school doctor asked for sick leave and was not at school this week. Quanyue put his hand on the doorknob, a small current flowed through, and the door opened in response. In the room, the quilt was neatly folded, and there was no paper left on the desktop. The medicine cabinet was locked, and there were no flowers in the vase. A thin line of sky. Quanyue locked the door, and the world in front of him quickly twisted. Then half of the school doctor's room was cut off, revealing a small Japanese-style courtyard. In the courtyard, the ancestors dressed in yori are making a cup of tea. He is unclear, and only makes people feel gentle. You have been a lot slower recently. His temperament is in the same line as the Quanyue family, and he is even more noble and decisive than everyone else. Compared to the last time we met, Quanyue felt that his power was stronger. Quanyue stood on the spot warily and said, what are you looking for? I just heard some wind. The old ancestor gave Quanyue tea. Sit. The scent filled the narrow space. Quanyue took the tea, took a sip, and said, I'm cooperating with Villain Alliance. Well, it's good. The ancestor didn't criticize this incident too much, but laughed out loud. Xiao Yi, you are much more generous than I thought. Advertisement. Quanyue thinks this is ironic. Judging from his knowledge of the ancestors, there is something to be said. Sure enough, the ancestor asked gently, is the Villain Alliance of AFO you are cooperating with? Or is the Villain Alliance of the Dead Handle Wooden Crane? Or the Villain Alliance of Izumizuki Nagasaki? AFO has always wanted to visit the cemetery. Old ancestor, you said I invited him to see the ancestral cemetery? Or is it my Quanyue cemetery? Quanyue joked, old ancestors, times have changed. Being ridiculed in this way, the ancestors were not angry. He said, AFO is still the AFO of the year. Quanyue was too lazy to continue wrangling. He said to his ancestors, old ancestors, you are already dead. Don't talk about walking in the world, you can't even get a suitable body. I am Quanyue who is doing things for the Quanyue family, and I am also the one who gave the order. Quanyue put the tea down and said, I will achieve my goals in my own way. With a smile on his face, The ancestor filled himself with tea and splashed it on Quanyue's face. Quanyue sat with a face full of water, his eyebrows drooped, his fists clenched silently. The hot water fell from the tip of his hair into his collarbone, and his upper body was already stained with water. The ancestor refilled himself with another cup, took a sip and stood up. He poured the glass of water from Quanyue's head. The stretched tea leaves covered Quanyue's body with the slightly bitter tea. The place where the tea touched was like the place where a spark went, revealing the grayish white after being burned. Under the gray and white is a rotten corpse with scars. Xiao Yi. The old ancestor squatted gently in front of Quanyue, holding the child's cheek with his hand. His eyes were all about the elder's love for the younger generation. No one has taught you. What is respect for the elders? Quanyue looked at him indifferently. Even if his cheekbones were pinched to pieces by his ancestors, there was no change in the composition of his eyes. Old ancestor, you are already dead. Quanyue repeated. I am the executor of the Quanyue family. The ancestor smiled gently. Yes. He let go of Quanyue's face, took a step back, and offered his own terms. After a month, I don't want to see OFA. The current progress is far from meeting the psychological expectations of the ancestors, and he eagerly hopes that OFA will disappear. Not simply killing Midoriya Izuku, but making OFA disappear forever. If Xiao Yi can't do it, I will be very sad, the old ancestor said pityingly. When the time comes, I want to ask your two grandfathers to speak. How about? Chapter 315 The Situation of Sakai Taibai. I don't kill innocent people. Quanyue made his own choice. I will let him lose OFA. The ancestor did not nod, but returned to his seat. As the space twisted, Quanyue fell onto the swivel chair. There are still wet tea stalks on his head, his coat is soaked, and the whole person outlines a kind of non-existent line. Remember what you said today. The old ancestor returned to his original elegant posture. I look forward to that day. The light outside the window suddenly cut the entire room in half, and Quanyue was swallowed by the sudden darkness, waiting. When his eyes lit up again, the infirmary was the same as before. Only the fragments of tea stalks in his hair proved the argument just now. Quanyue wiped his face with his sleeve and found a clean towel in the infirmary to wipe his face. He tidied up his face a bit, saw himself reflected on the windowpane, and muttered, Quirk, it's better to disappear. From the day the Quirk appeared in the human world, it was an opportunity for a surge in crime. Human kindness is not omnipotent. Never use power to test the bottom line of mankind. It is as if no one had expected the existence of a hell on Earth like Auschwitz before World War II, as if people could not imagine the Hiroshima atomic bomb before the era of thermal weapons. Putting hopes on the conscience of mankind is itself a stupid thing. The extreme personal force that appeared in the Quirk era, from the original AFO to today's OFA, essentially used personal violence to suppress more social violence. Although there is a short-term peace, what will happen afterwards? If you divide for a long time, you must be together, and if you are together for a long time, you must divide. The hope of social stability is placed on people with strong personal heroes, such as professional heroes' idiotic dreams. Quanyue took a deep breath and looked at his shadow in the glass window. There was a 15-year-old self there, covered with scars and hatred in his eyes, and said word by word, let the Quirk disappear. In the past 7 years, he has picked up countless people who used Quirk to escape their crimes. He saw the law that could not keep up with the progress of society and stayed in place. He saw that the victims had nowhere to complain because of Quirk's prejudice and Quirk was out of control. He also saw countless people like him who finally went astray because of Quirk. What he saw was the power that Quirk gave to people, those who had the power to trample on others unscrupulously. Destroy this Quirk society and reshape a Quirk-free era. Quanyue closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the 15-year-old shadow on the glass window had disappeared. He washed the towels and put them on the shelf, packed them up and walked out the door. Before walking through the corridor, he saw Shinso Hitoshi walking towards him anxiously. He saw Quanyue, his eyes lit up, his face was worried and anxious. Quanyue. Shinso Hitoshi asked, you stayed with Sakai-sensei the other day, right? Quanyue nodded. Before he could explain the situation, Shinso Hitoshi hugged him, and as soon as the belt in his hand came out, the two jumped directly from the 3rd floor. There is already a car waiting for them with the door open downstairs. Things may be worse than Quanyue expected. He poked his head out and asked, what's wrong with Sakai-sensei? Shinso Hitoshi sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. She is ill. Advertisement. A group of people gathered at the door of the ward of the first hospital, and they seemed to be ditching the Chu River. Wushingu took a few people with him, playing a game for 20 consecutive draws, and he was a non-chief. With a scream, he lost his mood of play, and the whole person seemed to be a dead dog. The other person was wearing a black suit. His face was darker than the suit, and the one in the lead was racking his brains to walk around the foggy Tengu. He squatted down and held his breath to prepare a catwaist to approach the ward. Wushingu raised his foot and stepped on this door, then raised the stall and said, huh? Drill? The black suit gritted his teeth and got up with a little face. Like a dog looking for bones, he turned around twice to please Wang Ji. Brother, can't you be my brother? Isn't that a trivial matter? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Small, what's the small? I still buy the big one. Seeing that his subordinates helped him charge the game currency, Wu Tiangu's interest came again, and he took his mobile phone and sat on the door directly. Is the team going black? In fact, he is not all right, mainly because the foggy Tengu stays in the headquarters and demolishes the house. Yuzuki Inuichiro racks his brain every day to send him to the group. Except for the department led by Wu Tiangu, every group and department disliked him. After all, fighting ability is about equal to the ability to tear down the house. Counting and counting, it turns out that it is the most economical to go out to the town venues. When Yuzuki Inuichiro finished the conference call about the bombing of the 5th-floor office area by the Blasting King, he went directly to the first hospital and saw the Foggy Dog being 5 killed in the game. If it wasn't for his little brother to drag the Wushingu's clothes to prevent him from going to the real 5 kill, it is estimated that the emergency department of the hospital would be busy. Did the doctor see it? Yuzuki Inuichiro hurriedly asked. What's the situation with Mr. Sakai now? Wushingu naturally said, huh? The report was given to you electronically. The doctor who followed up looked a bit suspicious and I didn't let it in. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't know what to say for a while. But there is nothing wrong with being cautious. He checked the information twice, and felt that most of him did not understand that he would need to transfer a professional doctor from the headquarters. Now I am planning a transfer for Sakai. The first hospital and Mr. Sakai are a bit conflicted. It's not easy to do things here. Hey, I think so too. Wushingu Gang was abused by people again, and roared angrily. The woman is unwilling, she meant to engage in the first hospital. Yuzuki Inichiro's gaze turned around on the black suits, and he went to the doctor who led Sakai to kill him in the ward alone. Sakai Taibai's face was covered with red rashes, and it looked like a big strawberry mouth that was swollen. Dry and chapped lips covered with white dead skin. She leaned on the hospital bed for an infusion, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she looked calm and indifferent. When she saw Yuzuki Inichiro and the doctor come in, she nodded and greeted them. The situation is very bad. The doctor re-measured Sakai's body temperature. Physical cooling has no effect now. In addition to the previous treatment, he paused and closed his mouth. Sakai Taibai was very comfortable. It has deteriorated, right, I know. Mr. Yuzuki, help me keep the records, this is all evidence of my lawsuit. Teacher Sakai. Yuzuki Inuichiro did not approve of Sakai Taibai's adoption of this method, and while persuading him to collect the information, Honghu has the right to refuse your legal aid application this time. This is not a hero's affair, but a personal act of Sakai Teishiro. Honghu's ambition has every justifiable reason to refuse to deal with Sakai's personal behavior. Advertisement Sakai Taibai cared about this at all. She coughed twice and said, huh? It doesn't matter, but it's a longer or shorter period of illness. Yuzuki Inuichiro was so angry that his temple jumped up. He really hates this kind of self-assertive professional heroes, arbitrarily not knowing how much trouble it will bring to the aftermath organization of Honghu Aspiration. From a personal perspective, he might admire Sakai's desperate attitude and determination, but from the perspective of an organization's leader, this is a waste of inherent social resources and human services. Yuzuki Inichiro asked Sakai Taibai, have you never thought about it, can't you win it yourself? If Sakai Taibai did not win this lawsuit, she would have to overdraft hundreds of thousands of treatment fees in her current physical condition, and waste a year and a half, career. There will be a long period of blank space and hospital beds in her life. Mr. Yui, there is nothing in the world where you don't need to pay a price. Sakai Taibai exhaled. She looked at the person at the door and muttered softly, I am also very impulsive. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't know what to say. He looked at the entire case in its entirety, and Sakai's purpose was to eliminate and knock down fake and inferior medical device products. Because those unqualified medical devices have been put into product use, tens of thousands of patients will use those unqualified fake and inferior products in various hospitals every year. And the hospital acquiesces to this behavior because the longer the illness is treated, the more money will be made. You will regret it. Yuzuki Inuichiro covered his face and said, you naive professional heroes. There was a commotion at the door, and Quanyue and Shinso Hitoshi rushed to the door of the ward. Ms. Sakai. Sakai-sensei, how are you? Sakai chuckled, and the corners of her mouth cracked with pain. I can't die, what can I do so loudly? When she was weak, her tone couldn't be as aggressive as before. Quanyue walked to the hospital bed and squeezed Yuzuki Inuichiro silently. He held Sakai's hand and secretly mobilized Quirk to feel Sakai's state. Compared with the state without the virus injection, Sakai Taibai's body has been crushed by the wheel fight several times. Her respiratory tract, lungs, and muscle groups all had different injuries. Among them, the symptoms of the respiratory tract are almost the same as the autopsy report of the Sao Tome writer who died young. If this can be shown as proof, it might become a strong evidence. But to prove that this is entirely due to problems caused by medical devices, there is still a little critical evidence. Quanyue asked about Sakai Taibai's state softly, matching him with a school uniform, so he looked like a master and apprentice. Yuzuki Inuichiro rubbed his eyes, feeling that things were getting worse. Why is Quanyue here? Why? Kuku chapter 316 is late justice meaningful. After losing his memory, Yuzuki Inichiro remembers most of the things very clearly, except that he missed a memory of going to school at UA 7 years ago. Outside of the first time, he couldn't even remember where Quanyue came from. When Honghu held a small meeting, he mentioned that the guardianship of Uzumaki would be transferred to other people, but he had not been implemented yet, so he was attracted by Sakai's matter. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at Izumi, who had a good conversation with Sakai Taibai, silently walked to the door to eat oranges to fill his stomach. The Wushin dog leaned over with a pitiful expression, young master, you haven't had time to eat. Yeah. Just after the meeting, he drove over. Yuzuki Inuichiro waited for the doctor and Izumi to come out together. After listening to the doctor's instructions, A group of people obediently nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Come back to check the post at night. If there is something unusual, just pull the bell. The doctor worriedly instructed 2 or 3 times before leaving. The people on both sides only waited for the doctor to turn around, the humble expression disappeared, and the people on both sides straightened. Yuzuki Inuichiro's and Wushiangu silently dragged Izuki, who was standing in the middle, to their side. Shinso Hitoshi raised his eyebrows and looked at the state in front of him, and slowly walked to the front of Honghu's ambition. A person from a pharmaceutical company? Shinso Hitoshi turned his head and asked Wu Tengu. Wu Shingu fiddled with the small blade in his hand and smiled. I have seen it. The black suit standing at the forefront took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over respectfully, saying, It's been a long time, Mr. Yaoi. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't produce that cigarette, Mr. Yaoi assigned us to the Beihai pharmaceutical factory last time. The new factory has been established. The black suit was obviously for some people. He kept the act of handing cigarettes and said, This time it's the matter. We were too anxious for Miss Sakai. There was a little conflict between the two sides, and I hope that Mr. Yaoi will not care. Yuzuki Inuichiro frowned and brought the cigarette. The black suit eagerly went to the ground to start the fire, but was stopped outside by the foggy dog. The North Sea is the North Sea's business, and getting the land is not Honghu's ambition ability, it is your own ability. The two things are clearly distinguished, and they must not be mixed together. The Sakai Taibai's matter is another yard. The black suit put the lighter away, he stood up straight and brought the little brother behind, bowed to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Okay, if you want, we will bring it. Yuzuki Inuichiro threw the cigarettes into the trash can, and he sighed as he looked at the black suits who were gradually going away. Quanyue couldn't help but laughed and said, You almost sigh and become a little old man. It's somebody's blessing. Inuichiro Yuzuki hooked Quanyue's neck and pressed his fist against the kid's head. Sakai lets you fight the virus, and you give her the virus. If she goes crazy, let her go crazy. You go to bomb the school, are you going to bomb too? He didn't know how this little boy listened to the teacher so much before. Quanyue was frowning. He looked at the adult Yuzuki Inuichiro who resisted this kind of intimacy a little bit, and also hoped that the other person would be more intimate with him. You planted the virus in for people. Can your quirk pick the virus out? This is the issue that Yuzuki Inuichiro is most concerned about. He didn't want Sakai Taibai to put his own life down because of recklessness. There is no lawsuit in the world that can guarantee 100% victory. Advertisement, especially on the issue of medical malpractice, it is a bit more complicated to revert the case or define the crime than in other fields. The villain selected by Taibak Sakai is one of the few large medical device companies in Daxia, and under their pharmaceutical group, it controls 40% of the domestic medical device consumption, 50% of the production of common drugs, and more than 50 channels of imported drugs and imported medical devices. All the big hospitals in the country that have a name are more or less related to their interests. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not a day or two for medical devices that the quality is not good enough. Why is there no one to solve this malignant tumor until today? Yuzuki Inuichiro respects every professional heroes. He sincerely hopes that all professional heroes can feel the same as they bring to people, always being positive and optimistic, enjoying the sunshine and admiration by thousands of people. This is his beautiful vision, but after all, it is unrealistic. No, Quanyue said sharply. My quirk can only transfer the wounds to other places. For example, transfer the scars on the face to the arms. But I can't remove the virus. When the virus was implanted, it was also the first to make a small opening in the skin of Sakai Taibai. By transferring the wound to the inside, the spread of the virus was guided and accelerated. Yuzuki Inuichiro let go of his hand disappointedly. Sitting on the bench in the hospital, he couldn't think of any way to solve Sakai Taibai's illness. He could only stand up in order to go down, collate the information, it's the original law, consultant. What can he do to people? Can't do anything. Quanyue hid beside him and looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro quietly, and was caught with a smirk. Yuzuki Inuichiro grabbed his hand and squeezed the person directly into the car. He said to Shinso Hitoshi, Sorry, please ask this kid for a leave of absence. A lot of courses have been pulled down. Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes were splitting. Don't worry, I will help him and make up lessons. He has a hunch that if he continues to let this child named Quanyue go on, it won't take long for him to show the same destructive power as the Wushin dog. A treatment department to help human viruses? People clerk? Moreover, if someone catches this kind of thing and stabbed it out, don't say whether Honghu's ambition can keep Quanyue. It is afraid that Honghu's ambition will not be able to protect himself when the mud Bodhisattva crosses the river. Yuzuki Inuichiro closed the door and said to Quanyue in the compartment. In the future, this kind of thing is absolutely forbidden. Understand? This time I will help you suppress it, not another time. Quanyue patted his head to sort out his messy hair, and said, Then I will be filed this time? No traces will be left. Yuzuki Inuichiro categorically said, Izumi, you are a student. It is enough to study hard in school. Anyone who finds you and wants you to use quirk in the future will do it. It's illegal. You are not a professional heroes yet. Quanyue gave him a blank look and said, I have not violated the law. According to current Japanese regulations, although ordinary people can use the quirk in times of crisis, they must also participate in specific training to get a certificate. But the place where he uses quirk is the school clinic of UA High School, in accordance with UA High School's campus regulations. The quirk can be used in a small area within the campus permits such as sports grounds and training venues. Advertisement: this rule has not changed from 7 years ago to today. Only the quirk-free Inuichiro Yuzuki would not notice the existence of this rule. So, I am in full compliance with the rules, and I used the quirk reasonably in the presence of a teacher, and my quirk did not produce unpredictable effects. Quanyue confidently asked Yuzuki Inuichiro, could it be that if I don't show up, will Mr. Sakai give up the idea of implanting the virus? Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at that small face with a natural expression, and wanted to punch it down. Have you ever thought about death? He gave himself a sip of water and was shocked. When it was learned that Sakai Taibai had injected the virus at himself, all the senior officials at the meeting thought that Sakai Taibai was crazy. But for the dead Saotome writer, for the dead Amamiya flower, for the dead Quanyue. No one likes sacrifice, especially that kind of self-righteous sacrifice. Quanyue, don't be discouraged. I just don't want you to use this wrong way to get a result. I hope you don't use all means to win. The first priority in all things is to keep people. As long as people are still alive, everything is there. Hope. But she's willing. Quanyue raised his head stubbornly with the gaze of Yuzuki Inuichiro's questioning. We don't need her to pay her life. We will have a better way. It may take a little longer, the process is a little more cumbersome, and it doesn't need to be so extreme, you know. No one needs to pay the price of life. The virus that caused the death of Saotome writers is a high-risk virus with a mortality rate of 40% and a paralysis rate of 80% in modern medicine. To speculate with the worst idea, Sakai may not be able to wait for the day when the lawsuit is won. Justice will never be late. No matter how long the eve of the night, where the light will always be, why pay such a tragic price, and there may not even be results. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Justice will never be late. As the car stalled, Yuzuki Inuichiro's rhetorical questions and lessons seemed to still be echoing in the car. Quanyue grabbed his school uniform and repeated lowly, justice will never be late. Does late justice make sense? Does this victory make sense? Whether it is victory or justice, they will always come. She is willing to give her life for this to prove a truth. Right before the headquarters, Yuzuki Inuichiro got out of the car first. He always felt like a grumpy lion while pulling his clothes. Chapter 317 Yuzuki Inuichiro's Honghu Ambition is an organization dedicated to logistical support and post-processing. For them, justice is not the focus of attention. Because they are the ones who clean up the ending. Things like Amamiya Hana and Sakai Taibai are very rare, and they represent darkness in another sense. This kind of darkness is really not a professional heroes in a broad sense that can be smashed with a single fist. Do you know what Mineta Minoru was doing recently? Inuichiro Yuzuki sat in the office and asked, I heard that he didn't join any firm. Well, the MHA office where he was originally employed tried to invite him back, but he refused. Feng Nu put the new information on the table and said, I heard that he has been a volunteer for a child protection organization for a period of time. After Yuzuki Inuichiro's hand was tasting the tea, he said in a low voice, very good. Sakai Taibai is still in the first hospital. Well, she doesn't really want to leave. I sent 3 teams to protect her. The Wind Girl submitted the plan below to Yuzuki Inuichiro for a look. Someone is investigating Azuki's affairs. On the medical equipment side, in addition to the defendant, I heard that there are several other companies that want to unite. Feng Nu was a little difficult to handle. She lowered her waist and muttered twice to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro shook his hand and poured out half a cup of tea. He coughed violently and repeated Feng Nu's words, union? To be precise, more than 90% of the domestic pharmaceutical companies are all united this time. Feng Nu sighed, it may be more complicated than we thought. She looked at her young master with an embarrassing look. I tried to discourage the words, but didn't say anything. Percent of the country's pharmaceutical companies are pharmaceutical companies, and they must also include many large import and export companies. What this means is already obvious. Can't reconciliation over Sakai. Feng Nu sighed, apparently having encountered a big problem. Privately, I asked Azumaki to explore Sakai's breath. Compared with the Amamiya flower incident, this case is more complicated and has broader social significance. Who is not sick when? Who can predict that he will be healthy in the future? Even the powerful like Oulu Might back then did not dare to offend the treatment heroes in the major domestic hospitals. Ordinary people worship doctors, respect nurses, and regard the hospital as their last line of defense in front of Shinigami. The medicines, medical equipment and disposable medical items in the hands of pharmaceutical companies are the weapons of the White Angel and Shinigami's confrontation. If a worker wants to do well, he must first sharpen his tools. Using a blunt axe to chop down trees, no matter how hard you spend, you might only be able to harvest small results. Advertisement, don't put all your hope on persuading the Sake Inoue. Yuzuki Inuichiro checked the plan and signed his name on it. If necessary, use our political connections. He turned the pen and said softly, 7 years. The headquarters of Villain Alliance, in the chaotic underground city, the confused neon lights illuminate people's faces in intoxication, and a breath here seems to have an ambiguous smell. At the end of the narrow aisle, a hexagonal cage was placed, and brown barbs were placed on the edge of the iron cage. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A 2-meter-high Roshan man was suppressed in the iron cage, and his back showed scales. The barbs around the iron cage made white marks on the scales, and the people around boiled, waving banknotes and knocking down in front of the iron cage. Hit him. Go. Go. Don't persuade. Fight back. Fight back. 4 bridges. 4 bridges. Blood splashed on the faces of the nearest onlookers, and the eyes of several people were full of confusion. The man called Sichao just used his blood-stained fist to irritably tug his tie, grabbed the suit hanging outside, and walked out of the hexagonal cage to let the subordinates clean up the blood for himself. Mr. Yatsubashi, Himiko Toga, who had been waiting for a long time next to him, said, Master Hang is looking for something to do with you. Really? Yatsubashi smiled gently, then I should end earlier. Compared with the 4 bridges that Himiko Toga first knew, the 4 bridges now are more gentle, shining on everyone like the morning light anyway. He is loyal, kind, giving everything for his ideals, and even feels a little virgin. Only in the chaotic underground can people think that he is the 4th bridge who has made the power army come back. Deadwood Hanger was originally unwilling to use this former leader who was supported by his subordinates, but after Sichao categorically helped solve 3 or 4 troubles, Deadwood Hanger fell in love with the feeling of decentralization. This time it was troublesome to find Sichao. The company that swallows the Beihai pharmaceutical factory is going to fight a lawsuit. The dead handle Wooden Hanger said lazily. You understand the deal with Scar Heroes. In fact, we can't do that much unless we get the Beihai production line. Really? I thought you didn't plan to do this. Yatsubashi smiled. It's rare that you plan to be a person who obeys the agreement. For people like them, doing business only needs to talk about the first step. Because it is very likely that the first step will not develop according to the original plot. It's not that I want to comply. The dead handle Wooden Hanger knocked on the table and said softly. This time is what I meant. In the past 7 years, AFO was trapped in prison, nominally imprisoned, but in fact it was a slow recovery process for the body. In the past 7 years, the Villain Alliance has developed wildly while the Heroes' pillars are unavailable. They have won the underworld wheel battles one after another. The person wearing the blood-stained crown is a Deadwood Hanger. Advertisement. This is the painstaking effort of the dead handle Wooden Hanger. Of course, AFO can abandon the Villain Alliance and many subordinates. However, the dead handle Wooden Hanger cannot. It seems that you are planning to get involved in the medical business. Yatsubashi looked through the information. If you can eat this time, the entire Japanese medical industry. The dead handle Wooden Hanger snapped his fingers. Give a name before killing someone. This is a new style he learned, and he seems to be well-known and well-mannered. Give me an answer, yes or no, Yatsubashi replied with a smile. I need to pick up some people from you. Dead handle Wooden Hanging readily agreed. I want to borrow the hero's trader Shankuyu, his brain. Yatsubashi is amiable. Is he still in a coma? I can't move at all. The dead handle Wooden Hanger shook his head. He thought about it, and then whispered with Sichao's fingers and Sichao for a while. It's a good idea. Yatsubashi nodded and echoed the 2 sentences, and the topic changed. But I want to borrow the quirk of Shankuyu for a personal matter in the future. He offered his own price. I think you will be interested in some old things. But you need to wait for Sakai Taiba's matter to end. The first hospital. The windows of the ward were wide open, and the curtains were raised, looking like a pair of huge wings. When Quanyue came over with the fruit basket, Sakai was typing and deleting on the keyboard. He sat quietly peeling the rabbit apples. The cute rabbit apples are placed on the plate one by one. Aren't you going to school? Quanyue replied depressedly. Ask for leave. I was scolded because of you. Sakai snorted weakly and rolled his eyes. Honghu's ambition is regrettable, right? Chapter 318. Auto-generated chapter title. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chapter 318 Hospitalization announcement. Because the author is currently in closed treatment. It's about 1 month long, and you can't access electronic products, and you can't update for 1 month. I'm very sorry. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL Fanfiction, S Chapter 319. One's rare quality is to have self-knowledge. Sakai Taiba obviously possesses such wonderful qualities. She could easily see what she wanted from the attitude of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Others will find her rude and embarrassing, and often ignore her observation and research on things. While typing on the keyboard, Sakai coughed and said, You should be scolded too, good scolding. Quanyue clicked his hand and the apple was broken. He hasn't heard accusations against him for a long time. Because most people are not capable of confronting Quanyue. His abilities are powerful, and because he has never scrupulously been at large, he has been at large. I'm just a student. Everything is listened to by Mr. Sakai. Quanyue took a tissue and wiped his hands in disgust. The smell of formalin increased with his wiping, and Sakai did not care. It was just that when she watched the boy walk to the door, she suddenly called out, Quanyue. Isn't what I did is absurd? Quanyue did not stop her steps, but headed towards the door steadily. Sakai didn't get a response, and turned his head to look out the window and muttered, Of course I know the chances of winning are very small, but I still have to do it. At this moment, she saw the blood-stained white coat of the writer Saotome. She saw the tragedy caused by the improper use of a large number of quirks in the emergency department. She watched her favorite brother Yuki Sakai forced to marry. What she had burned before her eyes was the appearance of a teenager, and the match that turned into a match burned to the bottom little by little. It was a vague figure whose appearance and facial features had never been exposed. You look like someone in my memory. Sakai Taibai said slowly, if he is not dead, he must be a very good healer heroes. She took a sip of water and moisturized her lips, her voice still hoarse. The tone is unwavering, with Japan as the core, the illicit pharmaceutical industry in Southeast Asia radiates, they're creating a contraband. Some of the medical products on the market are infected by this contraband, or are affiliated products manufactured for the purpose of recreation. There are forces in the hospital that I am destined to be unable to match. Sakai Taibai stood up and noticed when he reached the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the young man. He closed his eyes and said, I am an ordinary person, and what I do is very limited. Quanyue looked at her quietly, wondering why a kind of sadness spread to her heart. A silent voice echoed in the room, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's all your fault. Quanyue's body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, tortured by this sudden emotion. His consciousness clearly knows. Sakai Taibai is a good person, and she is a person who advances for justice. Hurt heroes only kill evil people. Advertisement. Enos is the scavenger of the world. I am the blade for all the undead to return to the world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But the more he told himself this way, he kept breaking his thoughts and ribs because of the guilt of killing innocent people. Quanyue took a sweet bite and said, Ms. Sakai, you will be better. Sakai smiled without saying a word. She took out a small file from under her mattress and wrote a series of phone numbers on it. The things here, you have to wait until the day after tomorrow to see them. She really waved her hand to let Quanyue go this time. The next day, Sakai Taibai died of drug poisoning. Although her quirk, alcohol, has a strong bactericidal effect, there is no way to break through the skin and be directly ingested into the human body. But suppose someone puts the cephalosporin in a cup commonly used by Sakai Taibai, she will immediately develop a severe allergy. When Quanyue arrived at the scene, Sakai had been covered in white cloth and slept in a wooden box forever. A red Madara similar to the Saotome rider appeared on her face. After forensic examination, it was determined that this was a medical post-operative accident. Except for the punishment of the attending doctor and nurse at the time, the hospital never said anything. The family members in black knelt on the ground and kept crying. An old woman's hair was messy, and two young girls leaned against the wall to rest. Her voice was sometimes long and continuous, sometimes short and powerful. Everyone who heard it wept, and no one had the mind to care about the corpse lying not far away. Those swollen walnut eyes tore a seam and saw Quanyue's unchanged UA uniform. There was sorrow and pain in her eyes, like a lioness who had lost her child, pushing two young girls and waving a cane to kill them. She raised the cane in her hand high, staggered trod to Quanyue, and smashed him in the face. Is it you, you bad species? Is it the virus you planted for her? The old lady coughed twice, ignoring the pulling of others, and threw the crutches on Quanyue's face. The people around all looked over in amazement, ignoring the gloating on their faces. Quanyue didn't hide, but took the stick upright. Quanyue got up, unexpectedly being held back by someone. A black shadow wrapped him up, and the smell of orange rushing over his face reminded Quanyue of the person in the Amamiya flower case. Quanyue took a bunch of bandaged daisies, walked around the old lady, and walked towards Sakai Taibai's coffin. Not far away, several men in mourning clothes were smoking and talking with representatives of the medical company. He paid the tribute smoothly and knocked 3 times. Advertisement: there is one less person in this world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Click. A flash of light captured the intimacy of the two. Suddenly, a red mark was swollen on his face. Did she give you anything? Yuzuki Inuichiro held the boy's body, first touched the bone, and a thought flashed through his mind. Too skinny, fatten up. We can stop the issue of medical cases, but the social impact will be great. Hongu's ambition can no longer intervene. Why are you here? Taibai teacher Sakai's position. I will replace it. Quanyue showed her little tiger teeth, her eyes gleaming, but there was a flame burning constantly. I will tell them what is the reincarnation of heaven. I'm just this daughter. The old lady cried hysterically. I'm just such a daughter. Because of his height, Yuzuki and Ichiro almost forced Quanyue to the corner, and the series of problems never stopped. Sakai has passed away, and his family is unwilling to intervene in this case. That kind of despair and twisted smile made Yuzuki Inuichiro's heart aches. He didn't know why he reacted to this smile. He leaned against the wall, breathing across Quanyue's pale neck. He didn't know what was going on in a mess. He always looked at this troublemaker with an old mother's mentality. Yuzuki Inuichiro comforted himself. Maybe this is a sequelae of taking care of children. The last person Sakai Taibai saw before his death was you. Why are you here? The two asked without an appointment. Quanyue paused without explaining. Yuzuki Inuichiro briefly greeted the others, and then dragged Quanyue into the corner. He lowered his voice and said, You tell me the truth. Why are you here? Who the hell are you? What is the relationship between you and Taibai Sakai? Quanyue squirmed his lower lip and gave a weird smile. Chapter 320 Preliminary Cooperation of the Three Parties. Young Master Hongu ambitious did such a thing. Funeral appointments. Hongu's ambition and style need to be studied. Young Master's Little Wife, realistic romance drama. Quanyue glanced at the newspaper on the table, and the headlines were so colorful that they couldn't wait to blind her. Although the whole picture of herself is not captured in the photo, everyone can recognize that this is the female uniform of UA High School. No way, this is the disadvantage of being too well known. Quanyue sighed and tidied out his skirt to go to class. Tang Zi naturally rushed to catch up with her, clutching the rolled newspaper in her hand, frowning her eyebrows. Tang Zi Tian walked straight towards Quanyue and asked, Is that you? The girl's eyes revealed obvious jealousy, and the newspaper in her hand had been smashed into pieces by her. Quanyue looked at her quietly and turned to leave. Quanyue. Tang Zi naturally caught up, blocking the intersection with her hands open, and she asked, "Did you participate in something?" She tried to restore the facts. "Do you have the young master to wipe it for you every time?" Eh? Quanyue slapped her hand and returned to Class A to sit down alone. In this closed quirk campus, no paparazzi and reporters can get the slightest headline. Even though the classmates in the class have begun to have different 8 trigrams voices, Quanyue still replied gently, "It doesn't matter. It's just that he just stopped me in trouble. Speaking of which, I still have to thank him." From the very beginning, he became the nominal, adopted daughter of Yuzuki and Ichiro with an unknown identity, and then appeared on important occasions in various major cases. Today, the headlines of major newspapers did not reveal the person's true identity. Professional heroes know it well. Especially some hot-tempered guys. Bakugo Katsuki cocked his feet and watched the man named reporter on the table talking about it for a long time, and his eyebrows couldn't hold back his irritability. As the firm of Honghu's most ambitious partner, what do you think about the scandal of Honghu's ambitious family this morning? I'm coming. Bakugo Katsuki did not know how many times he answered this question, FKU. Kirishima Eijiro came at the right time. He skillfully opened his hands and used the quirk to stop the photographers and reporters flying out. In addition to being kind-hearted, there are also many human-shaped holes in their walls. In Bakugo Katsuki's office, the original wooden table was split in half empty-handed. The room was full of hot air, and the wallpaper and flying paper on the walls had already burned to half. The ashes fell on the ground and was trampled by a foot. Advertisement. Kirishima Eijiro sighed and skillfully turned on the high-pressure water gun in the room. When I can sit down and talk, Bakugo Katsuki is like fat beef in the broth, cooked. He sat down and said, "Let's talk about it, what's the matter?" Kirishima Eijiro was about to speak, but he was blocked again. "Don't ask me if I know about 8 trigrams this morning, don't ask if I know, don't ask if I have relevant information, no, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kirishima Eijiro smiled bitterly. This time he brought people to ask about this. He said, "I also guessed at the beginning that it was the girl you commented on. From the picture, there are at least a few similarities. We are a professional heroes firm, and not a detective." Bakugo Katsuki silently picked up the document on the floor, took out a small iron plate and put the paper on it, and then used the quirk to evenly bake the paper. Although it is said that, it is actually different. Kirishima Eijiro apologized to the people behind him. "Mr. Chen Tien, I'm very sorry." "It's okay, I also want to thank you for bringing me in." Chen Tien was empty-handed, wearing a casual clothes as if he was a young man who came out for a morning jog. He was not good at words, simply opened the door and stood there, knocking on the door twice and said, "Mr. Bakugo, I heard that the next issue of the rankings, Mr. Midoriya, is going to overwhelm you." The exploding fist quickly moved towards Chen Tien's face. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes were full of alertness and disgust. He didn't make it harsh, but he at least taught him a little lesson. "You must know that this fist is wrapped in the energy field produced by the explosion, and at the same time it is connected to the craze of the second attack." Bakugo Katsuki naturally has a good background, every move is full of weight, and one can shoot 10 rounds of guns. Bakugo Katsuki believed that this person was deliberate. Over the years, no matter how good Bakugo Katsuki has done, the relationship between his face and temper will always reduce the popularity of him. Those with good things have counted that the buildings destroyed by Bakugo's team, man-made hazards, people's mental losses and financial losses are far higher than the losses caused by crime. If it weren't for a great ambition to sew them on torn pants, Bakugo or Kirishima Eijiro would have to carry a heavy dead burden on their lower body. In contrast, the office where Midoriya Izuku is located, although he has not assisted the government in doing anything to blast the underworld boss's nest, rescue hostages, and penetrate into the enemy to spy on such highly difficult issues. They pay more attention to the research and investigation of the villain alliance, the publicity of good people and good deeds and public welfare behaviors. You must know that Midoriya Izuku is no longer a UA high school student with poor hair growth. More than 7 years of precipitation and training have given him the gentleness and kindness that older people can only have. It is because of character and looks that Midoriya Izuku's popular support rate remains high. Bakugo is very good, but it is obvious that Midoriya Izuku is more suitable to be a leader. From childhood to adulthood, as long as someone compares him with Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki is very popular. His fist was like a burning phoenix, the wet paper on the ground was instantly ignited, and the window glass in the room was put in a sieve and vibrated violently. Bakugo. Kirishima Eijiro had no time to stop, so he could only pick up his mobile phone to call the emergency number. "I hope Mr. Chen Tien will not be unconscious by Bakugo. Regardless of the beautiful scenery of their office, if something goes wrong, they will be killed." Advertisement. "I have a plan to get you ahead," Chen Tien said. "You are a competitive person. You have been like this for 7 years. But obviously, you can't make it anymore." It was a pair of eyes with light, she trickled like a clear spring, not competing or grabbing, sometimes because of the height difference, a unique small waterfall formed. "For this task, we hope that the 3 parties will cooperate." Chen Tien took out another photo. This time the photo is still snapped. It's just a girl. She is wearing a UA high school uniform, and her trimmed hair does not cover up her dimples. The most important thing is those eyes. Chen Tien held Bakugo Katsuki's fist with one hand. Within 1 meter of his body, an invisible aura strongly isolates all abnormalities. All the flames are quiet, only the low sound of water, ticking, ticking, ticking. Izumi is a rare treatment department, and Bakugo Katsuki's team lacks a treatment department. Island Tragedy, Amamiya Flower Case, Sakai Tieback Case, and Shoto Todoroki's loss of quirk. As long as it is not difficult to find out, these things are all related to this girl. Shen-Tien's tone was gritted teeth. But it's inside. There are traces of Scar's heroes Enos in each. Including Bakugo's fist. Boom, a black-brown trace appeared on the ground. Shen-Tien took a photo out of his pocket. The picture above is a profile of a man in the moonlight. There are all kinds of terrible scars all over his face, and no one is intact from the neck to the forehead. His eyes were dim, but there was a shadow of the moon. This was the reason why he liked Quanyue in the first place. This is an era that requires evidence. They need to find evidence of a connection between the girl named Quanyue and Scar heroes. Then there was a shallow breathing. Bakugo Katsuki recognized it, and this is the wild girl who knows Yaoi's moves. Increasing peer competition, character not liked by the masses, dangerous and crazy tasks. Everything is torturing Bakugo Katsuki. He began to formalize the shortcomings in his team and moved towards a qualified leader. Shen-Tien, quirk open black lens bracket invalid close black lens bracket chapter 321 The old man retalks the old things. When you said this, it was on behalf of the Japanese authorities to discuss it. You also said that the tripartite alliance is your personal idea. Bakugo Katsuki sneered. You let them send someone over for the former. As for the latter, his aggressive appearance and tone can make people explode in place. This time his fist didn't have the power of a bomb. Just like ordinary people, they spoke normally and fights normally. At most, it is a bit stronger and more durable than the peers. Shen-Tien flashed his fist and explained. You should be the strongest person who has fought against Quanyue. Evidence. Do you know the Amamiya flower case sent some time ago? Shen-Tien curbed his quirk ability and said slowly. A girl jumped down after the court's judgment. Afterwards, in front of people from all over Japan and the world, her perverted father was executed by Scar heroes Enos. Chen Tiandao. We later investigated Amamiya's information, and a large part of it came from the dictation of the surrounding neighborhood, the space where the victim was located, and the help of your old classmate Mineta Minoru. Bakugo Katsuki didn't have time to listen to this man's chuckle. He threw his head underwater, ignoring his wet lower body. Huh? Quanyue, it's an ancient niche surname. We also asked someone to go to the Quan family to verify that this girl named Quanyue has not been recorded. Well, it can be explained that she is an illegitimate daughter. Chen Tien pointed to the picture was given to Bakugo Katsuki, saying, look at her hair accessories. A small ball of fluff is tied to Quanyue's ponytail. Another is in the hands of the dead Amamiya flower. This is not evidence. Bakugo Katsuki prepares to see off the guests. The door was suddenly opened, and Kirishima Eijiro helplessly spread his hands to reveal the person behind. He has iconic hair and a few small sesame seeds Madara dotted on his face. The color of the combat suit prefers the look of All Might when he was young. It can be seen that he is an avid All Might follower. For Bakugo Katsuki, there are only two words, Waiju. Shaosheng. Midoriya Izuku's eyes were piercing. I need to join hands with you. Join forces to deal with a villain that may be more powerful than AFO. My source said that Villain Alliance and Enos may have reached a basic cooperation agreement. Midoriya Izuku said bitingly. Our spies confirmed that AFO has returned to the Villain Alliance. AFO. All Might's battle for retirement. No matter how the times change, no matter how heroes still exist in the world, for the entire region, and even the entire world of Japan, All Might was once the pillar that never fell. Bakugo Katsuki used to think of himself as a person who admired that way. Did you tell All Might these things? Bakugo Katsuki said anxiously. All Might teacher is already very tired. Advertisement. In addition to serving as a guest teacher in school, All Might is now active in the front line of charity. Volunteering when there is nothing to do is a comfortable life. His body was not as good as before. After retiring, old injuries and new injuries recurred and often tortured people unable to sleep. Although no one blamed Bakugo Katsuki for these things, it became a hurdle in his heart. If it wasn't for himself, if he didn't care about his own existence, would Orm control his illness so that he wouldn't be accompanied by the pain every day? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Midoriya Izuku looked at Juma's wilting look, knowing that he was blaming himself by himself again. Since entering UA High School, Bakugo Katsuki has suffered different blows in all aspects, which is fatal to a proud and fragile person. The retirement of All Might was just the last straw to overwhelm Bakugo Katsuki. In the 2 years before graduating, Bakugo Katsuki has won 3 years of sports championships and outstanding scholarships, honed his nirvana skills and tempered his temperament in various heroes firms, and found like-minded people in the school. Belongs to its own heroes office. He is already working hard to get better, but still can't forget the past. Little victory. Midoriya Izuku couldn't stand it, and stepped forward and grabbed Bakugo Katsuki's hand. All Might asked us to do this. The man named Enos may be a more cunning criminal than AFO. Okay, I'm so annoying. Bakugo Katsuki scratched his hair, and the exploded durian head became more and more like a durian. For All Might Sake, what do I need to do? In addition to regular professional courses, UA High School also has to attend Huxia, English and Mathematics. The students' ambition for the 8 trigrams of Honghu gradually shifted to the recent Heroes system reform, and discussing the growth rate of crime. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the happy event that they heard, and they had a pure smile and clear eyes, who had not walked out of the ivory tower. At this time, Quanyue looked at them silently. He doesn't know why he wants to watch it, but just watching it will make him feel a little better. This kind of beauty can be the same as squatting in the trash can to find food and suddenly discovering others' leftover pizza. Quanyue, Quanyue. A person leaned over and whispered. The heart-troubled teacher asked you to go to his office. After Quanyue thanked him, he paced slowly into the office. In the spacious teacher's office, Shinso Hitoshi's white shirt and purple striped tie looked smaller. There were dozens of students in front of him, and the teaching plans and teaching reports on both sides of the table were densely packed with words. These letters almost drowned Shinso Hitoshi. Quanyue knocked on the door. Shinso Hitoshi made a yelling on his leg, a pair of small ears emerged from the pile of books, and then the hairy tail dangled. A little orange cat that hasn't eaten fat yet. The little orange cat meowed several times, looked in Quanyue's direction, timidly tried the height of the surroundings, and then pulled out his head. It rolled and fell into Shinso Hitoshi's arms again. Shinso Hitoshi saw Izumi who had arrived and motioned him to sit on a stool. In front of Quanyue, Shinso Hitoshi sat on one chair, and the other chair was still empty. I heard that you want to continue the appeal on behalf of Mr. Sakai. Advertisement. Quanyue was silent. Yes or no? Quanyue nodded. The cat in Shinso Hitoshi's arms screamed, and he twisted his head and came out of the embarrassing embrace and came to the table where Quanyue was. Quanyue discovered that the kitten's hind legs were twisted. It may be man-made, or it may be a birth defect. Outside the door, people in casual clothes listened quietly. His gaze slowly climbed from the angle of his face to those twinkling eyes. The old things from the past came to his heart, and tears suddenly burst into his heart. He really can't do anything. Izumi, I want you to think about it carefully. I appreciate your courage from the moral level, but in reality you will only be like an idiot. Shinso Hitoshi has been working in Ua High School for more than 2 years, and is a member of the Heroes Division. Students have also seen many, and there are only a few muscles in their brains. More people will not consider the worst result before making a passionate decision. Teacher, when I was young, I wanted to be a professional hero. Quanyue looked at the ground and muttered, I really thought that. But I was scared at that time. I was afraid that I would die. The essence of heroes' justice is to use violence to control violence. As long as it is strong, as long as it keeps getting stronger, it can overthrow this society with a corrupted moral order. Thinking of the heavy snow that many years ago. Thinking of something in the past, Shinso Hitoshi clenched his fists, his eyes almost bursting into flames. Unknowingly, his attitude towards Quanyue became tough. The cause of Sakai Taibai's death has been clearly stated. She will be cremated at 3 this afternoon. Then, what else can you take out? You are alone again. What can you find out? Thinking of the 15-year-old myself sitting in the classroom and struggling to become a professional heroes. Think of many things about 15 years old. However, doing nothing is not the same as being unable to do it. I don't want Mrs. Sakai Taibai to sacrifice in vain. Quanyue clenched his fist. When the law cannot protect us, we must wave a fist. Quanyue looked at Shinso Hitoshi who restrained his anger, his nose sour. Later I wanted to drive. Quanyue said, death is not terrible. A new society will be built on the ruins. The terrible thing is meaningless death, not remembered or remembered by others. The people of the Sakai family were dissatisfied that Sakai had not inherited the family business. After learning that his daughter had lost money for an unrelated patient and had taken his own life for the so-called justice, they wished to expel Sakai. Chapter 322. Dr. Murata has been uneasy recently. Don't know why, he always feels that someone is following him. No matter where he is, he can always notice a pair of eyes staring straight at him. Keep staring and staring until he is sweaty and dry. Dr. Murata. Dr. Murata. The bed nurse called forward 3 or 4 times, and shook her hand twice before awakening Dr. Murata from the chaos. Sorry. Is there something? The patient in the single room vomited today. The tube bed nurse described the patient's latest condition. The blood pressure is low, a rash appeared on the surface, and the symptoms of acute vomiting appeared. The wards in single rooms are generally malicious by people with special reasons. 2 people have left this bed so far. One of them is also his former colleague, Sakai Taibai. Dr. Murata checked the medical records as he walked. He felt someone staring at him behind him, and that hot gaze seemed to be a brand, engraving all the shame in his bones. Dr. Murata. The little nurse who followed him asked ignorantly, what happened? She raised her head and looked at Dr. Murata's eyebrows, only feeling that the other party's lips had turned purple. The sun outside the window has set, and the afterglow envelops the 2 of them and stretches their backs indefinitely. A soft white light streamed out from the setting sun, as if it was a white pearl stained with blood. It's okay. Dr. Murata comforted himself. Whether Sakai Taibai or Saotome Rider died due to illness. Their illness kills them, and it's my business. Thinking of this, Dr. Murata took the time to walk towards the single ward at the urging of the little nurse. In the ward lay an immature girl, her face pale as a paper, lips slightly pink, and her hair spread like withered petals. Her age is almost the same as that of Saotome Rider's. Dr. Murata thought, took off the stethoscope and conducted a basic investigation on the patient. The little nurse measures blood pressure and heartbeat. Dr. Murata, they said. Are the 2 lives at fault in the hospital? The little nurse asked in a frightened manner, recording it in a notebook. Murata's life seemed to be trampled on by someone's tail, and his voice was 3 or 4 times louder. Where did the rumors come from? Where did they come from? Do they think doctors are gods? The unqualified medical equipment caused the patient's condition to aggravate or even upgrade, and finally caused an irreversible situation. How could this be the hospital's mistake? Unknown hospitals and small clinics across the country and the world are using these medical devices. Advertisement. When they got here, they named the name and said it was the mistake of the hospital. But, we also bought a batch of new equipment yesterday. Dr. Murata was upset and waved to let the little nurse get out. In his mind, he kept thinking of the last time Sakai Taibai he saw, the proud and stubborn Sakai Taibai. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Murata, you must think I'm stupid. Sakai Taibai closed her eyes, and the torment of her illness prevented her from falling asleep normally, and her 2 dark circles were comparable to pandas. She said in a relaxed tone. Actually, I am also a fan of Saotome writers. Alcohol cotton ball wiped the arm. Disassemble the needle and insert it slowly. Your needle injection seems to have improved. Sakai closed his eyes, reported a few drug names, and smiled relieved. That's the drugs. What I did seems really meaningless. Dr. Murata almost shook the needle crooked. Sakai. Sakai Taibai moved the corner of her mouth, and her outstretched hand touched her, and her palm slowly opened. She didn't speak much, just made a hissing mouth. A small stitch, the end. 3 hours later, Sakai Taibai will suddenly deteriorate due to her condition, and the rescue will not work. Is it worth it? Dr. Murata said lowly, sighing. To sue a large group is not a decision that ordinary people can make. This well-known secret in the medical world kicked off with the death of the writer Saotome, and it will end with the death of Saotome Taibai before he sings a few words on stage. Is there a lack of heroes in the world? Not lacking, but very lacking. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dr. Murata looked at the open door, his teeth trembling. Where is who? Who? Dr. Murata stepped forward quickly. In the empty corridor, only red and yellow are connected to each other. The little nurse from before is no longer there. Murata leaned out and looked around. Suddenly a knock on the door came from behind him. Dong dong dong, dong dong, dong. It came from the window. Dr. Murata held his breath. He turned around, his bones creaked. Dr. Murata slowed down the sound of landing. He bent down and grabbed the edge of the curtain with one hand. His scalp was numb. Advertisement. Who is here? Dr. Murata pushed aside the curtains. From the window, many residential houses can be seen, and the green branches almost touched the glass. The lights at night were already turned on, and the bright white light sparsely cast into Dr. Murata's eyes through the branches. It may be caused by trees. In the United States, teachers are playing teaching videos to students. We can see that the emergence of Quirk has brought about tremendous changes in society. The following actions were taken in the early stage of the gap between ordinary people and Quirk. Pure white eyes. Dong 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 dong. A more rapid knock on the door came from other places. Sakai. Sakai. Dr. Murata screamed. He thought of the window close, and slammed the window pane with his elbow. Sakai, I didn't mean to kill you, Sakai. That huge monster has facial features and limbs of various people. Sakai's face was swallowed by another girl. The face he was familiar with still preserved his eyes, the bridge of his nose, a pair of eyebrows and half of his mouth. His plea was only exchanged for a chewing sound and an earth-shaking howl. Welcome everyone to the live studio of Enos. The voice became lively. I am Scar Heroes Enos, please ask for a third consecutive. Through the window glass, Dr. Murata saw. Something under the bed was slowly coming out. It was a huge creature that did not belong to humans. On the big screen of the busiest pedestrian street in Japan, the protagonist and heroine of the advertisement stopped in the kissing scene, and the black eroded all the display screens at the speed of virus interference in the next second. The overtime dogs in the elevator, the bored young people in the elevator, and the old couple sitting in front of the sofa grabbing the TV remote control all stopped their work. Sakai. Sakai, I didn't mean it, and I didn't want to do that. Dr. Murata was paralyzed on the ground. His pants were wet. He held his head in pain. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The sun hasn't been born yet. The historical photos on the screen were suddenly replaced, and a sharp scar could be seen in the darkness. In the darkness, he saw the closed eyes open. Hi. The camera was adjusted up and down. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The white energy-saving lamp flashed by. In the dark room, a man in a white coat tied his limbs to a chair. There was a piece of tape sticking to his mouth, and a blindfold was put on his eyes. In Daxia, a student who sneaked over the wall to play a game dropped the keyboard. He hadn't said what he complained, and was immediately attracted by the sudden appearance of white scars. Its shape is fuzzy, but the surface has accumulated lumps and rashes of various colors, and the face exposed to the light is forcibly distorted. Chapter 323 Live Streaming Firetree Silver Flower. The dimly lit room and the dazzling lights shone on the operating table, and there was nothing else but the commentary belonging to Enos except the screen. It can be clearly seen through the video that there are a few more pinholes on the back of the man's hand. On the barrage, the people who didn't understand what was going on tweeted. What's the situation? Long live Enos, another criminal has been arrested. The execution of the R*******T was really cool, and it was very pleasant. Account 23******45 presents a rocket for the anchor. Long live Enos, this is the real heroes. Quanyue sat quietly in front of the computer. and the blue faint light made him look like a ghost in the world. The Murata doctor in front of him began to develop a rash over time. The same cause as Sakai Taibai. Is it itchy? Quanyue said hard. Is it very itchy, trying to tear myself to pieces? He feels the pain of others and can share the pain with others. Dr. Murata's mouth was dry. When Quanyue took off the tape with his conscience, he tore off the dead skin on his lips. He tremulously lifted his chin and felt short of breath. There was a lot of hair in his throat that was rapidly swelling. Oh. Dr. Murata was almost about to vomit. He bent down and his mouth widened, but he was restrained by the rope and couldn't move at all. Knowing this time, he discovered that the chair was welded to the floor. Quanyue's arms around his bust are like silent stone sculptures, his eyes cast down from Dr. Murata's face. After a while, he smiled. Do you know that you were wrong? I don't know. You are not looking for me. You are not looking for me. Dr. Murata screamed frantically. If he knew that there would be such a consequence, he would definitely not do it. Dr. Murata burst into tears. It's not my fault. Well, what's wrong? Quanyue's smile became brighter, and the dimples on his face became deeper. You are not at all wrong, and it is not your fault. Murata felt a hand touching him. He was pulled out of the chair, and the cold sword moved slowly against his skin. There is no more fluid in his body that can flow. Murata said in his hoarse voice. Yes. We are not wrong, we are not wrong. Quanyue looked at him pityingly. The rash on Murata's body deepened and aggravated at a terrifying speed, and at first glance it looked like a human figure assembled with red pixels. Everyone is like this, and all of them are using this kind of machine. Murata broke the sound frequently. It is Sakai's own fault. What's wrong with us? Yes, the law does not blame the public. They are also for life. The doctors at the bottom of their class can only do it honestly. Advertisement in this society, ordinary doctors are more sad than the heroes of the treatment department. What they have to face is quirk damage that they don't want to be the same. With limited knowledge of quirk, the mortality rate is as high as 53%. Funds for research on major diseases such as cancer were drawn and invested in quirk's research. And he is just a little tube-bed doctor. Even if you realize that in addition to medical equipment, you will have to break your teeth and swallow it for your job. The most profitable hospitals in the industry are average, because the longer the illness, the more money the hospital can make from a person. A truly good hospital allows you to spend the least money and heal the fastest. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the hospital where Murata is located, every time a patient uses a medical device, the hospital can draw 10% to 20% of the consumables from it. This money is not expensive, and it will accumulate day and night, and it will eventually converge into a pyramid. Everyone is like this, all of them are like this. Murata repeated this sentence over and over again, and he said, everyone is like this. Everyone is like this. Quanyue lowered his eyelids, and a long light covered his eyelash shadows on his face. What are you afraid of, Dr. Murata? Everyone is. The words were not finished yet. Dr. Murata's eyes and nose began to bleed. The most serious thing was his lips and chin. He seemed to be broken off all over his body, dying on the chair. It's all like this. Quanyue didn't care about this person's embarrassment. He walked over and gently touched Dr. Murata's forehead with his fingers. A ray of white light emerged from Quanyue's fingertips and carefully penetrated into Dr. Murata's forehead. Starting from the eyes, Dr. Murata's strangely distorted eyes began to recover, and his eyeballs returned to their normal state. Then comes the restoration of the twisted nose. Dr. Murata's twisted mouth began to gather into a line, and his chin returned to its original position. It seems that you have a strange reaction. Quanyue turned around and said to the crowd in the live broadcast room. Sorry, I don't seem to have told you about the crime this time. He opened his mouth and smiled happily. There is a prize quiz, are you going to start? Countless bullets flashed quickly on the screen, layer after layer. Countless people vent their sense of justice in excitement, frustration, and anticipation. Bakugo Office, Shen Tien, Bakugo Katsuki, and Midoriya Izuku sat on the sofa, their eyes fixed on the barrage and people on the screen. This person is Dr. Murata. Midoriya Izuku recognized the other person. He is Taihiro Sakai's tube-bed doctor. Oh, you still care about yourself. Bakugo Katsuki stared at Ino's movements on the screen, thinking about it. Is the twist also Ino's quirk? He deserves to be Murata's weird twisted state, so this is the reason why it is impossible to judge. Shen Tien smiled bitterly. It only needs to be familiar with a few basic quirks, and then infinitely stack and strengthen the difference. Ino's abilities are rarely repeated, but he seems to naturally know how to go, use and strengthen. He can withstand 7 or 8 companies alone. Midoriya Izuku felt unprecedented pressure. He was for someone who had fought Inos, but the Inos he saw that time was very different from the picture. The biological appearance of the other party left a deep impression on Midoriya Izuku at the time. Tabai Sakai, this name. Bakugo Katsuki always felt like he had heard the name somewhere. He vaguely sensed that a door was hiding some secrets. Saiko Taibai left the hospital because of the death of Saotome Rider, and then worked as a school doctor at UA High School. Advertisement school doctor. She is the disciple of the treatment girl. In addition to the academic quirk teaching in Japan, family education and the relationship between mentoring and apprenticeship are still flourishing. For example, Heroes Oshiro, Shinso Hitoshi, and Aizawa Shota who came out of UA High School are typical family relationships and master-disciple relationships. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be. Midoriya Izuku said, there was someone in our class, he. should be the closed disciple of the healing girl. If that person is alive, he must be an excellent healing heroes. Pity. Is the person you talking about called Quanyue? Bakugo Katsuki burst out a person's name. When I was injured in Ua, I was treated by the two of them. Thinking of the way he was young, Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists, no more words. Gosh, I know this place. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I beg the boss for a coordinate, I will fly over right away. Without a few words of effort, the burst of flames rushed towards Quanyue and towards the camera. Quanyue, will it be Enos? Quanyue is indeed dead. Countless people can testify about this. The pictures of the year can testify, even the ashes under the tombstone. Is he the only one in Quanyue's family? Quanyue, Quanyue. Shen said these two names 3 or 4 times and noticed something was wrong. Mr. Midoriya, can you please describe what that person looks like? The walls of the secret room fell off, exposing a small piece of sky in the dust. The words were not warm, the barrage became active again. It should be. As soon as the voice fell, there was a huge explosion in the video, and among tens of thousands of netizens, confused users and screaming people appeared one after another. Come on Enos, move faster. No, the dead cannot come back to life. What a piece of fire tree silver flower. Scars, all over the body, the car corpse case in Beihai more than 10 years ago, the Big River incident more than 20 years ago, the new Big River incident and the Beihai Nomu case. Countless pieces of information are connected together. Shen feels that he has caught Enos's tail. Relying on the sky, the abandoned billboard rooted in the concrete painted a beautiful little girl. The color of the lipstick in the girl's hand has long been faded by the rain and wind. Hurry up and call, this guy is really going to kill. The noisy barrage was suddenly muted, and the lamp on the ceiling swayed twice in the darkness and blankness. Quanyue smiled again on his gloomy face. He took out the pistol from his waist, grabbed drive. Murata's back leader with one hand and threw the person on his back. It seems that we have encountered a savage customer again. Quanyue laughed, and he held the pistol and said, friends who have been following me remember Sanlian. We can compare whether it is the Italian Mafia or the South African Human Trafficking Organization. Great, or the Huxia Dragon Team. Chapter 324 Huge fireworks galloped from the other end of the wall. The wind blew most of the smoke in front of Quanyue, and Ying saw a few black figures about it. They wore black cloaks, and they looked like they were shrouded in bells. The person walking in the front wore a tengu-shaped mask and laughed relaxedly behind him. It's been a long time. He noticed the camera that was on and snapped his fingers smartly. A crisp and sharp sound fell, and suddenly the glass of the camera lens was shattered, and the out-of-focus picture fell to the ground. All the audience could only see the feed of 2 people from the corners. Fortunately, they did not turn off the voice. Shen held the computer, his hoarse voice couldn't hide his excitement. Capture the location, although I don't know who these men in black are. But we can meet Enos again. His words were like fire falling into a pan, exploding violently. I'll go too. Midoriya Izuku stood up and said, I will never let this guy do evil. Thinking of the current situation of his friend Shoto Todoroki, Midoriya Izuku was full of guilt and regret. Scar's heroes Enos can be called the AFO of the new era. This is the new villain he will face. Bakugo Katsuki put his feet down and got up. Cut it, count me. On the other side, in the dim underground storeroom, Madara's light turned the people on both sides into peace. Among the remaining bricks and rubble, the fallen wall exposed exquisite faded posters, and the abandoned benches and window grills were shattered on the ground. This is a good place to deal with. It is suitable for murder and arson to do something that is not fair. Indeed, it's been a long time. Quanyue looked at the black-robed man in front of him and squinted his eyes. Let me think, you are now mercenaries? Haven't you become professional heroes? He said this, turning his head to dodge the wind blade of the other party. The ground beneath his feet quickly swelled up, and the monster mixed with reinforced concrete shrugged his shoulders. A long whip was wrapped around the monster's head, visually as if it was tied to the mud monster. Professional heroes similar to the call of the soil system, female, good at mastering the composition of the soil with a whip. Close black lens bracket. Achieve the collected standard, execute. Quanyue quickly made a judgment and stepped up to a Dr. Murata who sprinted across the ground. It seems that you have added a lot of new staff. Advertisement. His figure is soft, as if there are no bones. What's more terrifying is that he is carrying a big man who is close to 140 on his back, and he can still vacate a hand, smoothly and never knowing where to take out a gun. Over the years, Quanyue's marksmanship has never dropped a bit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Unlike his constant 2 kinds of camouflage all the year round, his marksmanship has long since faded away from the young and immature. Even the Shinso hand teacher on the Japanese ranking list, the world's top shooting professional heroes, may not be able to compete with Quanyue in actual combat. I saw him rudely throwing Dr. Murata on the ground as a buffer, set the machine gun drawn on it and started frantically shooting. What nonsense about this kind of person. One of the black-robed men couldn't help but impulsively, watching the moment when the flying dense bullets rushed forward, his hands combined into a cross and slammed forward. In the middle of the crazy bullets, an invisible wall suddenly appeared. All the bullets were deeply embedded in this air wall. The naked eye can see that these bullets vibrated violently in the air, and after they vibrated rapidly at a certain frequency, the bullets were sucked into the same place, and then they ran towards Quanyue's direction in all directions. Quanyue is still smiling, but he has quickly matched quirk in his mind. Air vibration is the main component, the detailed composition is unknown, and it belongs to the high-risk level quirk. Defend a series of attack methods such as suffocation. Close black lens bracket. Achieve the collected standard, execute. He knelt down and took out the pistol hidden in his boots. It was an ordinary pistol, and it was the most common model, both on the outside and on the inside. But even the most ordinary guns can cause unimaginable consequences in the hands of an ordinary person. Not to mention being an expert in gunfighting like Quanyue. The bullets fired by him personally slaughtered back, and the heavy rain generally swept the ground. Quanyue kicked the Murata doctor on the ground behind the cover in one breath. Then the calf exerted force, and dots of white light appeared in Quanyue's eyes. 1 second, half a second, has exceeded the reaction speed of a normal person. Ordinary recording equipment has long been unable to capture the speed of the bullet, let alone grasp the sound of Quanyue. In the hearts of these audiences, this is a blind fight that constantly emits various sounds. The sound of bullets breaking through the air was like a scream of suffering. When the sharp object pierced the steel bar, the audience who were still concerned about the situation unanimously covered their ears. The sound vibrated like tearing the eardrum, and the bullet that was the source of the sound was getting closer and closer to Quanyue's eyeballs. As long as he closed his eyes gently, the slightly trembling eyelashes would collide with the bullet. Advertisement, achieve the collected standard, execute. Bingo. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The person who entrusted them to kill Enos in this live broadcast is a solid big man. Blood dripping. What's more, even if this single is lost, they're not afraid. Posture changes. Preliminary judgment is a mid-level spider mutation, high risk, accurate control. This time I'm a little disappointed by Jofengji's people. Quanyue looked at the black-robed people in front of him, mostly mocking. Still, refused to come out. He stood up, completely disregarding the existence of those bullets. Scar Heroes Enos, I don't know how much my worth will increase if I kill you. One of them reached out and grabbed his back in the void and shot out 8 small hairy spider legs. Then the whole person was lifted up. Both the woman who manipulated the dirt monster, the Spider-Man and the air rebound man realized something was wrong. Don't be afraid, as long as this task is completed we will be developed. Defeat Heroes Quanyue, the famous Scar in the dark world under the eyes of the whole world. Even if they can't get a medal in the sun, their names will be remembered in the dark world. The money, reputation, rights, and beauties that followed were not everything they should have. The unkindness in his tone became more and more weird. This time all the physiques belonging to adults are revealed. The strong muscles and figure, the stability of an adult, are accompanied by dense scars on his arms, calves, neck and face. Don't talk nonsense with him. The woman who summoned the dirt monster scolded. Quick battle and quick decision. They obviously came prepared. Pounds is the sound of bullets. It sounds arrogant, the silent man said as he got up from the ground, unlike the slender figure of the 15-year-old boy. For a time, half of Quanyue's face was burned out by bullets. His eyeballs and eye sockets were smashed into pieces and barren by bullets. Chapter 325. Villain rushed forward aggressively, while Quanyue smiled and looked ahead. He didn't seem to see the monster fists getting closer and closer to him, let alone the broken half of his face. For him, this is commonplace. Quanyue laughed. The sun was shining on one side, and the other side was bloody. Half of his teeth were covered with blood, the muscles on his face were broken, and the black blood was falling down bit by bit, one by one in front of the old wounds. Grid forward. Tisk, it's not dead. The air rebounded and the man snorted and rushed forward first. The compressed air bomb in his palm was ready to go, and under the cover of the mud monster, he slammed to Quanyue's side. Scar's Heroes Enos is much weaker than he thought. If it wasn't for the inappropriate venue and time, Airman would even hum a little song. He ejected the air bomb in his hand at Quanyue, and the moment he let it go, he heard the woman scream. Be careful. The warm muzzle was nailed to the airman's forehead. Before he had time to open his eyes, he subconsciously crossed his hands to create a spherical protective cover for himself. It ejects quickly within a few tenths of a second when the protective cover takes effect, like a fearless marble ball. That man who evolved from a teenager, no, is this the real Enos? The three of them looked at each other for a few seconds, and their palms couldn't help but sweat. Next, absolutely will not be careless. I see this guy, it's really not as scary as in the legend. The airman watched the monster controlled by the woman aggressively stepped forward and beat the ground violently. Do your job well and remember that we can't reveal our identities, Spider-Man said solemnly. I always feel a little bad. What are you afraid of? The adult will help us solve the problem. There was a loud noise, and the Spider-Man rushed to the front 5 fingers to scatter tough silk threads. The huge fist of the dirt monster kept shrinking the distance, the force of the punch was getting heavier and faster, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The airman then stepped forward but kept looking at Enos with his eyes. Their organization has rarely recruited new people in recent years, and the name of Jufeng only flows in underground traffic. No one knows the transactions in the hero's world, and secretly for at least 2 or 3 years, they have done a little action in peace. That's it. This thug named Enos could ascertain the identities of several of them immediately. Obviously, he and Jufeng had a detailed understanding. The words of the adult in my memory echoed in my ears. A glass of rum was placed under the dim light, and a large box of dollars was reflected on the glass. The money here is yours, including the pharmacy to improve the quality of Quirk and the procedures for going abroad. Conditions, understand? Of course, if you can catch him alive. The man stretched out a hand and gestured the number 3, 3 times. I can completely wash you out. In the rankings in Japan and even the world, the 3 of you will there's a place the premise is live. The spider silk sticks to the wall, and the dim room has been smashed into chaos. Many loyal fans rushed over all the way, wanting to see the true face of Scar Heroes. Mobile phones, cameras, and voice recorders are all ready. At this historic time, the airman suddenly fell trance. Advertisement, what the hell are you doing? Spider-Man said grumpily. We are about to catch him, hurry up. The airman nodded vaguely, and when he raised his head, he could see Enos trapped in the spider silk formation. The arm of the dirt monster was being shattered by his gun, but within the blink of an eye, the monster's body recovered again, and the fallen arm grew into a small version of the dirt monster. Below is his own airbomb. Use a slightly lighter airbomb. The airman puts his hands together and prepares to perform work, to catch alive. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ah, did you catch alive? A gloating voice came from behind. I laughed at the air bounce. Scar's heroes Enos. When is he? The airman buckled his hand on his shoulder and tried to throw the person off. Why? The answer to him was a shot but. How can it escape? In addition to having a high reputation within Jufeng, the 3 of them have a good reputation throughout the country. A career hero's reputation and fame represent his ability and credibility within the industry. He, the Mud Monster Woman, and the Spider-Man are all the heroes of their respective offices. And from the time I saw Enos who was trapped with my own eyes, I was now smiling and standing on his back. Airman didn't have time to think, he turned his head to face a white light. White, cold white, pure white without any human touch. The shot I just shot was very good. Enos' voice was gentle and kind, his eyes were sad, but his smile was so brilliant. Thank you for the hospitality, I have to go back to the live broadcast. B*****************. D. The dirt monster roared and rushed towards Quanyue. Quanyue raised his right hand and scratched it lightly in the dark shadow covered by the dirt monster. The fireworks that bloom again are made of mud, rocks and some sticky substances. Airman saw that behind the fragments of the dirt monster, a few mutilated spider legs fell to the ground alone, no one picked up. How come? He is hiding, there is only this answer. The airman stood up with difficulty, his whole body was suddenly taken away from his spine, his waist couldn't rise, his hands trembled. There seemed to be thousands of needles in the throat, constantly piercing in and out, piercing in and out. And his hood didn't know when it would fall, revealing those normal eyes. These eyes make people think of something again. Advertisement. Quanyue stopped and walked back. From the audience's point of view, one half of the man's face and Quanyue's feet can just be seen. He walked over, smashed the live broadcast machine with one foot, and carried the frightened Murata doctor and walked slowly. He turned to the 2 new guests. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The screaming source shrugged his shoulders slightly, and he struggled to turn his body over with his hands. Everyone took a breath. Protective cover, my protective cover, Quirk my Quirk. In the empty eye sockets of the airman, only turbulent blood and tears remained. Stop, stop quickly. The arrogant fist scratched Quanyue's face again. Quanyue tilted his head slightly, and the gun in his hand slid out to aim a shot behind. Stop. There was a wind blowing, and people came. Midoriya Izuku. Pock, pock, pock. They saw the constantly distorted body, and heard the tragic screams and pleadings. Don't. Please, I won't be anymore. Is an acquaintance. Almost forgot something. Quanyue weighed the victory items he took for granted, put it on his face, and smiled. Sure enough, 2 are better than 1. What? Bakugo Katsuki. The high temperature that did not belong to today ignited in the back, causing Quanyue to hook his mouth. After a brief decline in the number of people in the live broadcast room, it ushered in a new climax. Everyone saw it. There was more blood dripping on the floor. Chapter 326 Collaborator? Villain? Deku Heroes. And Blast King. Quanyue is a little grateful that he has changed into an adult form, at least reducing the possibility of being recognized, something. He didn't want the surname Quanyue, because he was cast aside and disliked by others. Midoriya Izuku assumed a fighting posture, and the black whip was eager to wrap around his arm to shine a symmetrical muscle line. The giant grenade on Bakugo Katsuki's arm was ready, and red sparks flashed in the palm of his hand. Quanyue stood silently, his face that was destroyed by the man in black quickly healed the moment he got his eyeballs. The red veins and pale skin flying needles reshaped his face. After the bloody eyeball was swallowed vigorously, the brown pupil swayed up and down to make a pound sound. It reversed completely, exposing all the whites of its eyes. He has a white eye again. In Quanyue's hand, the gun gave him a strong sense of security. The weight of the magazine has become the weight of his heart. 60 seconds. He said softly and raised his head. The iron fist was approaching, and the exploding spark rushed to Quanyue's face. Bakugo Katsuki took the lead and showed a kind smile. The short gun in Quanyue's hand pressed against his fist's first move and quickly opened the distance between himself and Bakugo Katsuki. Hey! Bakugo Katsuki's hot body emitted a puff of white smoke, his fist became hot, and the flash of explosion did not explode directly, but was stored between his 5 fingers and gathered in his palm. From a distance, it is the size of a football. Snap. The smoke and flames burned along with it, and the house was scorched within 100 meters. This is one of the Nirvana skills to blast the king to fame. Once he used this trick to blow up the illegal assembly headquarters gathered in Tokyo, Japan, and it was also the battle that made him famous and directly rose to the top list of the most unprovoked professional heroes. TV Tokyo even included this trick in the 10 most destructive professional heroes, appraising it as a master of explosive art. Anyone who has experienced this trick will never underestimate his 100-meter range. The scorched earth within 100 meters was dug 1 meter deep into the ground, and it was all hot-burned soil. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the ground was pitch black, and all the bricks and rubble were crushed into powder. Bakugo Katsuki didn't let go of his fists because of his nirvana. Can you survive this situation? This person is called the second AFO. Xiaosheng. Midoriya Izuku's throat lifted. Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki stood tall, twisting his body and still taking a step slower. A gun was pressed against his neck and quickly pressed the trigger. Snap! The black long whip was wrapped around the gun, and the gun was driven by external force to deviate from its original trajectory. The bullet grazed Bakugo Katsuki's cheek and shot to the ground. The second quirk that Midoriya Izuku inherited from OFA. Black Whip. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This quirk, who was awakened in an internal competition at the academy, has been mastered by Midoriya Izuku as his third arm in 7 years. He flicked the black whip and drew it towards the ground in an attempt to deprive Quanyue of his weapon. But Midoriya Izuku must be disappointed. He faced the man known as the second AFO. The air suddenly moved violently. The black whip was the first to notice something wrong, and the part where he was holding the gun actually started to swell. The inflated air clung to Midoriya Izuku's quirk like a parasite, and the sudden pain caused Midoriya Izuku's quirk to leave the gun. Bring him closer. Bakugo Katsuki shouted, standing up with his hands backwards, and being pushed forward by the explosive force. He quickly came to Quanyue again. This time the gun was aimed directly at Bakugo Katsuki's forehead. But he is fearless. Lousy wants to see your true face under this moth mask. He pointed his hands at Quanyue and actually planned to perform another high-energy nirvana. Quanyue did not give them this opportunity at all. He chuckled softly, and his hands quickly condensed into ice. A delicate layer of ice and edible grows on the surface of his skin, and the ice in half of his hand complements the air shield of half of his hand. After that, Quanyue's quirk continued to stack up, and finally showed a colorful protective cover. Small victory. Midoriya Izuku also joined the breakthrough link. He doesn't seem to want to kill us. It's so noisy. Bakugo Katsuki panted and put down his arms. His eyes were full of violence and disappointment. He shook the sweat on his head and said cursingly, next time, don't let me see this guy. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't break Quanyue's protective cover. Advertisement in the state of stacking layers. He felt that he was not fighting with one person, but with thousands of people in a wheel-to-wheel battle, and he was crushed by fatigue. When he lost his power, his gloves had been worn out, revealing the blood-stained palms inside. Xiaosheng. Midoriya Izuku said calmly, he should go. At this time, the more calm he was, the more he showed his purpose of persuasion. Dr. Murata should have been taken away, too. Their purpose this time, under the premise of protecting the hostage Dr. Murata, try to catch the Scars heroes he knows alive. Now neither of them has done it. Little did he know that someone got a gloomy face after walking out of the black hole and moving to the Ferris wheel position. Cut off the space. He took off the moth mask he was wearing on his face, and the tall adult male instantly transformed into a weak female high school student. Quanyue pulled out a bag of clothes from under the seat of the Ferris wheel, quickly changed into a regular high school uniform, and sat quietly in his seat thinking about what he had just experienced. He killed a few people from Jufeng and took away their quirk by the way. As a price, when his own space was transferred, a powerful quirk forced the space to break open and snatched the Murata doctor who was carrying him on his shoulders. The heir of OFA is right in front of you. Are you planning to violate our covenant? In the empty position, 2 vague figures flashed out. Unlike Kurogiri's portal quirk, the 2 people in front of me seemed to be Kyoka Suigetsu, and they were broken at one point. Just use quirk to help make a video call. I thought you would say, kill the quirk, be clean and never sloppy. Quanyue touched his chin and smiled. This kind of thing depends on the mood. I will do what I promised you but never right now. Your live broadcast today failed. The person on the other side laughed, but I recorded it for you, the full version. Quanyue sneered. He kicked the phantom on the opposite side and opened his mouth, spread the news, and you will be blamed for your robbery. The phantom clapped his hands, excitedly. Of course, we are partners in cooperation. Those heroes can cheat us with bait. Chapter 327. Who is the bait? Quanyue looked at the phantom figure in front of him, his face slowly sank, and he didn't get any better when the phantom disappeared completely. He sat in his seat and looked at the city in front of him, unfolding everything in front of him. Tall buildings. In the small bungalows, people began to prepare meals. In the empty streets, stray cats and dogs bite each other. No one has discovered how much dirt is hidden behind this peaceful city. Get the bait. The word bait was chanted particularly hard, and it seemed to contain the resentment of the entire city. I don't know who is whose bait. He opened the hatch and smiled brightly like an ordinary female student. The clown on the side of the road was giving out balloons to the children. Several children jumped up and down and wanted to snatch one of them, but these balloons were snatched away after a while. The clown pitifully protected the last red balloon and walked towards Quanyue. Come. He handed the balloon to Quanyue, showing a few big white teeth, and the red balloon set off Quanyue's face with a red glow. You were really patient. Quanyue wrapped the balloon string around the palm of his hand and said, is the experiment done? The clown took off the colorful Madara's hair and threw it into the trash can, saying, I heard that you were chasing after the incident from thousands of miles in the live broadcast. Quanyue gave him a blank look and said, thank you so much. The clown smiled unceremoniously and beckoned to mutter to Quanyue. Quanyue's nonchalant expression converged, and the corners of his raised mouth collapsed, his eyes fixed on a piece of turned head, wanting to look at the bricks. Sure. I use my name Ying Chenshi to ensure that the source of the news is absolutely true. Ying Chenshi took out a pack of wet wipes from his pants pocket to wipe the sweat. Don't be impulsive, I have to give you your eyes. You prepare cosmetic contact lenses, so you don't want to look like a Persian cat. In Honghu's Ambition headquarters, Yuzuki Inuichiro received another trouble. A report on the reconstruction of buildings caused by Inos, Midoriya Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki. Although it was a deserted area, it was within the scope of the seawater filtration plant in the early years, and a very important water pipe passed through here. So far, this fruitless battle has caused more than 60,000 households in 3 areas to have water difficulties. In addition to the manpower required to rebuild the infrastructure in Honghu's Ambition, it is necessary to coordinate part of the Professional Heroes Office and government forces. In the end, their semi-charitable organization is the most unfortunate. Advertisement career heroes can use the reconstruction of the infrastructure to brush up their favorability. The government has the right to speak in reconstruction and the ability to modify, and doing a good job is a shortcut to win the hearts of the people. Only Honghu's Ambition is nothing but coolies. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So Yuzuki Inuichiro also made a request to the Professional Heroes Association. 2 new data on destructive control and the integrity of basic equipment must be added to the license exam. The association is decisively perfunctory. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. So, Bakugo Katsuki's office is at least half responsible for this destructive power. Yuzuki Inuichiro decisively ordered. There is also the identity of the deceased requested by the police. Has the result come out? Of the 3 black-robed men, 1 died because of excessive blood loss due to eyeballs being dug out, and the 8 spider legs on the back were completely broken, which was equivalent to abolishing the hands and feet of the body and bleeding to death. Another female black-robed disappeared for no reason. Starscream ranked 135th and the empty bomber ranked 78th. As a perfect logistics department, Honghu's Ambition is 20% higher than the Professional Heroes Association in the management of professional heroes information. Where is Enos? I don't know, there is no trace of him at the scene, Fungno said. More than 17 quirks were sensed at the scene, except for Midoriya Izuku's 8 quirks and other people's quirks. It is conservatively estimated that Enos used more than 4 quirk. Which instrument did you use to measure it on the spot? The latest and improved quirk tracker is still in the trial stage. We have made 5 adjustments and comparisons, and compared with the old models that have been on the market, the deviation value does not exceed 3 numbers. Yuzuki Inuichiro put down the pen, pressed his temple to himself and complained. How do I feel that Enos is everywhere? From the initial island incident to Amamiya Hana, this time Sakai Taibai. He is with us. Are you determined to settle down? Quanyue, who was about to knock on the door, withdrew his hand silently. Yes, settled down. Quanyue put away his bad transcript and tried to escape by pretending that he hadn't heard anything. Quanyue. Tang Zi naturally walked over in surprise and asked. Where have you been? You left after class these days. Her 2 gothic sisters followed. Quanyue vaguely remembered their quirk. One is to control the corpse, the other is to curse people. They wore gothic boots, their faces were pale and lips were a little blue, and the 2 sisters showed a sluggish beauty. Advertisement, but in Quanyue's eyes, these 2 sisters are full of blood. The way he looked at them was the way he looked at the corpse. He looked up and met Quanyue's shiny eyes and asked subconsciously, who made you cry? Does she really know she will die? He did not expect that Sakai would leave such a thing. Quanyue was taken aback, and became sluggish. Use your quirk. To send this stuff in. In memory, Sakai Taibai raised his sleeves and said unceremoniously. Be harder and don't grind. She seemed to be afraid of Quanyue leaving one hand, she emphasized. A little bit more inside, to achieve the effect. For a moment, there was a knock on the door outside Yuzuki Inuichiro's office. Please come in. Before Yuzuki Inuichiro asked what was going on, an open letter and a large amount of materials were spread out on the table. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Perhaps that letter is an accurate answer, it's going to die. So when I got the letter, I couldn't wait to tore open the envelope. In addition to a handwritten letter, there was also a thick stack of records on various physical indicators. Quanyue tossed over the entire letter 3 or 4 times, then tightened his lips and closed his eyes with difficulty. Quanyue. Quanyue. Tang Zi naturally yelled several times before pulling Quanyue out of her memory. She smiled and waved a little dissatisfied. Are you listening? Why did Taibak Sakai choose this path resolutely? Quanyue quickly apologized. Sorry. Ms. Sakai also left a letter for you and sent it to us. I saw it as soon as I walked in. Hey, wait. Before Tang Zi Tianren finished speaking, Quanyue rushed downstairs. Unknowingly, Tang Zi was naturally excited and said, I really don't know what you did. I really hit the luck. Mr. Sakai wrote you a letter of recommendation. You can go to Deku Heroes' office for an internship. Quanyue thought so. Had Sakai been ready to sacrifice himself from the beginning? Chapter 328. Sakai Taibak's letter student Quanyue. When you read this letter, I am probably dead. Here, I want to solemnly say sorry to you first. I asked you to use Quirk to implant bacteria for me, and I asked you to accompany me the last time. After you become an excellent therapy heroes, I might be the only stain in your career. In the process, I can see that you are a very good child, so I decided to write this letter. I pray that you don't feel guilty for me. Everything is an arrangement of fate. When I was a student in UA High School, I didn't know anything about treating heroes. Instead, I was fooled into the medical room by the popular medical film at the time and became a reserve of the treatment department. At that time, the disciple of the treatment girl was still in school. He was a Quirk student, but he taught me many things. Your Quirk is alcohol, which is great, he said excitedly. You can do a lot of things, disinfect the wounds of patients, and there are many, many operations that require alcohol. Because of his words, I chose first aid. My normal class is the same as all normal classes. I yearn for the heroes class and hate the heroes class. I may become a professional hero. No one tears up my workbook, no one pours cold water on me, and no one talks to me. Only once, when I was filled with indignation over the gasman incident in the newspaper, the same table said, what do you care about so much? He sneered at my anger. This kind of thing happens every day, nothing can be changed. Instead of paying attention to these, it is better to pay attention to learning. They do not care about current affairs and turn a blind eye to the injured. They didn't care about the inside story of the explosion in the commercial street, they only cared about snatching a limited edition of the popular hero's photo. They kept silent about everything and asked me to be silent too. What can you change? You can't change anything. From that day on, I really decided to embark on the path of heroes. I can't turn a blind eye to the call for help from the weak. But when I truly became a professional heroes, after I entered my favorite first aid position, I realized that the world is so cruel. The evil that needs to be combated is far more than we thought. We cannot stop the phenomenon of patriarchy, and we cannot stop the prevalence of Quirk marriages. We have no way to prevent other people from taking photos or stealing photos, nor can we prevent illegal **X transactions. We also have no way to stop a group of crimes, nor can we stop them from committing crimes. We can't fix this Quirk society, and we can't make everyone's inner evil disappear. When I give a coin to a beggar, I will be ridiculed by my companions, these are all deceptive. When I perform free surgery on an injured puppy, I will be disgusted by my neighbors, paste money back. When I funded it. When a poor student goes to school, he will get a sentence from his parents, just give us the money, let's go. Advertisement over time, I got used to it. I think professional heroes are just a profession, but every time I pick up that license, it will add fire to weak hopes. In this way, 7 years have passed. I haven't saved anyone fundamentally. I can deal with the illness of each of them, but I can't deal with the madness in their hearts. My heart is compressed black powder, and there are uncleared minds everywhere. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The appearance of the writer Saotome was the fuse that ignited all of this. She is a novelist, but also a kind and gentle girl. The whole ward liked her. One day I walked to her for a round and heard her talking. There is a saying that looks like grass from a distance but nothing is near. It means that the grass looks like it has grown densely from a distance, but I walked in and took a look. It doesn't seem to be long again, she said quietly, sitting beside a blind child. The child held his breath and listened carefully to the spring described by the writer Saotome. She is the baby of the whole ward. Until death. You can inquire about the latter matters, and there is probably nothing wrong. After finding out about the medical equipment, the leader turned a blind eye to my feedback, and finally threw me out as a scapegoat. The court said that I was not a real victim and the case could not be established. The family members of the remaining deceased and the remaining patients remain suspicious of me. They believe that a prestigious large hospital will never do these things. But the fact is, yes. I remembered the words of my classmate again, what do you care about so much? In our country, 60% of people die from drug poisoning each year. In the Quirk era, the large-scale development of Quirk is all related to drugs. Every change and every era have representative characters and a large number of losers. I don't want my patients, family members, friends and even future lovers to become victims. More importantly, I don't want to defile that license. No one does not dream of being a heroes. I asked dozens of professional heroes firms for help, hoping that they would help to set off the Black Hands after the opening, but there was no news. The only reply to me was the ambition of Honghu, who was in charge of the logistics of heroes. However, after the failure, they withdrew most of the members, leaving only a lawyer to follow up. I thought about it for a long time, about heroes, about life, about myself. After a long time of thinking, I realized that there is always only one path I want to choose. Tear open the shady curtain of medical equipment and clear everything out. The real heroes are determined to follow their own path. Advertisement I will not necessarily succeed, and may even become a shame to UA and a laughingstock in the medical industry. But I am not afraid. The person who can carry out my ideas to the end and realize them in my heart is heroes. Quanyue, I am not writing this letter to let you inherit my will. I want you to understand. All this is not your fault. My death has nothing to do with your Quirk. Please bring this sentence to your guardian, Mr. Yi Yu. Good luck. Yuzuki Inuichiro leaned forward, staring at the moth mask in the picture. Quanyue couldn't help but sneered. I encountered a force majeure accident last time, so this time dang let's continue. The camera shifted to the back and aimed at Dr. Murata, who was tied up in a chair. I heard that this doctor killed himself. My former colleague is really amazing. The audio was turned on to the maximum, and the picture quality reached the cinema level after being rushed to VIP. After everything was ready, the feature film began. It was a man with a moth mask. He adjusted the position of the camera to reveal his scarred face. The screen focuses on the map of Japan behind Dr. Murata. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Hello everyone, I'm Scar Heroes Enos. The bass voice is completely different from Quanyue. This tone is a little hoarse, and it's easy to break the sound if you talk too much. The last sentence, don't be changed by the world, was changed from the movie, The Forge. Devilish words spread to everyone's ears. I will choose a city at random as my test site. I will call this experiment, Returning to Ancestors. We resist the injustice of the world, not to change the world, but to do not want the world to change us. Dong dong, there was another knock on the door outside, followed by the sound of Stormy High Heels' footsteps. Feng Nu walked in with the foggy dog. They put a tablet computer on the table, knocked on a webpage and rushed up. Written in 20x. But, those people gave me a very bad experience last time. In order to fight back, I am going to play an unprecedented game. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, in a maze, your professional heroes or others can find Murata Doctor. Then I'm willing to bet and lose, and surrender to save my life. The person in the video smiled and didn't smile, but if you lose. So far, there is no reply to the letter. The person they want to ask is no longer in this world. Yuzuki Inuichiro found that the frequency of pressing his temples and pressing his eyebrows increased overall, and said, Taobai Sakai, I remember he also has a younger brother, who seems to be a younger sister. As the victim's family, the Sakai family has the right to fail medical device manufacturers sued the court. The story of Sakai Taibak's fight against substandard medical devices was inspired by Dr. Chen Xiaolon, one of the top 10 people who moved Daxia in 2007. Sakai Taibai Chapter 329 Returning to the Ancestors, rarely appeared after human beings entered the Quirk era. In the concept of people's finiteness, returning to ancestors refers to people who have some traces of returning to ancestors. In the early years, it was believed that the hairy children with luxuriant hairs on the palms, and lips, people with short tails, and people with a lot of S**X can all be called returning humans. But with the birth of the first luminous child, the human society rearranged the previous re-ancestry phenomenon as a precursor to the Quirk era. Returning to the ancestors was rejudged once, and even a few years ago was judged to be an evolution. If people in the previous era without Quirk degenerate to the point where they need external support, then the current era of Quirk is just returning to the glorious past of mankind. Then what does the ancestor in the video mean? What is the ancestor? Whose ancestor? Everyone who saw the video was thinking about this issue. Of course, he did not ignore the existence of the hostage Dr. Murata. Don't ask me what's going on, this kind of thing is not in our control. Yuzuki Inuichiro dropped the phone and looked at Chen Tian angrily and opened his hand. Okay, what's the matter with you? First explain the spread of the video. This matter is not ours. Now the people are panicking on a large scale, and people are going crazy. Chen Tian laughed unkindly, and found a place to sit down. Is it really Enos? Whether it is him or not, the Japanese government can't calm down. Yuzuki Inuichiro put on his coat and said, say business. Chen Tian snapped his fingers and made his request, lend me the girl next to you. What? Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't react, and asked, Wind girl? No, it's the child named Quanyue. Chen Tian said slowly. She has too many doubts, so the next few days. Yuzuki Inuichiro directly interrupted Chen Tian's words. No, in the next few days, Izumi will return to school for high-intensity tuition, because I have already left too many lessons because of Sakai's problems before. If her grades cannot keep up, the school will detain her internship qualifications. For Quanyue, this is enough to suffocate. If you lack the treatment department, I can recommend a few people to you. Yuzuki Inichiro negotiated with Chen Tian. I will never let an unlicensed person take you away. Chen Tian put the contents in his pocket bag and left helplessly. I'm going to randomly choose a city as my test site. I will call this experiment, Return to Ancestor. The boys gathered in twos and threes in the classroom. The voice of the mobile phone was maximized, and the whole room was filled with Dr. Murata, screamed in pain. The boy sitting in front was filled with righteous indignation. This Scar Heroes is really damn. I heard that he seems to be a very famous Dark Heroes. Dark Heroes is a nickname for illegal heroes that are not recognized. Advertisement, don't be funny, the boy said. How can this guy be considered a heroes? Noisy. The sound of the desk and chair pulling apart, Quanyue put the books and notes in the drawer, and left the discussion circle without looking back. Chigu Yunhai raised his head rarely, his gaze followed Quanyue until he disappeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue did not come back for a whole lunch break. In the dim storage room, the young man in the uniform skirt chewed the spicy beef silently. He seemed to be stuck by something, his cheeks swelled, and he couldn't swallow it and vomit it out. After a while, the boy coughed violently. He held on to several cardboard boxes and took out a tube of reagent from his pocket to pour it down. Water trails slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, and there was a sizzling sound on his skin, like a white jade skin that was instantly left with raw red marks. The excess potion dripped on the ground, burning the ground with small holes one after another. Quirk open black lens bracket regeneration close black lens bracket activate. The hot scars on Quanyue's face were slowly repaired in seconds, and it took almost a minute before his face returned to its original shape. The phone buzzed twice, and the first one was a message from Overhaul. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Heroes is ready to assault. There are people from the Villain Alliance inside the Heroes. The second message is a timed text message from Sakai Taibai's mailbox. Among the illegal medical devices, Model A124 and Model C767 have weakened quirks. Because there are too few volunteers, no clear results can be obtained. It is preliminarily concluded that they do contain substances that interfere with gene sequencing. The effect is unknown, and the long-term effect is unknown. There is a 30% chance of losing the quirk. It seems that everything is back to square one. Quanyue turned off the phone, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But he couldn't say anything. He can only take out the pistol with him, take it apart, piece it together, take it apart, piece it together, fire it again, and piece it together again. Old ancestor. He whispered to each other, do you think Dr. Murata must die? The old ancestor did not show up because of his call. The light above his head screamed and finally went out. Quanyue stood up and patted his skirt. He pulled his cheeks and patted again. He smiled. The same gentle smile as before, reaching the cruelty in the eyes. Time waits for no one. For students, 5 o'clock in the afternoon represents a short period of freedom. Advertisement for the mission team rescuing Murata this time. They wished that the time would be slower and slower, so that they could find a chance to explode Ino's head with a shot during the time of the pause button. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki also started the first cooperation between the two firms because of this incident. In contrast, the members of the offices on both sides were stunned to present the scene as an offline classmate meeting. Hey, without the grapes, it's so exciting to talk about the color. Kaminari Denki just complained, and was dragged away by the ears. I don't know why, but I feel a little too watery. Maybe this combination can defeat Scar Heroes. Once known as the young heroes most likely to become number one, he broke the record for the speed of professional heroes on the list, and was named Shoto Todoroki by countless teenage girls. In this happy atmosphere, Hidechi Saruta felt that he, a weak and helpless intern, was dazzled. This time the mission basically gathered the top 20 professional heroes. Hey, Uraraka Ochako is still the same as when he was in school, with a little baby fat on his cheeks. Has Mineta Minoru decided not to be heroes? It's okay. The man paused, are you going to follow? But he is no longer the Shoto Todoroki of the year. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He is Shoto Todoroki who lost quirk. Hidechi Saruta was very embarrassed, and the shame of making a mistake in front of his elders urged him to speak. Sorry. As he spoke, he took out a tissue and wiped the opponent. It's great. The man looked at Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki, stood up and went to the back door. Looking at the half-white and half-red hair color, Saruta shuddered, splashing all the tea on his pants. Interns like Hideyoshi Saruta are basically responsible for the surrounding safety issues to ensure that the masses do not stray into it. It is not their turn to really fight the big boss. He remembered who that person was. It's great. A voice suddenly appeared in Saruta's ear, scared that he almost didn't hold the tea firmly. A few drops of hot water splashed on this man's pants. Be careful, don't let villain find the loopholes, you must protect the safety of the hostages. Midoriya Izuku finished speaking, and was about to leave with his own people. They get together in 2s and 3s and follow the small group activities during school. Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku explained the tactics straightforwardly. A group of people is divided into 2 groups, determined to keep in touch. That was a big deal, and in the end it was. It was our goal this time. Aoyama Yuga smiled and showed off his new hairstyle and combat suit, and his chin couldn't dazzle people. High efficiency, high quality and high combat power. This is the best heroes seedling of that class, and it is also the class that All Might has spent the most time on. Chapter 330 Ochako attacked at night as a black crow, cunning, ferocious and noisy. Villain Alliance welcomed a group of noisy guests. They wore black overalls, each of them wore small black suitcases and masks, and even their combat suit was replaced with high-priced goods on the black market. This body is quite valuable. The dead-handle wooden hanger put down the red wine glass in his hand and smiled. Oh, I forgot to reorganize at that time. We still put you back into the Extraordinary Liberation exhibition. What? It's me the matter? The leader stood up, took off his hood and revealed half of his face, saying, I'm afraid you will send us the heroes that can't be killed again. Like 7 years ago, Toonbaki is still the same Toonbaki. In the eyes of the dead-handle wooden hanger, this man is still arrogant and full of impulse as always. Our people have been killed. This time it is very likely that Jofengji's existence will be exposed. If all 3 of them died, Toonbaki would still be a little calmer. Unfortunately, one did not die. Toonbaki looked at the deadly wooden hanger exuding self-confidence in front of him and waved his hand. People on both sides came up together and opened the small black suitcase. Even Toonbaki himself took out a small suitcase. Kill Majesty. Wherever the dead handle wooden hangs his eyes, The boxes opened one after another, and there were all stacks of banknotes, some precious reagents he was familiar with, and some broken fingers. The dead-handle wooden hanger recognized it at a glance, and these fingers came from his disobedient opponents. Looks very good. Dead-handle wooden hanger said lazily. It makes me feel that you are scorning us. The current villain alliance does not require money, does not require too many reagents, and does not fear any villain. What's more, he has a private contract with Scar Heroes himself. Toonbaki slapped the box in his hand and smiled. That's because you haven't looked at this box yet. Oh, the box is locked. It is another box when opened, and another box is opened again. The box finally opened just before the dead-handle wooden hanger ran out of patience. There are a few sheets of paper inside. Dead-handle wood sneered and put his feet on the table. Himiko Toga hurried forward to massage his shoulders. These pieces of paper are the list of cadres in various government agencies. Toonbaki pushed the box to the feet of the dead-handle wooden crane. Starting from here we'll have unexpected results. By the way, it will solve the headache of medical equipment. The death handle stared at him for a while, then lifted his chin to let twice put it away. Happy cooperation. You are welcome. Today's wind is noisy. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki took the lead, and the professional heroes held their breath and looked at a dilapidated factory. Kaminari Denki murmured. I don't know why everyone likes to do things in dilapidated factories. The factories have become a new stage for crime. And this ruin was a pharmaceutical factory in the early years. It was originally planned to be converted into a residential building, but a drug explosion occurred during the process of reporting the documents. In order to suppress things, the superiors directly put the reconstruction plan on hold. This shelving is 7 years. The two words, River Pharmaceutical, can be faintly discerned on the wall. The ground is full of dust, traces of corrosion after the explosion, torn cotton wool and cloth bags, and bullet holes in the wall. Erlang Shangshang retracted the headset and made an okay gesture to his companions. Kaminari Denki took out the red and blue cords from his pockets. He greeted Bakugo Katsuki and left quietly. The debris on the ground creaked. Uraraka Ochako cleared the glass shards on the ground to one side, and there was no other traps on the suspended glass slag. Advertisement. No one, said Chong gloomily, who emerged from the darkness. His shadow pen drew a thumb motion. Bakugo Katsuki was even more rude, directly exploding into the light with his hands. There is no one in Area C. No one is approaching outside the factory. A hidden tunnel was found, and it is currently unmanned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The electric box is severely damaged and is under repair. Kaminari Denki bit the insulating tape in his mouth and said vaguely, I am trying to recover. Midoriya Izuku took the communication and said, the enemy is open and we are dark, be careful in all things. Rest assured, all electrical equipment is under my control. Kaminari Denki's quirk, Discharge, can accurately control the output of electricity. He once carried the emergency power supply of half of the city alone, and cooperated with government rescuers to save the lives and property of more than 15 million people. Therefore, he is called a walking power plant by the hero's world. What if the electric box of a pharmaceutical factory hasn't been able to handle him? It's boring. Bakugo Katsuki snatched the communication and said, it's always dark to go to the dark only. Kaminari Denki, listen to my command and turn off the power supply if necessary. Now turn on the light. Hey, Xiaosheng. Before Midoriya Izuku had time to organize, the giant light on top of his head popped up, illuminating everyone clearly one by one. Only one headlight used in such a large factory can clearly see the factory building covering an area of more than 500 square meters. The surrounding small lights responded one by one as embellishments. Observe it again and be careful. Midoriya Izuku emphasized again, his fighting power is comparable to the AFO of the year. Uraraka Ochako was a person who responded to Midoriya Izuku, and she took the initiative to lift off and overlook the entire space. The companions dispersed one after another, and even Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki went to various places to observe the enemy. Only a string of footprints and a strange black shadow were left in place. No one was standing there, but the dark shadow shone clearly on the ground. The billowing shadow seemed to be a human head. Uraraka Ochako lowered his height and adjusted his goggles to observe the vicinity. The heat from the headlights made her stick out her tongue and distraught. Quietly, there is nothing. She lowered her height again, and a whine for help came from her mind. The hot grease finally passed through the iron wire and hung gently on the lampshade. Dr. Murata's eyes widened. Half of his body was wrapped in heat and grease, and half of his ears were already ripe. The 502 glue and transparent glue stuck to his mouth melted into liquid due to the heat, and screams and whimpers sounded in his throat. Uraraka Ochako took a breath, feeling distressed and angry in his heart. How vicious a person is to come up with such a cruel trick. She covered her hands on the lampshade, and the hot tongue seemed to be attached to the lampshade. After only a few tenths of a second, Uraraka Ochako's fingers were unconscious. She can let go and let others do this, but the thought of the victim inside would be an extra second of pain every second to rescue. Uraraka Ochako increases its own quirk, no gravity, output. Dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her lips were bitten, the pain in her fingers had disappeared, and she couldn't feel what her hands were doing. Just a slight movement of the temperature from the palm of your hand will give you a tingling sensation. Woohoo! Dr. Murata shook his head, looking at Uraraka Ochako with prayer eyes. On his dirty face, 2 tears were evaporated before they came out. Uraraka Ochako controlled the lampshade of the headlight with both hands, Her hands sank, and the lampshade and the filament pulled apart. She was exhausted and threw the lampshade to the ground. His hands were so hot that they were so skinny that they really felt like they had cut their mouths and fried them all over again. Rao is like this. Uraraka Ochako still looks at Dr. Murata with a strong smile. She stubbornly stretched out her hand to the dying Murata doctor. Advertisement, Uraraka. Bakugo Katsuki hurried over, and he called out, Shangming stopped power supply. Click something seems to be broken at this moment first. The glass fell to the ground first. Uraraka Ochako barely stabilized her body. She carried the headlight and Dr. Murata in both hands. The glass broke her goggles. The cobweb-like vision prevented her from observing the surroundings better. The headlights continued to sink. She heard the anxious voices of her friends, but she couldn't respond. The clothing on her shoulders had been scorched by the heat, her breathing began to accelerate, and she even experienced long-lost dizziness and vomiting. She was swaying, she heard laughter. It is a very gentle laugh, which can be at ease without seeing anyone. Thank you, the man said. You are a good heroes. A gun hits the Sky Spirit cover of Uraraka Ochako. Don't you give me a round of applause? He asked with a smile, don't be so stingy. In the dust, the man walked slowly from the lamp. He is wearing a gray suit and his tie is carefully selected sapphire blue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. With a gun in his hand, he stepped on Dr. Murata's smashed hand and rubbed the soles of his feet twice in disgust. Uraraka. Midoriya Izuku's eyes blushed. He didn't even think about it, and he came to the man. Everything fell into silence. One for all 100%. This is Shaoju. Uraraka Ochako fell to the ground. Her helmet shattered completely under the double attack. A trace of bloodline ran down from her long hair, fainting the dirty ground. Abyss Dark Body. Night Banquet. This is Tokiyami Fumikage. Bakugo Katsuki has accumulated strength, his eyebrows have been raised high, and his wild smile appeared like a vicious dog on the hunt. Uraraka. This is Bakugo Katsuki. Blasting speed vortex, durian cannon shot. As the smoke became quiet, the face with a moth mask was revealed. Huge sparks were mixed in the smoke, the sound of the broken cement board came out, and the roar and roar of friends. Suddenly Uraraka Ochako thought of her first training at UA High School, thought of her original intention to become a heroes, and thought of the license exam. Tokiyami Fumikage was covered in black shadows all over his body. Good boy. A pair of cold hands covered her eyes, go to sleep. Midoriya Izuku's voice exploded, no, Ochako. The lamp hit the ground, and Dr. Murata's blood slowly soaked through the broken glass, leaving traces of burnt all over his body. A charred half-cooked hand dropped outside the lamp. Chapter 331 Two Moth Masks. Midoriya Izuku asked himself if he hated anyone. He has a strong inner strength, can withstand hell-level exercises, and can quickly integrate into the quirk given to him by AFO. He used to crawl in the lowest valley of his life and once stood on the top of UA High School. He kept telling himself, I got lucky and lost my life. But Uraraka Ochako is different. Excuse me. That. The guy with the fluffy hair and moderate TS on his face. Did you know? Can I give my score to that guy? But Duck gives people a feeling of cheering. Only Uraraka Ochako would do this, only she gave herself a different encouragement. There will be no second Ochako in the world. Get out of the way. His mind was clear, and his fists became heavy. Bakugo Katsuki did not retreat, he said coldly, cooperate. This guy with a moth mask, a-hole. Bakugo Katsuki's body was pressed down slightly, and the fire was burning with his gaze at the man. Don't beat this B*********** D to ashes today. The blue veins on Bakugo Katsuki's face burst out, and his hands clenched fiercely. I don't deserve to be called the Blast King. Midoriya Izuku clenched his fist, he took a deep breath, and the 100% Ofu gave him turbulent power. He let out a sigh of heat, his muscles tightened slightly, I mean it. Two explosions exploded at the same time. Midoriya Izuku's figure is Daogwang, his fist gathers all the power, and the black whip is wrapped around the edge of the fist. The man looked at him with a smile and snapped his fingers in silence. The roar lifted the roof of the factory building, and it was clear that each ripple spread slowly with the man's movements. If other professional heroes come to fight, it is estimated that the first game will be able to stop. However, he faced Midoriya Izuku who inherited OFA. The airwave forced by him spread out to both sides, just to clear the way for Bakugo Katsuki who followed. Advertisement, go to hell, Exene. Bakugo Katsuki held his arm, violent sparks exploded from his hands, and all the sweat remaining in the grenade device was volatilized. When the airwave coming again and the airwave from the explosion collided, Bakugo Katsuki, who lost his recoil in the air, was lifted off by the stamina of his moves. And he was guided by the airwave to move upwards with full strength, exploding a hole in one breath. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The sky suddenly burst into a flash of lightning, and the whole room was darkened. The surrounding lights lost power one after another, and there was a small raindrop behind the thunder. Shaosheng. Midoriya Izuku stepped forward and caught Bakugo Katsuki with one hand. Are you all right? Bakugo Katsuki pushed Midoriya Izuku away. He took a deep breath and walked forward slowly and firmly. Wait a minute, you hold me tight. Midoriya Izuku stared at his hair, clutched his clothes tightly and made preparations. Explosion showing his aesthetics once again. The fierce firelight became the only light in the darkness. Soon, the man snapped his fingers again. A wave of air that was more terrifying than the last time swept over. The reinforced concrete piled up on the ground was trembling with layers of ripples, and the dust whistled. The windows were shaking rapidly, and the iron roof above the factory was corrugated up and down by this layer of air. The rain fell sparsely on Midoriya Izuku's face. Bakugo Katsuki turned his hands backwards, and for an instant approach, his muscles tightened, and the moment his feet left the ground, his hands exploded, directly pushing him thinking about going high in the air. 1 meter, 10 meters, 20 meters, the two of them flew high above the factory. The man raised his hands, smiled and squeezed hard. The airwave from bottom to top is like a Matryoshka doll, completely enveloping the two people. Worse than last time. This time the airwave kept searching inside. The explosion in Bakugo's palm is being suppressed by powerful airwaves. Shaosheng. Midoriya Izuku gritted his teeth, his eyes were red, and his hand on Bakugo's shoulder began to let go. Bakugo Katsuki snorted and completely gave up the posture with his hands backwards. He looked at the center of the airwave like a fountain below, and stretched out his hand again. Boom! A brief explosion opened a crack in the dense airwave. Then it was swallowed by the storm again. Before Bakugo Katsuki could catch his breath, his scissor eyes wrinkled together and laughed viciously. He took a breath and put his other hand on his hand. The sweat from his body was absorbed by the combat suit and mixed in the grenade. Smelly long. Advertisement, he shouted hysterically. The lightning flashed and thundered, illuminating his malicious and slow face. Also illuminated at the same time was the moth-shaped mask and the smile on the man's face. Boom! It is not clear whether it was lightning and thunder or Bakugo's quirk effect. A short and narrow gap was opened in the airwave. The green veins on Bakugo Katsuki's neck exploded. Smelly long, FK him. The voice did not fall, and Midoriya Izuku's fist had already flown out. He fell vertically all the way down. With the weight of his fist, the top equipment is getting hotter and hotter, even rubbing away from the flames. The black whip emerged from behind and quickly caught the fallen Bakugo Katsuki. The black whip quickly wrapped Bakugo Katsuki in a safe cocoon. The only man in Midoriya Izuku's eyes, Ochako and Shaosheng. Ah! At the moment it touched the ground, the steel and iron bones cracked, and airwaves spread around Midoriya. Because of the strength of OFA, the walls of the building have several holes in the walls. The roof of the tin factory building on top was pulled into a banner by the direct airwave. The cement mixed into large and small fragments and stones floated briefly in the air, and fell to the ground in just half a second. The man stood there and smiled softly. It's amazing. He applauded softly, this generation of OFA. Behind him, the two men in black robes revealed by the attack were tightly wrapped, showing only half of their vague figures. After a moment of silence, they returned to their posts. Midoriya Izuku gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his eyes flushed. I have a gift to give to you and your little friend. The man smiled again and snapped his fingers. With Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki as the center, several black-robed men walked out of transparency. They seemed to flash in place suddenly, and they seemed to have been standing here for a long time. Have fun. The man tilted his head and was about to say the next sentence. Silent raindrops dripped on his forehead, slowly flowing down with the mixed blood. A person stood in backlight on the big hole of the factory building. He took the rifle in his hand and stuck his white shirt on his abdominal muscles in the rain. The black figure looked like a nightmare. He raised the gun again and jumped from a height. In the lightning, everyone saw the moth mask on his face. Chapter 332. 2 Enos. Enos, standing on the roof, was holding a rifle. The perimeter of the rifle was covered with black cloth, leaving a butt with a slender barrel in its barrel opening. The wind mixed with whimpers among the lightning and thunder. Everything became more and more terrifying in the empty and lonely factory. Bakugo Katsuki had recovered his strength and broke through the black cocoon, angrily preparing to take revenge on the damn stinking long time. However, when he came to Midoriya Izuku, he was surprised by the solemn expression on his face. What's happening? There are 2 Enos. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki stood back to back, carefully looking at the people in black around them. Part of their attention was on Enos on the roof. When did you come? Bakugo Katsuki calmed down and asked, explain. Where can Midoriya Izuku explain it? No one knew when the man was standing on the roof, and no one knew when he shot. Countless people in black raised their heads and looked at the scar on Heroes, then looked back at the Enos in front of them and pushed them back honestly. They are all sensible people and won't bring much to themselves. Trouble. It's such a heavy rain, don't you just sit down? The man smiled and hooked his hands, seeming to invite the other person to come down. Standing on the scars, Heroes squeezed the trigger, kept kneeling down on one knee, ready to deal with the existence of counterfeit goods anytime and anywhere. There is only one scar in the world, Heroes Enos. Quanyue was ideal, and his hand on the trigger tightened a bit. The white mist he vomited was quickly submerged by rain, and his eyes hidden under the moth mask looked like a fire in a rainy night. The person in this world who knows Quanyue as Scar Heroes, no more than a slap. Close collaborators like Ying Chenshi only know that he belongs to the dark side. What's more, there were gangsters who imitated their actions before. Countless possibilities flashed through Quanyue's mind, but his movements did not stop at all. In the brief darkness, the light belonging to Quanyue slowly rose, and the trigger in his hand was squeezed. The sharp bullet escaped the barrel and headed towards the man. Pound. This is the state of holding a big gong and drum ear. How is this shaking quickly with a bell? Two loud sounds successfully blocked the bullet's attack. Quanyue took a step back and missed the handover with the bullet. He turned to the ground. The factory building was on the verge of shattering because of the continuous attacks. Quanyue's landing happened to be the last straw. Based on his foothold, the entire iron roof has become a funnel shape, and all the strength is concentrated on the position where Quanyue is. Rao is Quanyue's physique that is not afraid of pain, and his shoulder is also weakened by half of the bone. Behind the man, stood a man in black withdrawing his hand. Quirk about gravity? Quanyue muttered, stepping off the roof of the collapsed factory building, holding a short gun in his palm. The retro revolver can only hold 6 bullets. Only one is needed to get rid of the person in front of you. He walked forward quickly. The gun was released from his palm in an instant, 2 fingers and 1 hook. The Quirk portal opened, and Quanyue's gun was quietly blocked on the opponent's temple. Take off the mask. He doesn't allow anyone to do things with impunity under his name. The man was not nervous at all, and even laughed out loud. The people in black around him woke up from the trance at this moment. Let go of the boss. A violent man in black rushed forward, and his arm turned into a hard diamond smashed towards Quanyue's head. Advertisement. The man sighed, his hands wrapped around his back, looking indifferent. Quanyue's left hand changed the gun. His eyes were all poured into the man's eyes, and he didn't even look at the tempered black man. Arrogant boy. The tempered black man rushed forward with his fist high, a huge shadow surrounding Quanyue. Everyone guarantees that this kid with better spear skills can survive this round. Just as Midoriya Izuku wanted to rush out to save someone, he was caught by Bakugo Katsuki. I'm not sure if it's his own. Bakugo Katsuki's physical strength recovered by nearly half. He loosened his bones and said, be careful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Known as the hardest existence in the world. Diamonds. In addition to the effect of intensity, the reflected light also misleads villain. There is one quirk on the professional heroes ranking list, which is Diamond Eyes. Bakugo Katsuki has followed the tough guy rankings several times because of Kirishima Eijiro. The effect of diamondization is far more powerful than people realize. The professional heroes is most used to disturbing villain's vision with the reflection of diamonds, and then looking for loopholes in his opponents, giving deadly nirvana at critical moments. The violent man in black looked at Quanyue, who was standing still. His mouth was so arrogant that he couldn't hold on to it. He seemed to be loyal and said, inexplicable fellow. Take your arrogance to hell. Thunderbolt flashed across the horizon. Quanyue's unwavering eyes were reflected in the diamond fist. A white light shone on Quanyue's eyeballs, and his short-term blindness shrouded his eyes. The violent man in black laughed loudly and fisted to the front. 1 second. Quanyue's palm turned quickly, and every muscle in his hand was trained to the peak of his life. He stretched out 2 fingers and easily completed the task of filling ammunition. How are you? Before Diamond Man could say a complete sentence, his confusion had wrapped himself up early. Obviously I saw that this man didn't have a gun in his left hand. Where did the other pistol come from? A few drops of blood slipped on his forehead. The Diamond Man touched his face with his hands shaking. Nose. Where did his nose go? This face has completely turned into a color palette that art students are too lazy to wash. The colors are mixed together, and the dyeing workshop dislikes its turbidity. Quanyue didn't relax his movements at all. His steps did not tremble from the shot. Pound. He shot another Diamond Man in the face. This time it is the eyes. LB, this time it was the throat. Because of the loss of the owner's support, the brilliance of the diamond withered like a flower. As the unrecognizable corpse fell to the ground, all the people in black couldn't help but step back. Now, can you talk to me about business? Quanyue said coldly. The man stretched out his hand, pointing to the mask on his face and mocking. It's weird, I didn't say what my name was. I didn't do anything. He clicked a few numbers and smiled at Quanyue. They never killed anyone from beginning to end, they did it voluntarily. Quanyue took the gun and shot the opponent. His gaze hit the bleeding Uraraka Ochako on the ground. The other party's situation is very bad, and the consequences would be disastrous if the bleeding is not done. Quanyue can even conclude that at present the opponent's ribs have broken 3 and the old and new injuries on the leg alternate, and 80% of this leg needs to be sawed off. Without the last shot of a man, Uraraka Ochako might be able to keep his leg. Advertisement, I said, are you too? Don't you put me in your eyes? The man smiled mockingly. Don't look at me. My marksmanship is very bad. He stretched out his hand to hold the cold barrel and put his palm firmly. Keep your head off the barrel. Quanyue did not relax. He held the new standard pistol and looked at each other indifferently. Even the smile was put away stingly. Who are you? Confidentiality, the man said slowly, taking the first step. Snapped. A whip leg was copied to Quanyue's head and neck. Quanyue had to give up control of the pistol. He resisted the power of the whip with the butt of the rifle. Under the thin suit trousers, the secret muscle lines become active. Quanyue shook off the opponent's imprisonment forcefully and distanced himself from him. The one technique he learned best is the technique of hiding spears. The real spear fighting technique is far more powerful than the hidden spear technique. It's a pity that he only learned a little fur, mixed with the teachings of Yuzuki Inuichiro's early years, and made a few moves by himself. Quanyue quickly put the 2 pistols away. He avoided the second wave of whip kicks. Before he had time to be happy, he slammed his face with a fist. From Quanyue's perspective, he quickly identified various quirks and basic principles. Surprisingly, this batch of quirk owners seems to be a combination specially made for him. The man patted his shoulder in relief, showing a kind smile. Quirk open black lens bracket sense close black lens bracket activated. 3 days ago, a list appeared quietly on an official's desk. The pleasant little secretary quietly delivered coffee, and accidentally saw the gentle smile of the guest, shaking his hands all over the floor. The man said sympathetically, "Indeed, I should trouble you." He snapped his fingers at Sora, and a scream suddenly appeared in the room. Quanyue felt the palm of his opponent pass by. In addition to leading the man's physical skills to deal with himself, the people in black are also constantly digging holes for themselves. All kinds of quirks suddenly appear, just to add a little trouble and frustration to themselves. He said awkwardly, This is a bit unruly. Quirk launches, portal. Live. The ability to catch a world-class crime will be a manifestation of the strength of our public security department. The officials were grateful, and if it were not for the man to hold his hand, he was afraid that he would kneel down and worship him as his second parent. He wants to change the world. The officials wiped their sweat, the whole person was shaking, and the fat was undulating. Quirk, air. Launch. Quirk open black lens bracket soil control close black lens bracket activated. He wants to live. When the little secretary came back from changing his work clothes, he happened to see the boss shaking hands with the guests. Chapter 333 When Kirishima Ejiro realized once again that he and Bakugo were separated, he realized that something was wrong. The park where the entire pharmaceutical factory is located should not be particularly large, and there may be dark elements in it, but it should not be exaggerated to the point where it is within 100 meters of the east, west, south and north. If it was formed naturally, he didn't believe it anyway. Kirishima Ejiro searched inside for half an hour, nothing happened, except that he couldn't find his way back, everything was normal. When he was awakened by the thunderstorm, he still got nothing. Then, he was attacked. It is better to call it a fat beating unilaterally. Although his own quirk, hardened, can face explosions and blows from external forces, this time villain has a highly corrosive quirk, which burned Kirishima Ejiro's arm into a riddle almost instantly. When he woke up again, he found that everything except Tokiyami Fumikage, Kaminari Denki, Uraraka Ochako, Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki was basically complete. Kirishima Ejiro had a fluke mentality and tried to cut the rope with his quirk, but he never expected that the other party would put a chain on himself directly. He thought about it, and tried to push the earman who was staying in the room with him. He pushed it for 10 minutes, and there was no feedback from the ears. If her pulse was still beating normally, Kirishima Ejiro would consider artificial respiration once to verify the results of the first aid training. Shangming is still outside, it shouldn't be particularly serious. Kirishima Ejiro comforted himself with this mentality, and the next second opened a skylight on the top of the narrow house. One person was thrown in, and Kirishima Ejiro was thrown into his arms. Kirishima Ejiro hadn't turned back yet, the man said, Kirishima, you are there too. Come on, the electric guinea pig is also here. However, compared to the iron cable of Kirishima Ejiro, Kaminari Denki is only pasted into a big dumpling with an anti-electricity sticker. The two of them were too late to tell what they had been caught. Kirishima Ejiro used his hardened teeth to loosen Kaminari Denki bit by bit. However, the two of them have similarities. They both met the nemesis of their quirk nature. The opponent that Kirishima Ejiro met, quirk, is known as the Amazing Water, who melts everything. Kaminari Denki's opponent quirk is 100% anti-electricity plus physical madness. Judging from the body surface, Kaminari Denki was beaten badly. Just touch it to make Kaminari Denki go up and find the man to settle the account. The opponent should have studied our quirks and moves. Kirishima Ejiro took a closer look and found that something was wrong. It's a coincidence. How come we can just find someone who can restrain our quirk? Moreover, the physical fitness of these people is not bad, 3 or 4 punches are no problem. Hiss. Erlang, who finally woke up from the pain, started slowly. She was attacked at a loud volume, her eardrums were still in labor pains, and her cochlea seemed to be torn into 2 pieces for food. She looked around, covered her ears and asked, Now, what's the situation? Kirishima Ejiro briefly talked about the experience, Kaminari Denki echoed. Erlang Shangshang frowned, and also figured out a taste. From the moment we received the case, it was a trap. This is a job directly assigned to their office by the government and public security departments. Go directly to the designated location, rescue the hostages, and capture Enos alive. Advertisement. The 3 exchanged their eyes and swallowed what they couldn't say. Little did they know that 15 meters above them, the target they wanted to catch alive was in an awkward situation. The splashing soil rolled down from top to bottom, and the airwave cut across the hair, and there were people in black who could predict in advance waiting for a gentle sword at the turn. Water, fire, wind, earth, etc. Logia has 8 existences. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There are 32 quirks who have upgraded their bodies, and 45 quirks. Quanyue stepped on the rhino upgrader who was rushing towards him, using a long spear as a cleaning tool, 1 shot at a time. The word, almost, does not apply to Quanyue's spear skills. Even in the face of nearly 100 villain, he is confident that he only needs 100 bullets. His spearmanship talent is impressive. Even the man couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud, smiling. He looked at the scene where he was jumping and said, Stop it. The 100 people suddenly quieted. Quanyue even fired a shot unceremoniously, killing the man in black who was closest to him. Come on, two little friends. The man's attitude suddenly improved. I just got news that your companion was caught by another person. Bakugo Katsuki stood up suddenly, his eyes bursting with mad dog warfare. If it wasn't for Midoriya Izuku to pull his combat suit all the time, he would use his fist to educate the quirk-free person in front of him, what a real smile is. Yes, this man is a quirk-free person. Although the name was not given, when the quirks of nearly 100 people were used, Midoriya Izuku found a quirk with a shielding effect and a quirk with airwaves as the main fighting method. Let the quirk with shielding effect cover the 100 people behind it, and then borrow a small part of the quirk from the 100 people to create an illusion of having more quirks. It's that simple, it's just that no one needs to pretend to be Scar Heroes Enos before. The man greeted the duo and turned to Quanyue. Quanyue raised his gun, the black muzzle still smelled of heat and blood plasma. The man's eyelids drooped, hiding his smile. He politely said, I heard that Scar Heroes started from the healing department. When it meant something, the duo suddenly realized the existence of Enos. Ever since Bakugo Katsuki opened his own office, he has been recruiting heroes from the therapeutic department that can be included in his subordinates. However, there were more wolves and less meat, so he had no choice but to go to UA to dig for an underage and slowly cultivate. Midoriya Izuku has in-depth research on quirk. In the process of research, he deeply realized how rare and excellent therapeutic heroes is. The daughter is buying bones deliberately, it is not an exaggeration to kill his wife and beg. Are you instigating discord? Quanyue didn't bother to give it the least glance, he said, I am not the same as them. Advertisement, that's really a pity. The man snapped his fingers, blow up. The ground was shaking. The collapsed roof was slanted, rain and thunder and lightning ran through the sky. Bakugo Katsuki grabbed Midoriya Izuku's hand, and the two quickly left the earthquake site. The 100 people surrounding the scene seemed to have practiced ahead of time and spread out in an orderly manner. Suddenly, Midoriya Izuku's complexion became difficult to look. He yelled, Chako Shaosheng. Uraraka and Uraraka are still inside. But it was too late. The entire building collapsed visible to the naked eye, and the rain would clean up all traces of fighting. The flames blazing in the heavy rain illuminate half of the sky. Uraraka. Midoriya Izuku was dragged to a safe area by Bakugo Katsuki. He lost the light in his eyes and kept chanting a name, Ochako, Ochako. Once he rescued her from under a huge robot, now he can't save her in front of the mighty villain. Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists, his nails plunged deeply into his palms, his mouth was full of blood, and his lower lip was already bleeding from the bite of anger. He rushed into the fire that ended the explosion, as if to find comfort for himself, constantly calling out the names of his colleagues in his office, Kirishima, Kirishima. Uami Naruto, Kami Naruto, Kirishima, you are here. The hot tongue licked the traces of tears. No matter how rain splashed the sky, there would be no way to stop the fire, and no one would notice a slow-moving person in the flames. He held a mutilated female corpse and dragged an invisible corpse behind him, step by step. One step, step out of the fire. One step, step into the autumn rain. The rain slid over his moth mask, and the rifle on his back was stained with dust before he could put it away. He quietly looked at Bakugo Katsuki, who was charcoal, and Midoriya Izuku, who was forcibly controlling the crying, and placed the two bodies securely. I'm very sorry. Quanyue bowed to the two of them 3 times. The thunderstorm continued, with just one more promise. I will pull out the person behind Ling Kai 8,000 times. I never kill innocent people, and I don't want innocent people to die because of me. This time it is my fault. He glanced at Uraraka Ochako's corpse and added softly, she is a very good one. Heroes. I also wish I was a good heroes. Chapter 334 Underground. Erlang Shangshang put his earphones on the wall. She listened for a while, and said, there is an explosion. Kirishima Ejiro used her quirk, hardening, to force a large hole in the wall. Behind this wall is Kwangshi's mud. Kaminari Denki felt like, it should be raining outside. When lightning strikes, it is when he is most unscrupulous. Although he is a little weak at the time, it is a very powerful bonus skill in battle. Ermin, can you determine the distance? Kirishima Ejiro's arm did not fully recover. After breaking his quirk, hardened. Wang Shui gradually corroded Kirishima Ejiro's hand. At this moment, black and red scars remained on his 2 arms, and part of his flesh and blood was damaged, mixing them out of the hardened limbs. The core explosion zone is more than 100 meters away from us, and the aftermath has already touched the edge. Erlang Shangshang pulled out the earphones, her quirk, headphone jack. Just plug in the plug to transmit heart sounds, and it can also detect tiny sound waves. But once the sound received by Erlang Shangshang exceeds the limit, her quirk will be in an unusable state. At the same time, the huge sound waves will bring serious side effects to her ears. Judging from the current injuries of the 3, quirk was destroyed in a straight line. Kirishima Ejiro and Kaminari Denki looked at each other, and the two nodded to the skylight where they had previously discarded the upper Naruto. The 2 adult men add up to 3 meters and 6, but Kirishima Ejiro still has no way to touch the switch. He closed his eyes, gathered all his strength on his arm, and stabbed directly into the gap in the skylight regardless of the severity of the injury. He twisted his hardened fingers inserted into the skylight and tried to open the door with both hands. Sweat mixed with blood fell on Kaminari Denki's shoulder. He temporarily put Kirishima Ejiro down and checked the opponent's finger. When UA was in school, they were all educated not to overdraw their power, let alone to allow professional heroes to ruin their career. Their quirk represents their starting point and endpoint in the industry. Kirishima Eijiro's hardening was slowly fading, and his 10 fingers were bleeding. Erlang Shangshang took the lead in tearing off his jacket to wrap Kirishima Eijiro's wound. Kaminari Denki raised his head to look at the gap that was torn apart by force, and clenched his fists. This time it was replaced by him at the top, Kirishima Eijiro supporting him at the bottom. Be careful. Erlang Shangshang was protected by 2 big men as a girl, and could only use words to comfort him when he opened the skylight. Kaminari Denki nodded cautiously and began to touch the gap in the lower skylight with his hands. With my 100,000 volts, this skylight can be smashed. Kaminari Denki even felt that his hands were watered by rain, and countless forces were slowly being input between his palms. That wonderful force led him to deviate more and more from the original route. Kaminari Denki's arm was surrounded by a faint blue electric light, and he held the skylight tightly at the moment he exerted his force. A bolt of lightning came to him like the sky. Kaminari Denki can't feel his quirk. He opened the skylights on both sides vigorously, and the other party remained motionless and even showed a dark smile. Kirishima just discovered this problem, right? After Kaminari Denki got down, he confronted Kirishima Eijiro, and the two fell into a new round of frustration. Remember the island incident? Erlang Shangshang made a point. It was the incident that caused Shoto Todoroki to lose the quirk. Many people speculated that it was related to the elimination of the quirk. A person whose quirk is neutralization, standing on it and looking at us anytime, anywhere. Advertisement, this overview is too small. The three of them looked at a mud wall, and finally decided to dig up the dirt and walk all the way up. In the unventilated cellar, a large amount of carbon dioxide piled up, making the whole air turbid, and there was no sound of wind, water, or speech along the way. The scent of years is the first to be unsustainable. The narrow space and limited oxygen made her traumatized body take another blow to reduce dimensionality. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Earman. Kaminari Denki put the person on his back and asked concerned. Earman, can you hear me? Erlang Shangshang didn't even have the strength to shake his head. Kirishima Eijiro, who opened the road ahead, shook his head and walked out from the end of the darkness. At this moment, his hands and feet are all covered with mud. The nails that had been worn out became more severely cracked, and all the sand and mud moved toward the unhealed wounds. The front is blocked. Kirishima Eijiro said breathlessly. Blocked. Moving on, there was only a dead darkness, which was more terrifying in the cave than in the well that day. At the moment of stepping in, Kirishima Eijiro couldn't feel breathing. He saw his body walking slowly, surrounded by countless people into a Japanese-style palace, surrounded by countless stone monuments. Then Kirishima Eijiro was led to the altar by 2 men in white clothes, and a teenager in a traditional dress exploded his head with a shot. All this is so mysterious, Kirishima Eijiro grew up thinking that it was an urban legend. Now, he met. Let's go back. Kirishima Eijiro said, it seems that someone has stepped down the barrier and can't make it through anyway. Similar to an air barrier. A little bit. Kirishima Eijiro concealed his dreams and feelings, and only talked about things that he could touch, see, and hear in reality. Nearly 5 hours passed, and no one came to look for them. Kaminari Denki is in the best condition. He is now in charge of taking care of Kirishima Eijiro and Erlang Shangshang. The 2 big men couldn't find the source of water, and began to fight for more than a second to save breathing time. It is a pity that no matter which direction they walk from, they will eventually return to a barrier that cannot be broken through. It was pitch black, and there was dead silence. Is this? The legendary ghost hit the wall? The life is dead? Kaminari Denki glanced worriedly at Erlang Shangshang, and stretched out his hand to test the other's body temperature, feeling even more anxious. We can't stay here forever. The air is getting scarcer. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. It is rare for Kirishima Eijiro to revisit the atmosphere of the math class in middle and high school, and he can't wait to delete the 4 words, living days like years, from the vocabulary. Are we going to die? Kaminari Denki squatted beside Kirishima Eijiro and laughed at himself. It's so embarrassing. If they can open the skylight, everything will have a good ending. At the moment, about the disappearance of quirk. Many people say it is medicine. Kirishima Eijiro wants to smoke. His bad habit of smoking is the only option that can relieve himself. The door of the skylight today may have something to do with the medicine. Kaminari Denki didn't say anything anymore. Advertisement. In the empty environment, the 2 of them listened to the fragrant breathing of the ears and counted their pulses. A light shone on the faces of both of them from top to bottom. An excited little boy looked at the 3 dirty people and exaggeratedly yelled, Auntie! It's true. What the uncle said is true. Our house really has a cellar. Kirishima Eijiro was the first to react. He couldn't wait to see the light, and climbed up 3 steps in 2 steps, taking a deep breath. They survived. A cherry blossom tree is planted in the courtyard, flanked by low shrubs, and further out is a low wall made of red bricks. A handful of small irons were thrown in the lawn under my feet, and a few pieces of lawnland were thrown out. The little boy was running over excitedly with his aunt. That uncle said that we have a cellar in our house. He straightened his chest and looked like asking for praise. In this way, the house can store so many things. His innocence made everyone happy. Wait. Sakai Yuki seemed to think of something. He took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Quanyue. This is what my cousin sent home. Quanyue waved his hand and disappeared into the portal. He opened the letter by standing in an empty and lonely world. There was only one map inside, and only one spot on the map was clean and circled with red pen. The dark shadow slowly broke away from the shadow's control, revealing a pair of white eyes. He escaped from the shadows. An image of a tall man appeared in front of him, with scars on his neck and chin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. His aunt also showed a hint of smile, touched the boy's head, and called the security office and the police station in front of the 3 uninvited guests. During the period, she also received a call from the local Honghu branch. No. I'm just. Sakai shook his head. Thank you also for telling me about my cousin. Sakai, who was restrained in a world, could not know the movement outside. Because of the complexity of recent things, the people from Honghu's aspirational sub-bureau can take these 3 heroes back to their respective offices in a day. The beautiful and generous hostess prepared dinner for them with a smile, made the bed and used the softest mattress. He let his broken hair block his vision, and he wore a moth-shaped mask on his face. The phrase, "thank you," and "thank you," are both deserved by Sakai. Sakai closed his eyes, biting his tongue with his upper and lower teeth, for fear of saying a word. The letter was very thin, even shorter than the previous letter from the hospital. Quanyue had nothing to say, and turned around to leave. He, called her. Coming to the cellar alone, he was silent. The sparse sound of trees. In the moonlight, Kagekage about to see a person's shadow growing from behind Sakai. Moonlight kissed the face of the young man, and after Sakai had fortunately coaxed his nephew, a man dressed in men's clothing walked alone in the courtyard. Erlang Shangshang looked at the traditional kimono in front of him, wondering if he could reflect the femininity of Japanese women. She hurriedly refused. No more, my clothes. Seeing herself covered in dirt, the ears squeaked in shame. I'm sorry, only my stepson's clothes are left in the house. The young and beautiful aunt put the clothes on the table, bowed and said to her husband, I have also prepared new clothes for you. It is the largest pharmaceutical plant in Daxia, and it is also the base of leading companies in the pharmaceutical industry and medical device industry. Quanyue looked at the vigilant Sakai Yuki and sighed. Thank you. Thank you. He used his quirk to cut the room where the 3 people were imprisoned from the ground and placed it in the courtyard of Sakai's house. 11 Shish Chapter 335 First Order Appetizers. In addition to the company's name that was already known, several people's names were printed on the back of the map. Quanyue had seen this document in the hospital. However, compared to the fragments of the infirmary, the things on this map are more detailed, including illegal transactions with hospitals and ties with politicians. Quanyue memorized the map and forced himself to remember the names of several high levels. After reading it, he rolled up the paper and put it in his shirt pocket. Quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket open. The deceased Sakai Taibai, the quirk, alcohol, experiment is started. Quanyue raised his hand and closed his eyes. He felt his hands start to secrete fluid, and a smell of alcohol envelops Quanyue's nasal cavity. This is pure alcohol, which is cleaner and hygienic than the ones sold on the market. Quanyue turned off the quirk of alcohol. At this moment, he seemed to be out of a certain state. With his eyes drooping, he walked quickly. Suddenly, he turned around and said to the empty street, Don't follow me. No one responded. No one answered. Quanyue is the only one on the street where there is no barking. The rain slowly stopped. Quanyue patted his cheek with both hands. He took off his mask and instantly changed from an adult male to a weak female high school student. It's just that kind of wet high school girl. Therefore, when he returned to the Honghu Ambition headquarters, he was arrested by Yuzuki Inuichiro and had a good lesson. Students just study hard. Yuzuki Inuichiro hates iron and steel. I always go to messy places. The supervisor called me. You were not in the dormitory last night. Quanyue rolled his eyes and thought, I will not go to the dormitory tonight. But he was completely at a loss for Yuzuki Inuichiro's persistence and sense of responsibility. After being buried in the dormitory of the track school 2 or 3 times in a row, Quanyue began to compromise. He directly picked up Friday's class and was outside on weekends, wandering around the world to preside over justice. Congratulations. On the noisy wine table, a group of middle-aged men with red necks and hot ears toasted to each other. The hotel they're in is one of the most expensive in the city. Not only do the dishes are satisfied, but the people here will also satisfy the guests. The person in charge of the medical device company took the lead to raise a glass. This time it is still hard work. Everyone, without the support of people present, the promotion of new equipment will definitely not be so successful. Where is it? Everyone was humble. Advertisement. The person in charge of medical equipment was full of spring breeze, and he wished to see the Changan flowers all night. I toast everyone with this glass of wine. He took a sip of the wine in the glass, and then poured a glass. I want to thank the person in charge of the pharmaceutical company for this glass. Without his efforts, how could we recover those patients? Hey, brother. The person in charge of medicine waved his hand and sneered, this idea is still good for you. Yes, who would have thought of using an instrument to make patients sick for a period of time before prescribing a painkiller specifically for them? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the great thing about my brother. How much money can you squeeze out when you look at a person? I can't tell the patients to get better and faster, so where can I make money? I have to pretend to be obscure. A tableman joked get up, imitating vividly, your illness is a bit serious. I suggest you do a routine first. After all, in this internet age, everyone likes to see a doctor online. Everyone is a doctor ha ha ha. That's why the old man has this idea. You have to be treated more seriously, so that people will know that they're dead. These patients are all hard to bite bones, and they are only paid if they are afraid of death. If it is not at the juncture, they will all it's the boss. What do you say? Oh, Lousy is in debt, and grandson is in debt. This doctor is not a god, and he will respond to every request. Yes, that's correct. The person in charge of medical equipment waved his hand. I also heard that the doctor was upset some time ago, which made me angry. The original contract was negotiated, but now it is blown. The doctor's hand is considered useless. Thinking of the recent medical troubles, I gradually started to talk about the current doctor-patient relationship. By the time he was discharged from the hospital, another transaction was completed. At that time, our hospital will be the first to order this kind of security gate. An old dean shook the hand of the person in charge of medical equipment. For the face of the old man, this security gate must be firm and strong. Medicine, the person in charge of the equipment, made a few jokes, and the group of people dispersed. In the depths of the night, there are few vehicles on the road. For a while, the person in charge of the equipment could not find a car that could be called. He simply called his assistant and ordered him to drive to pick him up. 10 minutes later, a car drove slowly to the person in charge of the equipment. After the person in charge of the equipment checked the license plate number, and Shin sat in the back seat. He had a terrible headache after drinking all day's wine, and fell asleep in a daze after he untied his tie. In his sleep, he vaguely saw a pure white figure walking towards him and couldn't help but shiver. This shuddering was so shocking that it pulled the person in charge of the equipment from his dream to reality. He is lying on the operating table. The dazzling light shone on the belly. A scalpel in the abdomen was walking slowly along the red pen line, and suddenly the scalpel was violently forced, and blood flew out and finally let the person in charge of the equipment lying there see the person. Wearing a moth mask, a mysterious man with many scars. The person in charge's face turned blue. He is not a person who does not pay attention to current affairs. On the contrary, he is more concerned about current affairs than anyone else. There are wanted orders issued by the global police force and Japan's internal prohibition notices. There are many self-righteous brave men in this world. The person in charge used to be a brave man, but after he climbed the wall and watched the live broadcast of Scar Heroes Inos, he immediately changed his evil spirits, washed off the clothes of killing Matt, and inspired to be a normal person with normal behavior. Why? Want to find yourself. Advertisement. The person in charge of the equipment still has these two questions in his mind, but Quanyue has already started the second cut. Although he is not a professional student in surgery, he has never used a scalpel with a real gun before. But for him to be able to reach the present level, it is indeed a small gifted category. If so many things hadn't happened to Azumi's family, Quanyue would have become an excellent doctor and embark on a career similar to that of Sakai Teba. Devil, devil. The person in charge scolded tremblingly. He has no hope for his future. Now he just wants Inos, the beast, to give himself a happy life. Locally, medical device companies are a pillar industry. Every year, the state even grants some subsidies to support pharmaceutical companies. Once the Scars Heroes Inos decides to completely eradicate the drug factory and the equipment factory from the roots, he will face endless abuse. As long as you feel good, it's fine. Quanyue ignored the person in charge's barking. His hands were steady, and slowly injected all the liquid into the person in charge. Next, as if playing, he unzipped the person in charge's stomach and poked his lungs, pinched his heart, and fished his intestines. No, why is it me? The person in charge of the equipment watched the needle getting closer and closer, his face twisted, the veins exploded, and his drunken brain quickly turned around at this moment. I am not alone. I just have an idea. You go to the researchers. Go to the factory. Quanyue patted the person in charge's stomach with satisfaction, and comforted. Don't be afraid. Quanyue smiled, still the kind of harmless smile of humans and animals. It's okay, I will sew it. He took the needle and thread from the plate, and carefully sewed the person in charge's belly bit by bit. Because the technical difficulty is twice as high as the previous small stitches, Quanyue's stitches are crooked. How can I only blame me for this kind of thing? The person in charge arrogantly said, if you have the ability, kill them. After passing inferior medical equipment, the impurities in the patient's blood vessels will further precipitate, aggravating the disease, and the more serious people will lose their lives in just 1 week. He is most familiar with this kind of flock. The person in charge shook his hands, and he realized that he was attached to something. Hands, feet, waist, hips, and chest muscles are all tied tightly. How much do you want? The head of the equipment widened his eyes in horror. He saw Ino slowly take out a small tube from one side. Obvious flocks can be seen in the tube. You are just an appetizer. For example, the Saotome writer at the time. Don't break free. Quanyue said coldly. Your quirk can't break free. The person in charge insisted on activating his own quirk. But no matter how he moves, except for cutting his own wrist, it has no effect at all. The person in charge was stimulated to a coma 2 or 3 times. Every time I was awakened by Quanyue with a slight electric current. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Ah, you let me go. There's no anesthesiologist, the real feedback of pain is in the touch, bloody hands and a sword, coupled with a gentle smile under the moth mask. It looked like a gentle gentleman was enjoying the blood of his prey. Chapter 336. When the sky was slightly white, it was replaced with fishbelly white. Those who can get up at this time can clearly see the whole process of the sun rising. It is rare to see Yuzuki Inuichiro with a white belly, only to think that the sun today is the same as salted egg yolk, He stirred the white porridge and looked at the girl in front of him, his brows furrowed, and his whole body settled in confusion. What did you say? I am sick. Last sentence. I want to go to the hospital to see. Quanyue cut his messy hair today. He now has chi bangs and looks like a green pine in his uniform. I feel like I have the same illness as Sakai-sensei. Well, the reason is quite good. Yuzuki Inuichiro muttered in his heart. He had thought of this situation a long time ago. He originally thought that Quanyue was a good child, but after a few days, let's look at it. She is the Hunshi demon himself. Of course I can take you to the hospital. Yuzuki Inuichiro made up his mind to make a 3-chapter appointment with this little boy. He drew with Quanyue's strokes. First, you must report to me if you want to go out in the future, and you are not allowed to run by yourself. Second, if there is any accident, you must tell me. Third, stop. Quanyue stood in place reluctantly, turning his head and watching Yuzuki Inuichiro prove his protest with his actions. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed helplessly, feeling that he had run into Izuki's sensitive puberty. The tragedy that everyone has to go through, menopause hits puberty. He stood up, pulled Quanyue in front of him, and said very seriously, then we should abide by the first 2 items first, okay? Not good. Quanyue refused decisively. In desperation, the 2 sides started a tug of war, and in the end Quanyue used Quanyue to win the 10 o'clock curfew for himself. Yuzuki Inuichiro obeyed his agreement and found the best hospital to send Quanyue there. You're the quirk of the therapy department. Pay more attention to everything. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at his face and said, protect yourself, you know? His tone was entirely from the elder to the junior, which made people unable to recall the slightest ambiguity. But Quanyue was still uncontrollably dry. This guy has always said that. Quanyue spit on the man fiercely in his heart, with an impatient look on his face, like a naughty egg. I see, you go quickly. Yuzuki Inuichiro walked for a while, and ran back to take a look uneasy. He hid quietly behind the curtains, watching the child sitting quietly alone. The TV in the ward is broadcasting the morning news. The host patiently asked a person who claimed to have had contact with Enos. Hello, are you sure that the person you met that night was Scar Enos? As for what he did to you, can I trouble you to elaborate more? The host's question will never stop, and the microphone will be stuffed into the man's mouth. The men on the TV were filled with indignation and wished that the police would directly catch this monstrous scourge, and it would be better to have a wave of fire in front of the people. When talking about excitement, the interviewee danced with his arms and legs. His face was mysterious and unpredictable. He even picked up his clothes, exposed his belly, and showed the scars on his abdomen to the camera. The host drew his mouth and looked at his smooth white belly and couldn't ask any questions about the confusion. Advertisement Quanyue watched quietly and turned off the TV. He stroked his abdomen with both hands, remembering the bloody torture last night, showing a sweet smile. Quanyue's original quirk, damage replacement, can perfectly transfer the wound and its damage to his body, but he left a small heart on the lovely person in charge. Bed 137, Quanyue. The nurse pushed in. She drew 6 tubes of blood and carefully noted Quanyue's current heart rate and blood pressure. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. From a purely numerical point of view, Quanyue will be discharged soon. But in fact, all of this is an illusion that Quanyue controls the body. The body is recovering well. The nurse sister praised Quanyue. You will be discharged from the hospital soon. Because Quanyue was only suffering from minor illnesses and pains, the nurse sister opened the record and said with a grin, come on, I take you to light therapy. Light therapy is a kind of medical repair equipment manufactured by high tech, which can help patients heal better, but in essence, it is a kind of unqualified medical device with gold and jade out of it. Quanyue looked like a 15-year-old boy with excitement. How many days do I have to do for treatment? Everything seems so quiet and harmonious, except for Quanyue, who is already dead. In the past few days of Quanyue's training, Yuzuki Inuichiro will check with the doctor online about his condition after work. Tang Zi Tianren and a group of ambitious children looked at him with fruit baskets, while Yue High School asked Shigu Yunhai to send a lot of homework and test papers. The final cultural class test is coming soon. Akia Yunhai said solemnly, you have to get better soon. A week's time was so consumed in the traffic. When Yue High School began its first simulated final test, and his peers excitedly talked about accommodation and training, the hospital issued a critical illness notice to Quanyue. Sorry, the germs have penetrated into the bone marrow. The doctor posted the film on the lightboard and clicked on a few key points. The success rate of surgery is only 30%, and the survival rate after surgery is only 80%. Conservative treatment will be very good. Pain, we can only guarantee 2 years. Live 2 more years. Yuzuki Inuichiro felt cold all over. He stood up in a daze and said to the doctor that you have worked hard. He stood in the hallway in a daze, outside the Quanyue ward. The test paper was crumpled into a ball by him. He really didn't remember how the child appeared in front of him. He has forgotten many things because of amnesia. But in the face of a living child, his fate was determined early because of the illness. Mr. Yaoi. Quanyue's surprised voice came from the ward, holding a small handful of kumquats in his hand. The lenient medical clothes were worn on his body, empty as white paper. But the child even got up, tiptoes, and held a handful of kumquats in front of Yuzuki Inuichiro. The orange nurse sister brought me, Mr. Yuzuki, would you like some? The child's hands are cold. Obviously the weather was just right, but Yuzuki Inuichiro suspected that he was holding a handful of melted mu shui. Mr. Yaoi, it's really delicious. Quanyue sighed and delivered an orange to her mouth. He chirped his mouth and ate deliciously. Advertisement. Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes were hot, and even he himself did not expect that a series of tears crackled and fell. He couldn't help holding the test sheet in his hand tightly, and squatted down with his cheeks buried in his knees. Suddenly, I cried. What a man! What a shame that Yuzuki Inuichiro buried himself. Quanyue obviously didn't expect that eating a kumquat would make people cry. He walked over barefoot, broke off a piece of orange, and stuffed it in front of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yuzuki Inuichiro broke away from Wu Tengu's hand, and his red eyes carefully looked at Quanyue's face. Don't cry. Quanyue couldn't bear the cry of an adult man. He could not do anything about it. He supported Yuzuki Inuichiro and sat on the side of the bed. What to do? Wu Tengu became vigilant, his sharp gaze passed Quanyue's flesh and bones, and he helped the young master to leave the hospital. In his tragic youth, he seemed to have sketched this face countless times, and it seemed to be just a glimpse. Quanyue looked at the face similar to the memory, stepped forward and hugged his waist and said, Mr. Yaoi, I want to be a hero's. Young master. Young master. Wu Xianggu was the first to flash to the scene. He helped Yuzuki Inuichiro, his face darkened, and he even said unceremoniously towards Quanyue, What did you do to him? Young master. Wu Tiangu was worried, placing his hand on the hilt, ready to fight at any time. Would you assist me? I want to be a hero who is loved and respected by others and has freedom. Quanyue, who had not finished eating half of the orange, opened his hands and said that he had done nothing. Misty dog. Yuzuki Inuichiro burped, jumping out word by word, I didn't do it. He seems to have seen it, and it seems to be the first time he has realized Quanyue's face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Thinking of the notice from the hospital, Yuzuki Inuichiro squirmed his lips and asked, Do you want to do the most? What do you want to do the most? I didn't do it. He just invited this man to eat an orange. Yuzuki Inuichiro was crying more and he couldn't control it. He couldn't stop crying, and he couldn't even do it for a short period of time. After Quanyue used up 2 packs of napkins, he directly asked Honghu's ambitious cadres to lead the people. The young master's PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, has attacked. Chapter 337. Critical illness. Notice. Wu Xianggu looked at the situation in front of him, his scalp was numb, he stepped forward and pulled Quanyue away, squeezing the child into the bed. What nonsense. He dragged his young master, looked at Quanyue vigilantly, and half forced him on his back. The quirk, Flash, is activated, and the foggy dog disappears in the ward with Yuzuki Inuichiro. The nurse sister and the security guard ran over in a panic, looking nervous. She asked, Quanyue, has anyone been here just now? Quanyue glanced at the quirk sensor in the guard's hand and shook his head. The nurse sister was still worried. After searching in Quanyue's room for a long time, she told him to eat well and not leave after being spicy. The wind outside the window blows into the ward where Quanyue is located, and the off-white curtains are stirred by the wind, as if an angel descended on the world. Everything is so gentle and kind. At UA High School, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku have not been in contact with Tokiyami Fumikage, and even the trio who was rescued do not know where Tokiyami Fumikage has gone. Hey, it's okay. Kaminari Denki grinned. Shangen is number 4 of the year. Judging from their graduation scores, Tokiyami Fumikage is at the top level in both combat and learning ability. It's a pity that he was born at an untimely time and met 3 geniuses from the UA era. Bakugo Katsuki, born with a strong sense of combat and combat quirk, Shoto Todoroki, the rare dual quirk owner from the Heroes, and Midoriya Izuku, the successor of OFA, the strongest quirk. Shinso Hitoshi glared at the students who were lying on the office window, and managed to frighten them down. Bakugo Katsuki searched through the alumni record book, and Midoriya Izuku was checking the missing alumni weapon. Kirishima Ejiro was helping to pack things on the side. All the quirk weapons donated by alumni are here. Shinso Hitoshi put the 5th carton on the ground and said, These are firearms, and the list of heroes from UA High School who use firearms as their main combat tool. Bakugo Katsuki snorted, and Midoriya Izuku quickly added, Thank you. Shinso Hitoshi looked at the mess on the table, clutching his head and said, You can't borrow or copy and take it away. You must read it all in the office. After speaking, Shinso Hitoshi used quirk, brainwashing, to drive you. A disobedient student returned to the classroom to study. Enos uses firearms. This is different from any modus operandi of Enos before. At least at this point in the live broadcast, Enos only showed his proficient application of ordinary firearms, and no one has ever seen him come up with a combat-oriented quirk weapon. Basically, people's understanding of Enos is based on his multiple quirks. Advertisement, gun. Kirishima Ejiro came over curiously, is it the same as the marksman teacher? Speaking of which, the marksman teacher did not know why he retired early, and now only their students in this class can remember his existence. Bakugo Katsuki put a few pictures of guns before her eyes. Midoriya Izuku, as the person who fought Enos at close range, tried to remember that the real quirk weapon Enos wanted to rob. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blue and white. The range is too wide. There are countless students who go out of UA High School. Some people donate their quirk weapons when they retired. Quanyue. Midoriya Izuku read the surname lightly. He pointed to one of the pistol pictures and said, Excuse me, I want to ask. Who donated this weapon? Oh, this is not a donation. Shinso Hitoshi opened the record and said, the short gun was a weapon that was collected in the early years because it was suspected of being used in the exam. But it also comes with a long modified version of the rifle. He was in the range of the machine gun. I searched for it, opened one of the boxes and said, find it yourself. It took nearly 5 hours, and several people finally found information about the machine gun that matched the short gun. In that column, a person's identity is written impressively. Donor. Marksman. Master Marksman, several people exclaimed. Midoriya Izuku opened his eyes wide in disbelief, thinking of the gun in Inos's hand in his mind, and finally couldn't help getting up from his seat and coming out to relax. The sunlight swayed quietly on the corridor, and UA's teaching area was still as quiet as theirs. The students in the classroom secretly read the little man's book and flipped through the beauty magazine. The good students in the front row meticulously copied their notes. A high school class A for 1 year. Midoriya Izuku stood in front of this familiar gate and had not entered for a long time. Deku Heroes. Wow, I really want to go ahead. Shish, age. Akiya Yunhai sat at the innermost point, glanced at Midoriya Izuku outside the window, lowered his eyes enviously and focused on his draft book. As the only child in the class without quirk, he enjoys the most special treatment. Class A students will always give him a few tricks in actual combat. Advertisement, but so far, no one wants to form a fixed partner with him to participate in the UA high school games together. In the arena, only support students can bring their own props. People in other subjects are not allowed to bring equipment. Here, Akiya Yunhai, as a student of the Heroes subject, naturally cannot bring weapons of his own design. You must know that he does not have the resources of the support section to enjoy. So far, he has been cooperating with off-campus companies. Chigu Yunhai directly contributed the design drawings, and they developed their own weapons according to the design drawings. However, the UA games. Akiya Yunhai stretched his hand into his pocket. Hidden in his pocket was a business card, which was given by the head of a foreign-funded enterprise. The gilt card only briefly marked the public contact number and name. Mr. Ying Chen. A scene from school on the way appeared in his mind. Those messy little kids. The man in a suit dangling a lollipop squatted down and patted his face with his business card and said, good design? Did you make it yourself? He swung the parts that fell on the ground and reinstalled them on Kaien Yunhai's arm. Next time, take care of yourself first, and then take care of the stray kittens. The afterglow of the sun shines on him, demonstrating the reliability of an adult. If he didn't hear that complaint. Chigu Yunhai was ruthless, tore the business card into 4 pieces, and threw it in the drawer. He took out his notes, ready to review English and math. The door of Class A was suddenly pushed open. The noisiest trillium in the class ever rushed in. He covered his ears and shouted, it's not good, it's not good. Everyone was quiet, quickly stuffing comic books and mobile phones into the drawers, pulling out the homework and books and straightening their backs. Huh. The most well-informed Lil Kadri in the class chased after him panting, holding a small red wooden box in his hand and standing in front of the podium with a serious face. Everyone is seated securely. Ahem. First of all, this is voluntary. We don't force anyone to donate. But I hope our classmates can keep this secret. The little Kadri drank a sip of water and said, just 10 minutes ago, Quanyue was given a critical illness notice by the doctor. Chapter 338 Quanyue's condition. This little Kadri has a special hobby, like eavesdropping in the corner, and the direction of quirk is also the direction of investigation. For his words, the classmates believed 70% to 80%. In the hearts of these children who have not yet grown up, Quanyue is undoubtedly the most mysterious child in the class. They didn't get along with Quanyue for a long time, but they all came in through examinations, and they would not be small or repelling anyone. In a short while, many students approached and asked about Quanyue's current situation. A group of high school kids who were chattering are noisier than sparrows. The small Kadris only dared to hear the first few sentences, and knew nothing about the content of the follow-up. No one, because the teacher called his name behind. A bunch of little shit kids. Shinso Hitoshi chased out from the school, patted Midoriya on the shoulder and said, I will take you to visit the teacher at a chance. Why did the quirk weapon of the year fall on the marksman teacher? Why at the time of introduction, the heroes belonged to above as a professional heroes that has been dead for more than 20 years? Midoriya Izuku saw these children through the back glass of the classroom, and asked, the kid in your class named Izumi, is she sick with something? Shinso Hitoshi found a safe and secret place and explained everything. The more I listened, the weirdness in Midoriya Izuku's heart became stronger, and every word of Shinso Hitoshi seemed to be adding more. The two big men drank a cup of tea in silence, and for a long time, Midoriya Izuku couldn't sit still. He stood up and said his thoughts. I want to meet this kid. Quanyue. Is this name a coincidence? On the way to the hospital, Midoriya Izuku kept thinking about this issue, but he couldn't remember anything about Quanyue anyway. Even his appearance is extremely vague. I just remember that person was full of miserable tenderness. That feeling is a cold moonlight in Mushui. The cold moon illuminates many people, but it never illuminates the back of themselves. Midoriya Izuku has never seen this similar temperament. Once, he thought he would never see it in his life. Teacher heartily. Quanyue, who was sitting on the bed, had pale lips and blank eyes. A large number of red Madara spots began to appear on his face, and his hair was messy. Tang Zetian, who was sitting aside studying for Quanyue, also stood up and saluted, hello teacher. Quanyue just nodded after calling someone. A thick ointment was applied to his hand, and a smell of scum filled the room. After a brief inquiry about the condition, Shinso Hitoshi took Midoriya Izuku and left the ward. The two happened to run into Honghu's ambition, Foggy Tengu. The current Wushin dog was full of lifelessness, and his eyes were like dark clouds. Even the little nurse next to him greeted him and walked directly into the ward where Quanyue was. Advertisement: he is here to hand over. Tang Zi naturally stayed in the ward for most of the day and rushed out long ago. After Wu Tiangu waited for Tang Zi to completely exit the hospital door, he snapped and closed the door. The window panes were shaking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He took a sword from his pocket. His expressionless face reflected in the sword. Quanyue, he said softly, I think it's still your previous name. Quan, Yu, Yi. Quanyue, who was lying on the bed with closed eyes and rested, opened his eyes suddenly. He stood up as if he was not sick at all, watching the foggy dog with his eyes blankly. The sword in Wu Shingu's hand suddenly appeared. He didn't have any humility and went directly to Quanyue's life gate. Quanyue pulled away the infusion line in his hand and shrank into the quilt. The tip of the Wu Shingu's sword then followed. He plunged into the pillow and slid down the whole bed, stupefied as he tore the quilt of the whole bed into pieces, and the cotton was exposed. The scene was in a mess, but Quanyue was nowhere to be seen. The Wushin dog only heard a soft sound, and a transparent infusion line was wrapped around his neck, because the fluid and blood that were pulled out suddenly mixed on his back. Quanyue kicked his foot on the back of the Wushin dog and pressed him to the ground. When the Wushin dog gritted his teeth and felt fierce in his heart. The reason why he could recognize Quanyue as Quanyue back then was nothing more than the hunting activity near the old house of Quanyue. The unscrupulous Wu Tiangu accepted the task of protecting Quanyue from his family, and provided food and water to the two Quanyue who had no food. It was also during that event that he saw Quanyue's different postures, and even observed the hidden spear skills and simple spear fighting skills he displayed. In this more quirk era, there are basically not many professional heroes with the appearance of guns, except for those who like guns very much or need to be rationed to exert their strength. Among these heroes and quasi-heroes who use guns, there are not 1 out of 10 who have learned the art of hiding spears and incomplete spear fighting. Delete and select again in the middle, and only a few people were left related to the treatment department. Back then, the foggy dog never thought that he would have today. He gritted his teeth, bit his tongue out of blood, and used quirk open black lens bracket flash close black lens bracket to leave the control of the rope. He flashed to the windowsill of the room and drew a small dagger from his boots in a half-squatting position. Advertisement: there was a knock on the door. The nurse hurriedly shouted, What's the matter? There is such a loud noise. Wu Tiangu gritted his teeth and compared a middle finger to Quanyue, and resolutely jumped out of the window. With the disappearance of his body, the Wu Xiangu landed safely. Outside the ward, the little nurse finally got the ward key. They opened the door lock and looked at the blood all over the floor in surprise, and their eyes fell on Quanyue's hands on dry blood. Those black and dead blood must have been bleeding for a long time. The nurses were both distressed and self-blaming, and kept asking Quanyue's cold deficiency. Quanyue sat on the hospital bed, silently looking at the needle on the back of his hand. He looked at the bleeding place, and the injured area quietly revealed white gas. The weak gas circulated around the wound, and the bruise disappeared, not even a small hole existed. His essence is therapy. You are still too reckless. The old ancestor blamed it coldly in his mind. Do you want to tell everyone now that you are Enos? I will take care of it myself. Quanyue's tone was calm, and what he said was a proper refusal. The ancestor sneered and suddenly became gentle. Sometimes, remember to ask the elders for help. Quanyue frowned in disgust. He clutched the quilt viciously, and the light in his eyes fell little by little, because the light emitted by the quirk was then swallowed by the black crow like black. Like a clay cow into the sea. You mean, he is already ill? The man sitting in the upper position was playing with a moth mask in his hands, tracing the outline of the mask with his fingertips, and said lightly, Let's start. Take advantage of the shareholder style of Scar Heroes. Bring this country's pharmaceutical industry into your own name. The sky in Japan is about to change. Chapter 339. So, I'm talking about Quanyue. He is Quanyue back then. Wu Tiangu couldn't wait to put these words into young master Yuzuki Inuichiro's mind. Yuzuki Inuichiro's head hurts while holding his handbag. He turned around and bumped into the foggy dog, and said helplessly, Please, I don't know Quanyue at all. He picked up the documents scattered on the ground and said, Did you panic lately? Wu Tiangu was wronged first. He couldn't wait to vent all the depression in his heart. It's not. He looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro and looked at himself with a confused expression, and suddenly swallowed all the words. I have really had a little bit of leisure lately. Yuzuki Inuichiro stared at his diehard for a few seconds, then drew a few pieces of paper from his briefcase and said, Since it's boring, you should go to patrol more places. Looking at the list of remote areas above, Wu Tiangu slapped himself. Feng Nu, who had been watching the play behind the pillar, chuckled. She wiped the tears from her laughter and said, Why don't you keep talking? Wu Shingu stuffed the paper into his pocket, wiped his face and said, I almost forgot, young master now. He pointed to his brain and said silently, I am amnesia. Feng Nu knowingly covered her mouth and nodded. The name Quanyue has long been a taboo for Honghu's ambitions. They know what happened back then, and they know what effect these will have on the young masters who are loyal to them. Remaining silent is their only way to protect the young master from being hurt by the past. And Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was being discussed by his subordinates, was hurriedly heading to the hospital. He plans to see the child Quanyue in the morning. Wu Tiandu's words sounded like a fairy tale, but as his boss, Yuzuki Inuichiro essentially trusted his subordinates unconditionally. But Quanyue is equal to a person who does not exist at all, which is really ridiculous. Yuzuki Inuichiro turned on the phone and read the post for a while. He first searched for the name, Quanyue, and the search result was non-existent. Then he searched for the word, Quanyue, and all kinds of noisy information flooded in. One of the most eye-catching is Izumi Tsukishi, Heroes of the Healing Department. Izumi and Izumi. Inuichiro Yuzuki basically knew about the heroes of the Izumi family, but he didn't see any news about Quanyue. The last generation of Izumi heroes died in Beihai more than 20 years ago. All the information ends here. Yuzuki Inuichiro has also reached his destination. He walked 2 steps and saw the fruit stand next to the hospital. He had bought a large fruit basket and walked in. Advertisement: Quanyue was peeling rabbit apples when he entered. From the looks of it, Quanyue did not feel better, but he can still get up and peel the apple, maybe not as bad as he thinks. For the first time, Yuzuki Inuichiro felt awkward in front of a minor. I don't know if it was because he was embarrassed in front of Quanyue that day. He always felt hot and panic all over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue is still concentrating on peeling apples. When he filled a plate with apples, he changed his hand and handed it to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro was in a daze and subconsciously bit him. The apple juice poured into his mouth, and Yuzuki Inuichiro realized how ambiguous he was doing. With half a rabbit apple in his mouth, his face exploded. In my mind, that action seemed to come easily, but who is the one who can make him feel free? Regardless of thinking about it too much, Yuzuki Inuichiro quickly took out the fruit basket he had brought, and graciously sent it to Quanyue. Quanyue glanced at the large and small fruit baskets on the table and on the ground, and wrinkled his face. Why doesn't anyone give themselves hot sauce? Quanyue was puzzled. He took a bite of the rabbit apple and turned his eyes on the Yuzuki Inuichiro who was helping him peel. Quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket activated. Quirk open black lens bracket love medicine close black lens bracket activated. Quanyue clenched the fluffy rabbit hair loop hidden under the quilt. The tip of the nose has been entwined with a faint scent of orange. It happened that Yuzuki Inuichiro handed over the cleaned apple, revealing a small section of his clean wrist as if it were the fruit of the autumn harvest, which made people full of the charm of picking. Love medicine. From the dead Amamiya flower, it can let the opponent smell the breath of the pleasant person, and prompt the opponent to be controlled and induced by the breath. Assuming that Amamiya did not die early, according to her quirk's direction, it is very likely that she will become a professional heroes like Teacher Midnight. Yuzuki Inuichiro smelled a long-lost icy breath. He felt his nose filled with a sweet smell, like blood in the snow, blossoming in front of his eyes one by one. Quanyue gently controlled the love medicine and said in a slow tone, "You are here." Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't help leaning towards Quanyue. He could feel the breath that attracted him from the child on the hospital bed. He lifted his body. A blurry color appeared in his eyes. "I want to ask you for one thing. Please? Love medicine can make people lose the desire to fight in an instant, and on the contrary, it will stimulate other stronger desires. Advertisement: as long as people make good use of their desires, nothing is impossible." He looked at the approaching Yuzuki Inuichiro. "Help me prepare for an operation." The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, but the snowflakes became colder and colder. Yuzuki Inuichiro felt like he was constantly chasing these breaths and running. Quanyue looked at the approaching Yuzuki Inuichiro, grasped the fluffy rabbit hair tie in his hand, and repeated his request, "Please, help me prepare for an operation." His tone slowed down. "I want to live too." Yuzuki Inuichiro finally saw what was there at the end of his breath. It was a hobbled figure. He chased after him in a panic. The blood of the man in the goose feathers was getting thinner and thinner. The bloodline on the ground changed from bright red to maroon at the beginning, leaving only a layer of black blood in the end. "Don't go, don't go." Yuzuki Inuichiro ran as hard as he could, and the wind engulfed the snowflakes to cut his face out, and the snow accumulated deeper and deeper until he couldn't walk anymore. The figure looked at him quietly in the wind and turned around. "Don't go, don't go." Before Yuzuki Inuichiro's tears fell, he was kissed by the wind, and he called someone's name hysterically. Until a cold sweat came out. He is no longer in the hospital. Feng Nu twisted and put a hot towel on her face, and she laughed at her boss while she was working. "I made myself like this when I went to the hospital. Fortunately, the foggy dog is not there, otherwise this guy must be like the sky collapsed. Neurotic." Yuzuki Inuichiro sat up and wiped his face with a hot towel, feeling confused. He had a long dream, but I can't remember the content of the dream at all. Just remember someone. "By the way, young master, tonight is the operation of Quanyue's child. Do we need to send someone to send some supplements?" Quanyue said again. She is currently a child adopted by Yui Inuichiro's household registration. Feng Nu's group of people joked and went to joke, but they rarely confuse personal affairs with official affairs. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened his eyes wide. His expression became weird. Bit by bit, he broke his head in front of Feng Nu and said, "Quanyue. Is it me who signed it?" Chapter 340: The Battle of the Operating Table. On the operating table, the bright light awakened Quanyue. The excessively rumored surgical lamp made him squint, and several black shadows in surgical gowns pointed at him. The tiny needle pierced the skin, dripping drips into his dead blood vessels. Quanyue always remembered that he was a dead person, and his previous reactions were created by simulating a living person. As far as body control is concerned, Quanyue asks himself that he can be ranked among the top 3 in the world. The body after death is a soft rubber. Quanyue constantly adjusts and integrates the quirk he has to create a living person's breathing and eating. The black blood in his body must be activated at the moment it is drawn in order to look like ordinary people. Quanyue tilted his head, feeling the input of the anesthetic in his body, and a gun slowly came out of his cuff. The doctor has already begun to wear gloves. At the moment he turned around, the sword and the shadow of the sword appeared. The anesthesiologist suddenly pulled Quanyue's arm with his hand, and the other hand hooked the infusion line and shrank inward suddenly. Quanyue felt depressed, and the carp rose from the operating table. The wind is screaming and the trees are all soldiers. The doctor walked out of the dark lightly, Enos. His gray hair was lighter in the light, and the iconic combat suit could be seen under the white coat. And those severed hands. Dead-handled wooden hanger. Quanyue said the opponent's name. You crossed the line. The gun on his sleeve slipped off. The blue and white body and the small difference proved that it was a quirk weapon. If the teachers of UA High School are here, they must realize that this weapon is the quirk weapon they lost. Enos, I didn't cross the boundary. It's you. You shouldn't have been involved in the matter from the beginning. The dead handle spread out his hands and walked slowly towards the operating table. According to the treaty, you achieve your goal, I achieve my purpose. Quanyue tensed his nerves, and villain was all over him. The anesthetist on the left stared at him, already revealing his huge chest muscles. The 3 equipment nurses on the right have long held their quirk weapons and made an attacking posture. On the ceiling of this room, 3. Under the floor, 2. 1 at the bottom of the bed. How long does it take to deal with them? Quanyue raised his hand. Without using any quirk, he fired 3 shots towards the ceiling. Before the dead handle wooden hanger had reacted to what he was going to do, the bullet had passed through the ceiling, directly crushing the hearts of the 3 people on the ceiling. Quanyue sat on the bed in silence, and pointed his pistol at the floor. The quirk weapon can be most useful in the hands of his real master. This is a common perception in the professional heroes industry. The nurses on both sides and the big chest guys were about to rush to punish Quanyue. How did they expect to be nailed to the ground by a snapped finger of a dead handle wooden hanger? The 4 of them retreated in shame, restraining their ferocity. Quanyue was holding a gun in his hand, standing condescendingly on the operating table, and confronted the dead handle wooden hanger on a lower ground. The current dead handle wooden crane is not the dead handle wooden crane 7 years ago. Quanyue has investigated and found that the villain alliance was only unilaterally divided by himself. After the dead handle wooden crane has been included in the ability army, it has a lot more talents. Cheese. 7 years ago, the villain alliance and the superpower army merged, calling themselves the Supernormal Liberation Front. However, just a year and a half ago, the Supernormal Liberation Front mysteriously disappeared in the world of professional heroes. Advertisements so far, the 2 sides have maintained a good relationship and continue to exert their fighting power in the name of the villain alliance and the power army. At this moment, the few people brought by the dead handle wooden hanger are not regarded as cadres of the Supernormal Liberation Front. Although it is purely about strength, there are also a few that were brought by the dead-handed wooden hanging on the scene, which are really capable. But it's still too tender. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. One of the equipment nurses couldn't help but stab Quanyue in the face. Quanyue turned his head, and then hit it from below, causing the sword's elbow to make a crisp sound. Quirk open black lens bracket pane recall close black lens bracket activated. Quanyue felt that his elbow was being slapped with the back of a sword, and then he felt burnt. He didn't have time to mock his hand being stewed like a pig's knuckle, and the next move came. The dead handle sling snapped his fingers, and the operating table Quanyue was sitting on turned into powder. The person hiding under the bed was picked out almost seamlessly. He jumped out onto Quanyue's back, and slammed a dagger at Quanyue's back erect neck, picking up the weakest spine. But at this time, he suddenly noticed a very subtle change. The muscle texture has changed. It seemed to be a deflated balloon, which exploded 2 or 3 times. Holding his head with one hand, his knee hit his facial features, and he was directly sent to the country where he didn't know where. Quanyue threw the unconscious person and the chest muscle man together, raised the gun and strung the 2 into a string. He has no good feelings for villain alliance or the so-called superpower army. A fist hit Quanyue's head. The corner of Quanyue's eyes flicked a little bit of surprise. He jumped off the small sand pier that was powdered by the operating table, and touched his half-broken cheek with his hand. Dead handle wooden hanger, quirk open black lens bracket collapse close black lens bracket. As long as they are touched by his 5 fingers, the people, things, and things that are relieved will gradually collapse. There is no limit to this collapse. All touched objects will be shattered from the inside to the outside. This is an extremely powerful quirk, which has been improved after undergoing professional training on dead handle wooden cranes. According to Honghu Jiji's data, the dead handle wooden hanger can already control its own strength and turn things that have not been directly touched into powder. There is even more data showing that he once razed a city to the ground, and people who touched on the spot died and turned to ashes. The dead handle wooden hanger is undoubtedly one of Quanyue's rivals in Japan. Deadwood slammed his feet and exerted force. A sprint came to Quanyue, his handshake fisted into Quanyue's abdomen and punched hard. Quanyue dodges quickly. A big hole has been broken in his abdomen. The 5 internal organs and 6 lungs did not appear inside, but a dark turbid body. Those turbid bodies quickly repaired Quanyue's abdomen as if they were given orders. The gun came just now. The dead-handle wooden hanger was still thinking about a punch. He flexed his palm, and a terrible power seemed to derive a rope from his palm, which tightly connected him and villain. Quanyue's gun was like a sharp sword, directly cutting off the advance of this force. He was holding a rifle and pacing slowly. Hey! The nurse's equipment nurse suddenly yelled. Advertisement: if Quanyue is an ordinary person, he should be dead now. His elbow kept hitting the abdomen of the big-breasted nurse. After 3 or 4 blows, he decisively shot his wrapped brain. The big-breasted nurse screamed and then fell to the ground. The next punch of the dead-handle wooden hanger rushed towards his face. Quanyue turned sideways and raised his left hand to resist the punch. Your technique seems to have not improved at all. The dead-handle wooden hanger said. Beihai was also you at that time. He exerted force on his palm, and his 5 fingers became hot. Quanyue's left hand gradually grew densely with small shells, and those shells were so strong that they were soaked in seawater all the year round. With Quanyue's control, these extremely disgusting little creatures also appeared on the hands of the dead-handle wooden hanger. He could feel these shells taking root deeply into his skin and flesh and blood. Before Quanyue had time to stop him, everyone except the corpses on the ground was quickly collected into a small marble ball. Borrowed from Quirk, Barnacle. Borrow Quirk open black lens bracket 1 line sky close black lens bracket. Quanyue didn't know why these people left. The dead-handle wooden hanger smiled slightly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It's the medicine. Cold. Goodbye. Quanyue tried to get himself up, and he felt his strength disappear little by little. Those powers gained from the undead are making him weak. Hey. The masked magician who emerged from the square waved to Quanyue, goodbye. Quanyue tried to stay awake and used the last quirk he could think of. It's the medicine that their Quanyue family only knew. Wow! A bucket of water fell from the sky and poured Quanyue all over. The wet hair reached the skin, and all the places touched by the water began to corrode and melt. Quanyue saw that his hand had rotted with several large holes, and at the moment he was holding back the scream. Most of the muscle tissue on his face had been corroded by this liquid. The lights were shining and the battlefield was in a panic. He suddenly let go and fell backward. The barnacles, which occupy most of the harbor waters by their powerful fecundity, are hard and never separated. But it can corrode piers and bridges bit by bit. It's cold. The line of sight is constantly blurred. Chapter 341 Potion and Quirk. Quirk open black lens bracket Yishentian close black lens bracket is Quanyue's grandfather's quirk. In this space, time is frozen. Of course, the conditions for entering this space are also extremely harsh, and one must live and die, or those who are on the verge of death can enter. When Quanyue slowly opened his eyes, he saw the falling snow again. Sticking out your tongue, the cold snow melts instantly on the tip of your tongue. The snow has no taste, it may have a sweet smell, but Quanyue can't taste it. Like hot sauce and sweet sauce, Quanyue now does not feel any taste. Even if the 2 elders in front of me are burning a hot shuxi pot. In Quanyue's view, shuxi pot is a kind of beef hot pot. Although it is not his favorite Mandarin duck pot, it is better than nothing. You're awake. 2 similar-looking grandpas yawned, and the cynical second grandpa finished the soup and warmed up and said, Fortunately, you ran to the front line of the sky, if you go directly to the cemetery. Don't talk nonsense. The grandfather made a bowl of soup and handed it to Quanyue, giving his brother a cold eye. There was a force from his hand, prompting Quanyue to take the bowl of soup. Hurry up, good boy. Quanyue thanked him and picked up the soup. Just when his tongue touched the soup, a warm wind blew by. When Quanyue put down the soup bowl, the 3 of them had already arrived in the familiar Japanese courtyard from the ice and snow. It's a long-lost predicament, the grandfather said with a smile. Xiao Yi, you were careless. Quanyue added a little hot sauce to himself, which he is used to doing. It's an elimination potion. This time I'm missing a blind taste. The grandfather is very clear about the composition ratio of these medicines, but compared to the island, the ADT reagent has been strengthened by a third. In the early research, the Quanyue family had their own way of classifying medicines. Until Quanyue's father's generation, it was a family secret passed down by word of mouth. If Quanyue had not accepted all the inheritance, he might be confused by these medicines. The 2 major potions of the Quanyue family that have been released are elimination and strengthening. With the cooperation between Izumi Nagasaki and Honghu's ambition before his death, the enhancement medicine has been mastered by the Honghu ambition. The production line of the pharmaceutical factory and most of the raw materials and equipment are in the hands of the Villain Alliance led by the dead-handle wooden crane, plus the method of making half of the incomplete potion that I took out in exchange. Did the Villain Alliance do anything about it? Quanyue touched his chin, guessing. If the current Villain Alliance really masters the 2 major potions, the first to produce is definitely not the elimination potion, but the enhancement potion. Using the formula he gave, guessed the proportions of the potions that were almost the same, and attacked himself with the potions he made. Quanyue cut the Villain Alliance out of the friendly team in his heart. What he has done cannot tolerate a wolf watching from behind. The grandfather is using his quirk to recover Quanyue's symptoms. After a while, the broken scars on his body slowly recovered, and Quanyue's bare arms returned to the initial state. Advertisement, okay. The eldest grandfather coughed twice. With blood on one hand, he sat down with his brother's support, and said, "Xiao Yi, you should pay attention to your physical condition when you go out. Although you can repair it in a ray of sky, but potions and substitutes have limits." Quanyue moved his body skin that had just been repaired and nodded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's time to find a chance to turn the vicious dog of Villain Alliance into a hot pot of dog meat. The headquarters of the Villain Alliance, the subordinates who went to clean up the wreckage finally returned. The dead-handle wooden hanger was wiping his fingers with a paper towel. He wiped these fingers clean one by one, and cut his nails into his favorite shape. How? The dead-handle wooden hanger's eyes didn't leave his fingers. Where are the corpses left on the scene? The little girl below did not dare to tell lies, and his voice was trembling. The scene. There is no body of Enos at the scene. When he entered the operating room, everything was empty except for his own body. The operating table was completely destroyed, the walls were torn apart, dried bloodline remained on the ceiling, and even the floor was a mixture of unidentified objects. Nothing at all. There are no scars. Heroes Enos. The dead-handle wooden hanger was doing the cleaning hands. He threw the nail clippers aside and asked, "Where is the body?" "No. I didn't look. Lord Deadwood, Lord." The little girl who came to reply was trembling all over. The Deadwood hanger put on his coat and looked at the moonlight outside the window, ignoring the screams of the little girl who was being dragged out. He pressed his hands on the windowsill, and his uncontrollable hands began to automatically turn the marble windowsill into powder. Her confidant Himiko Toga is not at all afraid of the death-handled wooden hanger now. She knows that her boss does not have a lot of favor with those who claim to be scared heroes in the dark. If you want to do something bad, just say it. Why bother to twist and say that you are heroes? Twice quietly followed forward. He leaned behind Himiko Toga and said softly, "How is brother Hang now?" His energy is huge and terrifying compared to 7 years ago. Any attack on Twice's body is as if the mud cow enters the sea. Even in a battle, after the clone is destroyed, that outsider's power will feed back Twice's quirk. Endless, until Twice doesn't want to continue. The following report came out. "It's our potion." But Twice murmured to Himiko Toga's ear for a while, signaling that he would continue to work on other things. Twice waved his hand and handed over the responsibility of the report. Himiko Toga. Himiko Toga stiffened his scalp and stepped forward and said something to the dead-handle wooden hanger. "Advertisement, I will." A drop of sweat fell on the tip of Twice's nose. After death, the quirk open black lens bracket relic closed black lens bracket is in good condition and can be used. A light-colored light radiated from Quanyue's body, and in front of him, he had already seen the whole picture of the operating room after the war. Broken, damp, and dirty. The relic mask, camouflage color, slightly damaged B-grade, can be used. In the first line of the sky, Quanyue finished his last bite of beef, and his mind and emotions returned to their usual state. He waved his hand, and the moth-shaped mask appeared in his hand. Invisible quirk open black lens bracket pane recall close black lens bracket S level intact, use it with caution. Quanyue strode forward towards the exit of Yishendian. The two elders couldn't help but urge behind him, "Go slow, remember to protect yourself." Their concern made Quanyue's heart warm when he died. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He is back. Relic necklace, confusion of cognition, it is slightly damaged and can be used. The culprit, the dead-handle wooden hanger, was paralyzed on the sofa and hooked his 2 years of subordinates. He drank the rum on the table and said, "Talk about what you just said, about the leak of the medicine." The boy smiled brightly at the two elders. Twice, who hadn't walked far, suddenly felt cold behind his back, his body seemed to be thrown around with a stiff neck. At this time, as long as he dares to make any movements, that force can smash him into bubbles from top to bottom. The corpse had been cleaned up long ago, leaving only 3 or 2 bloodstains on the spot. Quirk check. Chapter 342 Chapter 124 Warnings before the explosion. There is an ominous breath in the air. Only emergency lights were on in the corridor, and the door of the operating room was locked from the outside. It is estimated that it will not be discovered until tomorrow. There were some water stains remaining on the ground. Quanyue carefully touched a little with his hands. This time he learned his lesson and took precautions in advance. The breath of the medicine contained several medicinal materials he was familiar with. Quanyue read the list of raw materials silently in his heart, and after figuring out which ones were missing, he stood up and condensed the corpse water that he had left on the ground. This is more than half of his recovery. Quanyue said it was easy. However, the most urgent task is to understand why the Villain Alliance will produce a relatively complete potion. And, how many did they make? This number is fatal for Quanyue and the plan behind him. The Quanyue family had sacrificed too much for this plan. Every slight deviation can lead to a total loss. The Quanyue family can't afford to lose, nor can Quanyue himself. Quanyue collected 1 or 2 evidences from the scene and was about to leave. Suddenly, he heard a ticking sound, and a drop of viscous liquid fell from the ceiling. The familiar smell penetrated into Quanyue's nose again, and it was a strong smell of medicine. However, unlike the previous lack of blind elimination potions, the taste of this potion is closer to the potion developed by the Quanyue family itself, the potentiation potion. Strengthening potions, as the name suggests, is to strengthen the power of quirk. In the early days, the Quanyue family used this medicine to strengthen the energy field between the quirk and the quirk, prompting the quirk to explode in a short period of time. But only long-term users like Quanyue understand that whether they are on the battlefield or the people behind the research, once the potentiation medicine is taken, the toxicity of the medicine will accumulate in the body. Until the last dripping water pierced the stone and fell into the hell of Abbey. Quanyue can also be called the Villain Alliance's Black Hand for the elimination potion in the hospital. But the medicine in front of him. Quanyue sorted out the relationship line again in his heart. He borrowed the wall claw quirk in the cemetery, and the fingertips grew out of the distance like a sucker. This is a quirk that simulates a gecko, and Quanyue successfully came to the ceiling through the quirk. He rolled over and entered the world behind the ceiling. As a top-notch hospital at home and abroad, the first hospital was established early and has a long history. In this house, which is said to be made by Germans, there are scattered water pipes and various small accessories mixed together. Quanyue squatted down, his night vision ability was good, and he directly saw several trickles spreading from the water pipe. There was only one water pipe that opened the gate, and Quanyue found the bullet shell in the ground nearby. He might accidentally break the water pipe when he attacked the ceiling. Quanyue was a little sorry, but he stretched out his hand to make a simple repair or two. But the source of those trickles, countless pinhole-sized gaps, was not made by Quanyue himself. Enhancement potion. Tap water pipe. Quanyue dipped his hand a little, and the wall claw on his finger swelled immediately, and the vigor of power could be felt from the tip of the finger. Next, as if irritated by some kind of stimulation, quirk, wall claw, grew up like a balloon, and finally the small dots bulged so that you couldn't hold your fist. Fortunately, this one-time consumption quirk has a time limit. Quanyue once again praised the time limit. He exited the ceiling first, and then, the portal left the hospital. Advertisement: the corridors of the hospital were still lit, and the nurse on duty took a small flashlight and looked over one ward one after another. The red light in the ambulance center was still on, and the street was empty. There is only one Family Mart convenience store left in the nearby shops. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 59 yuan. The young lady in the convenience store said. She looked away from the customer and continued to play her own game. She was on the night shift today and was boring to death. I thought I would call the bridge section of the beautiful man in the middle of the night, but I didn't expect a strange patient with scars to come. Miss Sister is not that she has never seen a patient who ran out privately. She mechanically pressed the keys and sprinted while looking at the man outside the door with the corner of her eye. At night, it hasn't rained yet. Why did I put on a raincoat and bought a big black umbrella? She turned her attention back to the game. Seeing that she was about to be abused, she exclaimed, and hurry up. At this point, there are really not many people who can form a team together. Quanyue put on his raincoat and put the umbrella on hand. He looked at his bare feet and returned to the convenience store, planning to replenish himself again. The young lady made her eyes flushed, and she looked like she had been bullied enough. I'm sorry, I want to buy a pair of rain boots. Are there still masks here? Quanyue put a large denomination on the counter, his eyes fixed on the surveillance video, nodded and asked, can the balance be converted into coins for me? Okay, just a second. 1 hour 32 minutes and 50 seconds in the morning. Quanyue was wearing a dark blue raincoat, with funny sunglasses in the shape of sunflowers on his face, and his chin had long been covered by an N95 mask. He wore industrial gloves with both hands, a pair of yellow rain boots with a little yellow duck pattern on his feet, and a black long-handled umbrella beside him. Doesn't look like a good person. Holding 2 silver coins, Quanyue changed 5 phone booths within 1 kilometer of the hospital, and finally found one that worked. He listened to the female voice of the opposing machine and compared the emergency number he had copied down in his palm to make sure he had found the wrong one. Hello, what happened to you? Quanyue wore a mask and said in a dull voice, the first hospital, please send professional heroes over immediately. Excuse me, what kind of heroes do you need? Is it convenient to say what happened to you? The female voice covered the phone barrel, as if communicating with someone. Quanyue leaned on the glass and silently drew a circle with his hand. It will explode in 10 minutes. It has taken half an hour since he came out to buy things. Quanyue does not intend to get involved in this matter, although it will cause some guilt. Advertisement. The first hospital will explode. The female voice was surprised, and after 2 seconds of silence, it changed to a male voice. Hello, our people are passing by. Is it convenient to tell us the source of the information? Can you determine the scope of the explosion? The new Wheel of Fortune begins. Pounds. A huge explosion erupted from the top of the hospital. The aftermath of the explosion ran away from the acrylic board in front of the shop. The unfolded awning was turned over and the windows trembled violently and then let out a whistling sound. Unless you are sitting in that gambling game, holding more abundant wealth and power. At the gambling table, the bet is always in the hands of the winner. Please enter the number. If he could, he hoped that this medicine never existed. I saw it. Quanyue moved his gaze to the several large water towers on the top of the hospital building, and there was a huge reservoir on the top floor. Now it is not a reservoir, but a high-concentration pure liquid similar to Quanyue's experience in Beihai. The early Quanyue suffered through the pain of this medicine. Everything on the street fell asleep. Quanyue tightened his raincoat and hat. He took out 2 silver coins from his pocket, hesitated for a while or threw them in. Honesty is a virtue. This potion will not kill people, it can only change the strength of energy until the owner of the quirk cannot accept it. The quirk runs away, the meridians are damaged, and finally the quirk is scrapped and becomes a waste. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL novel for free. Water Tower, remember to make professional heroes wear raincoats. Quanyue hung up the phone neatly after saying this, no matter how the person on the other end of the phone called, hello, hello. Quanyue took a deep breath, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Sakai-senpai. Sorry, your call has been down. Sorry, in the past few days, he has already overcooked the back of this number. If you live, you will live, if you die, you will die. Sakai Taibai, who died of unqualified medical equipment, might not have expected this to happen. People with similar conditions would never think that their lives are just a bargaining chip for some people. Chapter 343 Shoto Todoroki returns. At 2 o'clock in the morning today, a huge explosion occurred in the first hospital. The residents of 10 kilometers around the hospital were awakened by the huge explosion. The scene has been sealed off, and the professional heroes are evacuating the surrounding residents urgently. We can see that the first hospital has caused a house collapse, and the water tower on the top floor has exploded. There is no open flame at present, and professionals are currently determining the cause of the explosion. Hello everyone, this is Billy TV station. We are taking a rescue helicopter. You can see the whole of the first hospital in the fog. Our rescuers are using heat sensors to search and rescue the wounded. The location of the water tower is mainly above the inpatient department. This is also the tallest building in the entire hospital, with 12 floors. Except for the connection between the first and second floors on the ground floor and the main courtyard, the previous floors are only equipped with a large elevator and 2 escape passages. As the first hospital of the National Treasure Level Hospital, it is the academic treasure of the medical palace in the hearts of all people in Japan. All people are always willing to come to the first hospital for treatment when they are sick. For this reason, patients who can truly live in the inpatient department of the first hospital are unable to take care of themselves. The serious ones are leg disability, mental disorders, leukemia, advanced cancer, etc. There are also a lot of lighter ones, but none of them are enough to jump on the ground. Help! Come on, anyone? Oh mother. FK. Lousy doesn't want to die here. Son, our passbook password is XXXXX, you must remember it. All the medical staff on duty did not leave first. Wearing their own white uniforms with disheveled hair, they began to transfer from the peripheral patients. 2 nurse sisters are moving a critically ill grandfather. They are on the 5th floor, and the elevator has been out of use under unknown circumstances. 2 charming little girls carrying an uncle, looked at several steps and fell into despair. No, it's too slow. A little bit of liquid has leaked from the ceiling. Hiss! The dripping liquid directly burned one of the arms, causing her to scream and let her hand loose. The hospital bed with wheels lost control on the stairs, and he went straight down the slope with another young nurse. Ruined. Before this young lady could close her eyes, a white wall appeared in front of her. She subconsciously held onto the machine that was carried with the old man, and stood in front of the old man. Advertisement: this is a patient who cannot move if he is hit hard again. Snap. The expected turn of the river did not strike. Miss Sister only felt that she was in a softness. The fat professional heroes in front of him took a bite of bread, and he helped the young lady and grandpa well without receiving any harm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. His stomach, which was used as a cushion, bounced quite elastically twice. How many people are there? He put the allocated plastic sheet on the old grandfather, motioning for the 2 little girls to hide in his arms. I will send you down first, and be careful not to touch the water. They seem to be very strong, corrosive. Honghu's ambitions in Tokyo branch urgently mobilized 100,000 rainproof plastic sheets and 200,000 plastic ponchos. Every professional heroes present will send 2 plastic ponchos for free, plus a 2-meter-long rainproof plastic sheet. The first 10 professional heroes have seen a spike in quirks. They ingested high concentrations of unknown gas, severe pain and short-term quirk increases, which would only destroy their consciousness and body. The atomization situation has improved, and the government agrees to deploy. Professional heroes in 8 nearby cities have been mobilized, and distress messages are still being sent. The wounded were short of medicines, so they requested an increase in supply, and there was an urgent shortage of alcohol cotton. A quirk-free unit is being organized to request matching guns and ammunition. All the personnel on the 3rd floor have been evacuated. The evacuation of the 4th floor is complete. There are still 1,200 people on the 5th floor who are evacuating, requesting support. Yuzuki Inuichiro heard the news continuously, with joy and sorrow. For sure. All must be alive. Advertisement. He picked up the microphone, his voice was dumb with excessive force. Support troops on the 12th floor, support troops on the 11th floor, support troops on the 10th floor, please answer when you hear it, please answer when you hear it. Yayorozu Momo took a breath after speaking. Because of the quirk, her combat suit has a lot of exposure. At this moment, all exposed areas showed large areas of red rashes, even a few pieces of skin and large bulges, and blood would burst out just a little bit. All alive. I hope that I can send these people out safely. But the 10th floor is in such a miserable situation. Yayorozu Momo can't even imagine what kind of human tragedy the top 12 floor will be. She turned to look at the 30 people under the protection of herself and her companion, with a wry smile. Yayorozu Momo. Everyone, be careful of the water in the crevice. Yayorozu Momo took out a large amount of plastic cloth and tape from his chest. Use these things to close the gap, and remember not to touch the water. The closer the floor is to the water tower, the higher the risk factor. Yuzuki Inuichiro knew in his heart that these people might have been with the patients. He tried to restrain his expression and continued to assign all the tasks one by one. Benefactor. The 3 most advanced units consist of 4 offices, 17 professional heroes, and 15 incumbents of Honghu ambition. There are many elites from famous schools and industry veterans in every team. The 10th floor is different from the neat and tidy landscape in the past. Shoto Todoroki, here comes. Her eyes went dark, and she felt herself falling into a familiar hug. You. Before she finished half a sentence, the plastic sheet covered her whole body. When she opened her eyes, she could only see the iconic red and white hair. But except for the first report, there was no news. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. At this time, the 10th floor has become a water curtain cave in Wagwoshin. With the help of professional heroes, people stack up the beds to create a simple shed. Regardless of their injuries, whether they knew each other or not, they stood one by one in a dry place, hugging each other. Chapter 344. Why are you here? Yayorozu Momo complained in a weak voice. The injury is not healed. Their old classmates know the current situation of Shoto Todoroki from various channels. After all, a career hero still ranks so highly. The former career hero's quirk suddenly disappeared. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Countless people are lamenting that Shoto Todoroki's career ends here, but they never expected to see Shoto Todoroki on the front line of the disaster. Similar to the crazy rescue on the ground floor, Shoto Todoroki covered the plastic sheet more tightly to prevent drops of water from falling on Yayorozu Momo. Wait. Yayorozu Momo was sent all the way to the 5th floor. I can walk here by myself. Yayorozu Momo was rather embarrassed. She forcibly wanted to come down and walk by herself. She hadn't acted yet. Her chest, hands, and back were all bulging with small bumps, and those small bumps made her completely unable to stand firm. Shoto Todoroki didn't know whether it was sweat or small drops of water. He only hugged Yayorozu Momo's hands that were still dry. At this moment, he looked at Yayorozu Momo's injury and stretched out his hand and said, "There is already water accumulated below." Yayorozu Momo wants to go to the treatment point by himself. The difficulty is not a joke. This water has no effect on me. Shoto Todoroki involuntarily picked up Yayorozu Momo, spoke without panting, and walked downstairs quickly and said, "I will send you down." They were still walking up the stairs, and they could hear someone screaming on it. Then a few shadows left afterimages in the window, and after a muffled sound, they became fleshy. The broadcast rang, "Don't panic, don't panic, don't jump the window, don't jump the window." A large amount of liquid vaporized in the air, and the strange gas passed out from the window and appeared under the shining of the street lamp. Kind of weird glare. This kind of light, if you have to compare it, is the color of gasoline leaking, and the colorful colors are similar to neon lights. The farther you go to the bottom floor, the less smoke is actually. Shoto Todoroki runs faster. Although he now says he has no quirk, his muscles are no less than before he retired, and his physical fitness is even slightly higher than before. From the 5th floor to the 1st floor, he only took 1 minute. The staff waiting downstairs took Yayorozu Momo carefully and gave Shoto Todoroki a dry towel. Shoto Todoroki wiped his face without even wiping his saliva. He drew a stack of damp cloth and rushed upstairs. There are others upstairs. He is going to save them. Pounds of strong light burst from the 11th floor, followed by the roar of people, and a huge unknown object smashed through the walls of the 11th floor. The corner of Yuzuki and Ichiro's eyes jumped twice, and he picked up the microphone and issued an order to everyone. "Evacuate everyone in Area D. Everyone, evacuate." His voice became hoarse. Boom! With the sudden explosion on the 11th floor, the water on the 12th floor and the top floor all poured out. The D area left hurriedly was just in the direction where the 12th floor collapsed. Advertisement: The tall mountain goddess took the lead in grasping the main floor of the falling building with her hands, and her hand was already stretched out with a rough handkerchief sewn with tarpaulin. Although it is a super large handkerchief, because of the rush to work, the small gaps around it are not fully connected. Some water naturally flows into the hands of the mountain goddess. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The violent swelling feeling condensed in the palm of the mountain goddess, almost making her scream out in public. She slowly put the piece of cloth on the ground, waiting for the professionals to deal with it. But it was not over yet, and the 11th floor continued to explode for a second time. All rescuers faced the huge movement directly. Professional heroes speeded up the evacuation of the crowd, but it was still too late. The water splashes and sparks splashed from the explosion still caused fires and casualties in the surrounding area. Yuzuki Inuichiro took the lead to leave the logistics unit. He was alone, wearing nothing, and rushing forward with the free umbrella that he distributed. The violent water directly pierced the plastic umbrella in his hand, and then the muddy water caused by the collapse made him dirty. But he has nothing to do. No limbs suddenly swelled, no eyes bursting red, and no all sorts of weird symptoms that all previous professional heroes had. No quirk, completely immune to this water. Give me a pack of plastic sheeting. Yuzuki Inuichiro waved his hand and shouted, "Plastic sheeting, umbrellas, raincoats and rain boots." Although professional heroes and a large number of professional rescuers were urgently transferred from 6 nearby cities, 80% of people in the world have quirks. The 12th floor collapsed, the water volume on the 11th floor increased, and a large number of people on the 10th floor had not yet been evacuated. Water is standing on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floors at the lowest level. More than 50 professional heroes are trapped in the building. Shoto Todoroki stepped on the water to carry the supplies over. He carried a huge 2-meter-long tarp on his shoulders, and he carried the bundled bamboo poles on his back. The water pouring from above directly poured him out. The red and white hair was wet and attached to his face, but the supplies on his back were not damaged in the slightest. These materials were completely wrapped in plastic before departure. I don't know how much the situation can be saved. On the 12th floor, Ashido Mina was breaking the wall with his acid. A corrosive black Madara is appearing on her face, and the most serious part has corroded to the bones. The 2 tentacles that were usually dignified at this time shrank to one side, trembling and sending out a signal for help. One punch doesn't seem to have much power, but Ashido Mina's quirk acid can make this punch terribly corrosive. What the hell is this? Ashido Mina panted heavily. She felt that her physical fitness was declining at a speed beyond her imagination, and the 3 teammates in the same group could no longer support it. She waved her fist and separated the wardrobe on one side from the wall. It can't stop much. Shi Li closed his eyes. Mina, the water is coming here. Advertisement. He went to the roof. Huge ice spread from under the feet, and the still swept water was frozen in the air, and a thick layer of frost on the falling rock was close to the distance between it and the water surface. Ashido Mina opened the road ahead. Ashido Mina let out a long sigh of relief and began to try to get her feet out of the ice. Because she has worked with Shoto Todoroki before, she has her own tips on how to get out of the ice. Qianeri. She stepped forward and asked mysteriously, "Do you know?" Ching Dong Qianeli let out a cold sweat. It seemed to be a huge noise from overhead. His master, a person holding a black umbrella, walked slowly over. He only revealed a section of industrial gloves. There were also a rubber household glove and a layer of plastic film gloves under the industrial gloves. Ching Dong Qianeri didn't answer this question, but she bit her lower lip fiercely until the bloodshot appeared. She promised. He went to the top of the building. Water began to seep from the ceiling, and all professional heroes, including Ashido Mina, chose to give the patients defensive tools such as masks, plastic bags, and sanitary caps. The 3 of them stood still, shaking in their hearts. Chieri's eyes widened, her lips trembled and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Withdraw. She suddenly realized something and screamed frantically, "Mina, withdraw." The ice and snow were covered with heavy rain, and there was endless silence afterwards. The figure holding the black umbrella and stepping on the little yellow duck rain boots passed them, getting farther and farther, and finally disappeared around the corner. But it's a bit too late. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. What? Boom. Damn it. Ashido Mina looked at the dripping ceiling and heard a sizzling voice above her head again. She said in distress, "I will definitely be balled by the water." The situation on the 11th floor is not so good. Similarly, a large amount of water from the pouring 12th floor began to collect in the low-lying areas. Go here. Qianeri's quirk is perspective, which allows her to quickly see the structure of the entire building and find the exit in a short time. After I go back, I must buy a limited edition of my wife. The last person in the team said silently. I have all the money. Saying this seems to make him feel better. Chapter 345. Quanyue thinks that he is not a good kind. If he was a virgin, those who died in his hands and those who died in front of him might have been wronged for days. If he used to feel inferior because of his appearance, unconsciously treat others well, or really acted like the virgin. But after he died, he became a cold and merciless pervert. Very abnormal kind. Quanyue stepped on the little yellow duck rain boots to the top with no expression. He held an umbrella in one hand and a transparent box in the other. A human brain can be seen in the box. Some parts of the brain have already been diseased. If the label above says that the species is human, it is estimated to have been studied by Nomu's head. Really? Quanyue stepped on the water. Half of the roof on the 12th floor has collapsed, and at least 3 or 4 water towers have fallen to the ground, and water is constantly falling inside. Even the water tower on the top floor plus the water in the reservoir should not cause the current situation. All the places up and down became a piece of land, but the water in the water tower and reservoir had already dried up. In this wonderful place, everything is water, but not water. This is a place similar to cemetery and Yi Xian Tian. Unlike the quirk that most people recognize, the cemetery gathers all the undead after the death of the blood of the closest relatives, and records all the quirks in the form of an epitaph. As a special acquired quirk, it needs to be unlocked in a specific way, and it also needs to be raised and grown in a special way. As long as there is a steady stream of deaths in the family, the cemetery will slowly expand, never ending. And One Line Sky is also open the day after tomorrow, and only certain people who meet the rules can enter the quirk. In this wonderful world, there are some quirks, and the owner cannot actively stimulate his own talents, and even can only let his own talents take the place of subjective intentions and recklessly. For example, the unlucky, gifted child on the plane is a typical example of the inability to control the talent in reality. The vast majority of children in this category will die in childhood. Their parents didn't even know what caused the child's accidental death. Among the surviving quirks, Quanyue currently knows that only the Quanyue family is the only one who must rely on death to activate his quirk family. In front of this, Quanyue took a step forward, and the liquid suddenly leaning out of the water tower was sprayed onto Quanyue's eyes. Wow! With a sound, deep potholes were left on the ground, but it didn't end. Terrible springs erupted continuously from the ground, and spring water erupted from the cracked concrete ground. At the moment when he was about to reach the highest point, Quanyue moved. Advertisement. He opened the umbrella. The umbrella surface was thrown on the ground by him, the umbrella handle was held in his hand, and the other end was quickly melted and recast. The hot temperature vaporized all the attached liquid. Breathe. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, formed, shot. The hot bullet whizzed through the water and the spring, hitting the top spring directly. What's the use of a bullet? What are those yellow rain boots doing? The crowds who stood on the other side of the hill watching the yellow rain boots in the spring water argued. All of them were family members of patients evacuated from near the hospital or local vendors, and some were taken to safety by professional heroes in their pajamas. It's not that no one has made a lot of noise, and when the professional heroes are politely preparing to send them back, everyone is silent again. The houses of most people have been flooded by water and fire. Is that also professional heroes? Someone grabbed the binoculars and wanted to take a closer look, however, it is too dark for ordinary people to see clearly. Most people can only see a pair of eye-catching yellow duckling rain boots. It's weird. Ah. The man who was about to complain about the yellow rain boots adjusted the multiples, his breathing became tight. What is this? He didn't need to shout out himself, other people had already sucked up instead of him. The sky was still dark, at 4 or 5 o'clock at this time there was only a hazy dark blue. In the weak morning light, water can be seen faintly converging into a tall wall of water blocking in front of the bullet. The bullet plunged into the water unceremoniously, but was melted into a mass of mud. Domain category. Quanyue unceremoniously used a code to describe this quirk. In his eyes, this quirk is not so much like cemetery, it is more like a line of sky. The biggest difference between the two is the point of convergence with the world. Yishentian, and the quirk in front of you are the connection points that need to be fixed. But cemetery doesn't need it, it can be used at any time, anywhere, without restrictions. Of course, the price is also extraordinarily expensive. First of all, you have to be a dead person. Advertisement. Quanyue put away the gun, and the palm of his hand was hot again, but this time he melted the handle of the umbrella into a Japanese sword, which looked more like a short sword used by a ninja. He walked step by step to the water wall. He put his hand in, then his feet, and then he plunged into the water. Similar temperature, similar touch, and similar locations. There is only one place that can increase the amount of potions so terribly, and even reach the current situation of the city's crisis bay high. The answer was eager to try on Quanyue's lips, North Sea. Sichao stood on a pioneering land. He knew what was under him, but he had sworn to never touch it. But out of curiosity, he still scooped a cup with a cup. The purity here. Sichao shook his head regretfully. It's a very good thing, but it's not wrong. Dongshui. A slender figure slowly swam up under the calm water. She has sea blue hair, and her ears are similar to fish fins. The sea blue hair entangled in the plump body. From the pure liquid that once made Quanyue extremely painful, she could even yawn softly. Nagasaki. I really want to sleep. Izumi Moon Nagasaki smiled slightly and squatted down to be very gentle. Hey, it's good if he comes anyway. Hey, what if he comes? The Finn girl curled up her wet long hair and felt wronged. If it wasn't for my quirk, hey, isn't he handsome? Izumizuki Nagasaki recalled his appearance before his death, and said truthfully, it won't be any worse. The Finn girl blew a small bubble and happily returned to the pure liquid. A formed vortex can be seen in the middle of the entire storage. In the middle of the whirlpool, a woman in tulle hummed softly, very happy. Every minute, the stored water is being removed in tons. La la la. When the fish Finn girl thought that there would be a gentle and handsome brother like Izumizuki Nagasaki, she became happy, and the song became more enjoyable. As everyone knows, the little brother she named is on his way with a sword. Quanyue. It's better to eat fish head with chopped pepper today. Lift the sword. Chapter 346. Many years later, when the fish Finn girl thinks of the name Enos, she will always show a playful look. Even if she fled to Africa to work illegally for gold, she would have long lost her demeanor. In 20XX, almost overnight, the whole world fell into panic. Huge white beams of light rise from all over the world. Tokyo Tower, Japan. Egyptian pyramids. The Eiffel Tower in France. Statue of Liberty in the United States. Everything is overwhelmed by light. Many people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki mistakenly thought it was the Third World outbreak. Someone used nuclear weapons and left in a hurry. That beam of light pierced through the clouds and competed with the sun and the moon for the name of the beam of light. Atropos. Everyone who had fled from Japan said that the beam of light was a quirk weapon that crossed the centuries. But no one believes. They said, can human power change the sky? Even All Might did not achieve such a terrible level. But actually, it's not just Alobus. The fish Finn is considered a half-informed person. No matter what, she has received an invitation from Uzumaki Nagasaki, and she has been there for 1 or 2 battles. Very strong, but not particularly strong. 20XX years. In the International Parliament, despite Japan's strong protests, the meeting agreed to carry out unconventional battles on the main island, Kyushu, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki where beams of light appeared. Just to deal with one person. There are no trees around Quanyue's old house. The house was in dilapidated condition, but a clean field was arranged in the ruins. Here was a circular machine in which Quanyue was sitting upright. His body was in dilapidated condition, his clothes were ragged, and the guns in his hands were also hid by most. Quanyue threw off the congestion in his hand, and sewed up his broken arm with fish gut. The arm was missing 2 fingers and the bones were all shattered. Quanyue narrowly stitched it into the shape of a hand. The sky was still hazy, but the horn of charge sounded at the foot of the mountain. Once again a group of professional heroes rushed up the mountain. Shrimp soldiers and crabs. Quanyue raised his hand. This is the quirk he has used the most recently. A rare quirk collected by Izumizuki Nagasaki from Hiroshima, a pro-nuclear explosion. Pro-nuclear explosion. It can explode continuously in a short time, and the land where the explosion will continue to produce radiation. As the central carrier of radiation, Quanyue's back is already scarred. But he didn't care at all. Advertisement Quanyue picked up a spear in his hand, and he came to the forefront of the ruins and directly confronted a professional heroes. The sharp bayonet directly pierced the man's chest, and blood splashed on Quanyue's face. He has no joy or sorrow, and his face is full of numbness. This was also the last time that the fish fin girl saw him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the TV. Through national meetings, the atomic and nuclear bombs were officially launched at the source of Alopus in Japan. The impact of Alopus on people must be eliminated. On TV, Chen Tian folded the manuscript and saluted the camera. South Korea war zone preparations, North American theater preparations. The huge war machine moved slowly, and everyone in the world watched this scene carefully, holding their breath. In the soba shop, Shoto Todoroki stopped his movements. In the East African theater, Midoriya Izuku put down the bottle. In the black streets of the United States, Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists. Bombed him. Blow it up. Quanyue raised his head and looked at the unmanned camera. He suddenly smiled. With blood-stained cheeks and terrible scars, there was not even a spot on the body that could get into the eye. But the smile and squinted eyes were like a ray of sunlight shining on everyone's heart. He stared at the camera blankly, sliding his hands on his neck, and his lips squirming. 3. What about the voice? Chen Tian grabbed the microphone and asked, what is Enos talking about? No one? Find me. The command headquarters urgently mobilized non-commissioned officers proficient in lip language from top to bottom. 2. Yuzuki Inuichiro stared at the strange and familiar face on the TV, and the roses on the hospital cabinet fell one by one. He grasped the mattress, and his hand holding the remote control board trembled slightly. 1. The whistling sound made the screen tremble. A similar mushroom cloud exploded in Japan. Then 1, 2, 3. Countless nuclear bombs, atomic bombs, and hydrogen bombs that were on the way or that had already arrived rushed toward him. Advertisement. The soaring beam of light became more and more dazzling against the smoke. It really exploded. It really exploded. Really. The Finn girl drank a glass of whiskey and warmed her cold hands. She looked at her degraded ears, touched her grandson's head, and said with a smile, this is the story of Enos and your grandmother. Her little grandson has a sturdy head and is already 7 years old. It is a very common quirk. This blink of an eye is more than 50 years old. Following the bombing of the silent seabed on the main Japanese island, the beam of light did not disappear. Instead it intensified its light and heat. Countless scientists have been studying the principle of the beam of light day and night, trying to make the quirk fade slowly. The reality is very cruel. These studies lack the most core part, and so far I haven't seen anything through. The last sentence that Enos said before the video was like a curse, entwined in that distant quirk era. No one dared to mention that forbidden sentence. Honghu's ambition is to become a charitable organization through and through, making an important contribution to restoring order to the entire world. Yuzuki Inuichiro even unloaded a burden 20 years ago and became passionate about diving. Shinso Hitoshi became an excellent psychiatrist. Shoto Todoroki successfully promoted the boomerang soba to the entire Southeast Asia. Bakugo Katsuki won the title of King of Fighters in one go, and Midoriya Izuku became a history professor. Everyone has a new life, and everyone is trying to get rid of the slightly gray quirk era. But everyone will never forget the man who wears a moth mask and fulfills his promises and dreams like a moth to a fire, Enos. Archive room. An old man tremblingly applied for a video about 50 years ago. Is this paragraph? The person in charge of the archives handed over a video disc, filled with hot tea to the old man, and put a soft snack in his heart. White-haired Chen Tian, who was still able to gnaw big bones, nodded. He leaned on a cane and looked at the silent information quietly. The scarred young man stood on the corpse mountain, covered with some snowflakes, but smiled so brightly on his face. His lips squirmed, and there were only 2 meaningful words. Goodbye, quirk era. Goodbye, this world doesn't like me. Goodbye, My Hero Academia. If there is a if in the world, I hope I haven't fanned you. Chapter 347. I thought I could wait for an apology or sincere explanation. I thought this book would be a milestone in my writing. But none of this. There are so many unexpected fools in the world. I thought about it for a day, and opened Word countless times but couldn't read the story to continue. A friend of my English writers group said that everyone loves their original characters, but in the face of the national bottom line, they still reluctantly stop. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who is not like this? I thought I could continue to write down with a sword like this original work, at least writing 200,000 characters before finishing it. People always overestimate themselves. I couldn't write a single word, and I even did mental construction many times. I'm sorry that this happened. Even if I want to force myself to continue to finish it, I can't write it down. I am really disgusted. So it gave an unsatisfactory ending that deviated from the outline. I hope that readers of this book will not hold grudges for my unfinished ending. I thank all the book friends who voted for me. You have been supporting me. It is because of you that I can write it down. I'm really sorry for this unfinished product. I hope we will see you next time.